Welcome, everyone, to episode 246 of the Lookout Sir podcast, the world-renowned podcast where it's just one person, for the most part, talking on his own about Warhammer, 40k, Age of Sigmar, and everything in between. But for a change this episode, I'm not just talking to myself. I'm actually joined by Tim and Richie throughout the course of the episode. We are doing a Warhammer Newport Open special, an extravaganza where we all went off to play some Warhammer, a variety of game systems, and we had a great time. And we're going to be talking about that in this episode. We're going to start off by being joined by Tim as we talk about the Age of Sigmar Grand Tournament. And we're also going to have some general chat throughout about, the hotel, the food quality, the goodie bags, the value for money. Are these Warhammer Open events any good, etc., etc. But yeah, we start off talking about the Grand Tournament for Age of Sigmar. Then I'm joined by Richie, where we talk about the narrative, which is a 40k sort of narrative campaign experience. Sadly, I couldn't really ask anyone to talk about the Grand Tournament 40k, although I was tempted to get Joe historically from the show, but now he's on the Liam Dempsey Hobby House channel. I don't think he would have been allowed to join me, so I didn't bother asking him, but he was there, which was great. There was a bit of a reunion. Dan was also there taking part in the Grand Tournament for AoS, but again, he's banned from this show now for a variety of reasons, not just because we don't like him, obviously not. No, we do love you, Dan, honest. So yeah, and then lastly, I talk solo all about the hobby challenge that I joined on the Friday and that experience. And is the hobby challenge worth it? Yes, is the answer. I'm giving you that one for free. So maybe in exchange, give me a like or thumbs up if you're watching on YouTube. As always, this is a dual part podcast. You can listen along on audio formats. You can watch along on YouTube. Some formats are better than others. So, for example, when it's just me and Tim talking about Age of Sigmar, he did a terrible job at taking any photos. So it's mostly just us talking. However, in the section where it's myself and Richie talking about the grand narrative, I will hopefully have an array of pictures flying at you, showing you what everything looked like, assuming I can get that all edited in time. Fingers crossed. And then lastly, in the hobby challenge, that's a bit more of a video format where I'm showing you the creation that I created in the hobby challenge itself. So yeah, the choice is yours as your preferred method of listening. And if you would like some extra Lookout Sir content, there will be an episode of Transitional Noise in the next week after this episode is out, where I have done a video log of my time at the Newport Open. And also over on Patreon, there is a chance to win an official Warhammer swag box because I ended up with two of them because I entered the hobby challenge. I didn't steal it. I have a whole one basically unused that I will just give away because otherwise it's sitting around gathering dust at home. That will also be a competition over on Patreon exclusive to, Patreon members. Basically. So head over on there in a week's time if you want to check that out. And with all that plugging away, done and dusted, let's get on with the show. Transitional Noise. We are going to talk all about Newport, and I'm joined by Tim. Hello, Tim. How's it going?
Hello. Yeah, it's going good. It's a nice sunny Saturday, but not too hot.
Well, it's great to have you on the show. So you and me went up to Newport. So Newport is the official Warhammer gaming event. I don't know what they actually call it, if there's like an official name for it, because they're not quite grand tournaments because they encompass multiple formats.
Yeah, I feel like it was just Newport Tournament. Wait, it doesn't really
or was
say
it
on
the
my
Newport
shirt.
Open? I can't quite remember.
Could have been. That was it. Sorry, I've got it on my shirt right here. Here we go. It says UK Open Newport.
Yeah, wearing the official branded merch.
Branded shirt.
Yeah.
Represent. Yeah, good point. I guess they can't call it a GT because, as you said, it's just encompassing all. Well, really weirdly, it does 40k, AoS, and Kill Team. And I'm like, if you're going to do Kill Team, would you not do Warcry? But I think they're trying to kill off Warcry, and that's a whole other conversation.
Quite likely. I just suspect it's not as popular as Kill Team as well. I don't know how competitive it is in comparison to Kill Team. It feels like Kill Team's got quite a healthy competitive tournament scene, whereas Warcry might be a bit more
Probably
casual,
not.
sort of, friends, beer and pretzels, as people like to call it.
I tried looking into getting into Kill Team, and every video I saw on like a tutorial, like Let's Play, I just got lost. I think I have to play it if I was going to get into it.
It's got some confusing elements, without wanting to sidetrack what we're talking about. Yeah, got some confusing elements, mostly around cover and how cover works. I've played it several times, and every single time have to relearn what on earth the cover system operates, because it's quite confusing. But we're not here to talk about Kill Team. We're here specifically to talk about your time. This isn't about me. This is all about you, this episode. Talking all about Age of Sigmar Grand Tournament. As you mentioned, this UK Open, the first one of its kind in Newport, that's sort of been outside Warhammer World. I want to say that could be wrong, because I think there was a Birmingham one as part of.
There have been others. This is not like the first time
Games
outside.
Expo or something.
Yeah,
but this is the first one that sort of intrigued us both. So I went along for the grand narrative. So if you're listening to the podcast, that would be a separate section. If you're watching the mini-sode, that would be a whole separate episode. So you have to wait around for that. Or it's already come out, whichever order they're being done in. Who knows? Timey-wimey stuff. So that will be done in a separate section. But we're here to talk about Grand Tournament for Age of Sigmar.
Mm-hmm.
Interestingly, some of the future ones, they're alternating 40k and AoS. So it's either an AoS or 40k Grand Tournament singles event and a AoS or 40k doubles event, and it's the other system. So one time it's 40k doubles, and it'll be AoS GT, and then the other event will be AoS doubles and 40k GT. So that's quite interesting. Whereas this one was both a 40k GT and an AoS GT. So we got lots of lovely people. Dan from the show, or previously from the show, was joining you for the AoS GT, because you had both signed up to the grand narrative.
We did,
but turned traitor and decided you don't like 40k anymore.
Yes.
So both doubled down on AoS. People like Joe, also from the show, from even further back in time, was around at the 40k GT. So that was nice to catch up with him as well. So lots of other people that we saw and knew out there as well, which was good. We went up early, so we went up on Thursday. The first game for you was
on Friday.
My first game was Saturday. So I had a day doing the hobby challenge. You can see sort of in the background a sort of Necromunda-esque terrain piece that I created as part of that hobby challenge. That was good fun. But we came up Friday. What was your general thoughts on the venue, the hotel? So we stayed at the
Manor House.
The Manor House, which was the sort of recommended, the Celtic Manor House, which was the recommended one. But weirdly, I think when we got round to buying tickets, the discount code actually made it more expensive, because I guess all the decent ones had sold out. So we ended up getting cheaper twin rooms, not that we shared, rather than the sort of standard doubles or what have you. So we were staying in that venue, which I think is just like a golf course and also an adventure playground for kids. So there was a weird mixture of men there to golf, families to do the family stuff, and then a swathe of really nerdy guys there to play Warhammer. So it made breakfast very mixed and diverse.
It was a very interesting dichotomy when we went down to the breakfast table in the morning. The hotel itself was really nice. And as you say, it's like a place for people to do fitness or like various different golfing activities. Like there's a golf course there and they have a driving range.
Lots of
and they do
conference
and
rooms and stuff
the
like that.
conference rooms, yeah. We were sort of like ushered away at the back of the hotel, not because we're smelly war gamers, but just because that's
Possibly.
just the rooms. Well, who
It
knows?
was where the cheap rooms were hiding out,
Yeah.
and it was very much, not that I've seen it, but it was like the movie back rooms from the trailer, but also from what other people were saying. There were these endless corridors that just looked the same, and also most of the time didn't even have any lights in or operating. It was
Yeah.
very spooky and strange.
The first night we turned up, I am very grateful that we actually took some time to sort of just walk around, get the lay of the land, and work out how to get to places.
It was an utter labyrinth because it's on a hill. Sort of the main entrance is like the top, but that's not like the top floor, but that's sort of the middle floor when it comes to the lift. And we had to go all the way to like the basement where our room was. Even from there was several more like escalators down to basically come out at the sort of the bottom of the hill, which is pretty much just opposite to the ICC Centre, which is where the Newport Open was taking place. So yeah, it definitely helped that we had a bit of time to sort of wander around. Thursday, yeah, we got, we did our check-in and things like that, but then we got to go over to register for the Newport Open itself. There was a pub quiz happening at the time. We'd sort of just missed out on the start of that. So we just went off and registered. We got our goodie boxes.
We did.
Of which we sort of did a preview opening it. I've done some footage, which I recorded, and I tried to vlog the whole thing. That will hopefully be a Patreon video coming out next week, if you're listening at the time of release. So yeah, you'll get to see what's in that goodie box in video format over on Patreon. But yeah, we got goodie boxes. You got a slightly more expensive one because you paid for the premium one.
I did.
Can you remember how much that cost?
Maybe an extra £100. If it was worth it, probably not. But
can you remember what was in it?
Yeah. So you got the two sort of not celebratory, the two unique like models that you get.
The event exclusive miniatures.
Yes.
One for Age of Sigmar, one for 40k. One was, I think, just a free guild. I don't even want to say marshal. It might have been a marshal, but some kind of Cities of Sigmar bog standard sergeant, for want of a better word. And then the other one was a Cadian officer, not even a commissar, I think, just an officer. So he might have also been a marshal. I can't remember the term of what they were called on the box. They were both okay, but nothing
I thought they were
sort
cool.
of spectacular in terms of really. They weren't particularly interesting, but they were just good, is the way I would describe them.
I thought they were cool. But yeah, you got that, and then you got an absolute weapon of like a ruler. A gauge, the 9-inch gauge with like the 3-inch, 2-inch, 1-inch, 1.5 inch.
Which was made of metal and had the Inquisition symbol on it. Yeah, that was quite cool. That was really interesting, actually. There was a bunch of other things like stickers and like a book, like a lined ruler, like lined ruled book. Those two things, like stickers and the book, I also got. So I got a bog standard box to open up, which was just included in the price of my ticket, and included those. I'm trying to think what else now. Kind of foam insert with
paint
that you
pot
could
holder.
like put paint pot holder and paints in. Your premium one also came with a collapsible water pot as well, and yeah, there was like a handful of other things in there. I would
like wound tokens, objective markers, stickers.
Of course, yes. You got a patch as well.
Yeah, I got a Raven Guard patch,
which was randomized.
It was. Everybody got a random patch. So I'm not sure. Does that mean like I'm a Raven Guard player now, or what? Is that how it works?
You've been determined to be a Raven Guard player, yeah.
I've been press scanned into Raven Guard.
A choice. Yeah, I think Spike really wanted the Ultramarines one, but didn't. He got Imperial Fists, I think, or something.
Yeah.
So yeah,
didn't he get word bearers?
Yes, he did actually.
Maybe.
Yeah. So yeah, a bit random. I would describe it politely as tat because it's mostly stuff I won't ever use. The book was quite useful, so I used it for keeping track of all my scores throughout the grand narrative. because it wasn't compatible with the app or any apps because it was using the Dominatus deck for our scoring. Yeah. Oh, and also when we registered, you got your T-shirt, which wasn't included. Was that paid for extra?
That is an extra like 30 quid or something like that.
So an even extra on top of your premium box.
I went
so
all
that
out
wasn't
on
included.
this one.
I think Richie also got the premium box and the T-shirt as well. And yeah, you know, to be fair, the T-shirt's quite nice. So obviously you could see it earlier. It just says UK Open Newport on the front, and then there's the large logo on the back, if I recall correctly. So I was looking at that one in the shop because they were selling it, and I was almost tempted to buy it as a memento because at least I would get use out of that. I would wear it. Whereas things like stickers and a paint pot holder, I have no need for personally.
Yeah, I'll totally hold my hand up and say the box is complete tap. Like I didn't really need it. I don't know why I splashed out for it. I think it was just I got swept up in the hype as I always do with GW merchandising and marketing skills. Of it's not necessarily FOMO. It's just like, I just want to do all the things when I can, as I can, because I don't know when I'm going to do this again. And even more so now that they're sort of navigated a world away from doing events at Warhammer World, which I'd like to touch on later. I was like, well, it's the first one I'm going to, so let's just go all in. Let's really ham it up. Let's get like the closest hotel. Let's get like the premium box. Let's get all the things and really embrace it. And I'd say that actually really helped me get in the mood for the tournament. But similarly, I would have probably got the same experience if I didn't buy the premium box or the T-shirt. But I don't regret it. So that's the other side.
Yeah, I mean, there was a few other bits in there. I think previous years you used to get like a water bottle, which I guess is a little bit more practical. And there were water stations throughout, so you could fill up your bottle if you had one. So maybe that would have been a more useful addition this time around. But you did also get a £10 voucher.
Such a bugbear on this.
But also the one other thing I had before I bring you in on this was we got a free bonus gift for being a Warhammer Plus subscriber.
We did.
So I was readily expecting a pack of dice because that is historically what Games Workshop always gave you. Instead, we got a free drinks token, which allowed us to go to the bar where the pub crawl was having, which was in this sort of tented area outside, which is where everyone was having their lunches and stuff. And we basically had a choice between bolt gun and I think it was some kind of Stormcast drink as well. I can't remember the name of that one, but it was basically an IPA and a pale ale. And I was like, I don't want either of these because I don't like pale ales or I like lagers out of my alcoholic beverage. So I disappointingly had to have a tango. I had to have a soft drink because that was the other thing I could use my free voucher on. So yeah, not particularly the best, but great that they were offering sort of the branded Warhammer World Bugman's beer. Well, it wasn't beer, it was pale ale. So yeah, that was interesting, I thought. Did you enjoy your drink? I had a sneaky feeling you didn't, if I recall correctly.
No, it wasn't like the best drink in the world, the bolt gun ale. And I do like pale ales, but yeah, this one, not so much.
No, fair. And what was your other gripe?
The voucher. So I get why they've done this. It's classic sales.
They did it last time as well, I think.
I know, where you have to basically... Yeah, where you basically have to spend 25 quid to use the £10 voucher. Mm. And it's kind of like, I don't know, it just seems like a gotcha system. Because I forgot my tape measure stupidly. And it was like, oh, okay, I got a £10 voucher. I'll just run to the store and just pick and use this, thinking that it'll be stupid GW prices and it would actually be like 14 quid. Lo and behold, it was £6. And the guy was like, and the guy told me, oh yeah, you can't use it because £25 limit, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, oh, really? That sucks. And he was like, and then he just instantly, and it's like some of the staff just have this switch, this click. And I'm sorry, but I'm going to point it out. Where it's like GW corporate drinking the Kool-Aid mode of like, yeah, but you're losing out on £4. And it's like GW's doing you a favor. And it's like, I really don't care. Like, I'd rather just have the tape measure
for free
at this point for free. which cost the company probably like £1 because they make so many of them. So it was like, anyway. So anyway, I just paid for the tape measure with my own stone cold cash. But yeah,
that's
my
fair.
gripe.
Because I guess with it being a minimum of £25, ultimately means Games Workshop gets £15 and it's lost £10, but due to profit margins has still made money. Whereas if, in your example, they were just giving away free stuff, they're just then losing out on money, which makes sense. I used my free voucher, my £10 voucher, to do the £50 hobby challenge on the Friday. So it only cost me £40. And then I was given another one of the boxes, the same one that I got on the Thursday, I then got on the Friday. And the guy was saying, well, we give this to you because inside is your, your paint holder and some other bits to help you do your hobby challenge. And I was like, oh, okay. It took them a while to grab one because I think they'd run out, so I had to go back out to the main lobby area and grab me another one. But inside, I got another £10 voucher. So throughout the course of the weekend, I got £20 out of Games Workshop. I bought the only ogre that was viable for me to buy, which was the Blood Pelt Hunter, which you actually can just see there.
Yeah.
Which I felt like was maybe not a great choice, but I was like, well, I've got the voucher, so I'll just buy something with it. So I was like, oh, I'll do that. I would have loved it if they had the ogres available, admittedly a week early, to actually just buy in person. Then I would have gobbled up some with the hype, probably, and maybe just spent Friday building that or something instead. I think in hindsight, I realised that Necromunda was out that weekend, and I don't think they had the new boxes available or any of the books, or I just completely missed them. I'm not sure. But I did find it odd in retrospect that they didn't have anything to sort of celebrate that a new edition of Necromunda was out. Because what I found quite odd is I went on the Thursday a day early, almost purely just to hang out with you, Tim, and get a lift up with
Thanks.
you. Friday, I was expecting I'll just have to wander around town or something. Because I knew at the Newport Open there would be gaming, I wasn't expecting there to be anything else. And actually, what they did have was this hobby challenge, which lasted all 3 days if I wanted it to, but obviously I was gaming the other 2 days, which was basically access to another miniature, which was the orc in Megarama. I think you got to pick a brand new miniature, either Space Marine or orc. There was a narrative about a Space Hulk and a signal, and the Space Marines are coming onto the signal, onto board the Space Hulk to stop the signal. And you had literally access to a table's worth of random sprues for you to get building stuff. And I spent all day assembling something, and then you were meant to spend the next 2 days painting it, basically. So there was that to do, and some people came Saturday and just did that, I think, as well. There was also painting classes as well, which I spoke to one guy on the Hobby Challenge. He did that, and it was like £100+. One of them was on object source lighting, but he got to keep his free Space Marine. He said that was maybe a skill set a little bit beyond him, but then on the subsequent day, he did another painting course, which was a bit more his level, and he enjoyed that one a lot more.
Did he say who was taking the class?
No, but I've seen since they've been advertising Golden Demon winners, so for future ones. So I don't know who did these ones in particular, if it was the same people or if they're changing it up, and that was GW stuff, like Heavy Metal Team people would make sense, and maybe they're getting some Golden Demon winners in to do these future classes. I'm not sure. But my main point was I was just generally surprised that there was actually other stuff to do beyond the gaming, because they never seem to really advertise that. But then the fact that there was a brand new game of Necromunda, but that there wasn't even like an option to play that there was a bit puzzling. Likewise, there was a little photography corner. There was like sort of a miniature base with tactical rock and some sort of
awesome
foam and cardboard weapons that we could take some pictures of, which we did. And there was like some Space Marine helmets and a couple of other bits. Not a huge array of stuff, and they weren't like the best quality like you've seen in previous times with some sort of cosplayer equipment. But it was all fine, and it was all good. And that was sort of it in terms of other things that you could do, plus a shop, of course. There was like a Warhammer shop, which was well serviced with normal boxes of miniatures, T-shirts, and sort of, a couple of little trinkety keyring things like, Purity Seal key rings and things like that. No objective markers this time around because obviously they've sort of removed them from the game for the most part. But yeah, there was some interesting stuff there, I thought. So yeah, that was, the pre-game preamble. Is there anything else you want to add to the pre-game stuff? Like the overall vibes?
Well, I'll do that at the end.
Sure. Okay. Well, let's get on with actually talking about the main topic, 20 plus minutes into the video.
Sorry, guys.
The Age of Sigmar grand narrative. Talk us through your list. What were you taking, Timmy boy?
Okay, so I was taking Maggot King and Nurgle, and I was taking the Battle Tactics, Legend of the Parch, and Burning Vengeance. I'll look up the list to double confirm in a minute. And they were taking the Teleban and Nurgle. So in the first regiment, General's Regiment, was Rotigus, 2 sets of plague drones, just minimum unit size, three models each, and the Poxbringer. The second regiment was the Great Unclean One with Gift of Feeble or Gift of Feeble Frenzy. It's a heroic trait that gives +1 attack to demons on a free up in any combat phase, and the Rustfang for the -1 to save. And then he was accompanied by 1 big blob of Plague Bearers and Spoilpot Scrivener. And then at the very end, the Glotkin. And that was my list.
So you had 3 very big things on the table.
Yeah.
And then plus your flying bugs and your big unit of plague bearers. And that's sort of it, really, plus a couple of characters, right?
Yeah, like a true Timmy player, I just wanted to push around the big things and have fun. The way the list worked in my head, and in hindsight, I probably would have changed Battle Tactics. I'm actually looking into that now, but not to get too far ahead, is that the Great Unclean One is there to bring back either one unit of the Plague Drones up at half strength, or the big blob of Plague Bearers if somebody managed to chew through all of them. The Glotkin is there to just smash into stuff. I had so much fun just running him up the board and just be like, whatever, deal with it, don't care. And Rotigus is there to kind of do the same, but he's really there for his 18-inch aura to stop any sort of recursion and just do mortal wounds and healed stuff up as well. The Plague Drones acted as more like a screen, but in the end, I actually ended up playing them to get me like the first part of Legend of the Parch, which actually hampered me in a way.
Is that the Shield Wall one? So
yeah.
It's sort of like, for 40k people, it's like 3 steps of secondaries that you do in order. So you have 2 of them to do, and each one has 3 parts to it, but you have to do them in order. The first one, if I recall correctly, is you've got to have 2 units within 6 inches of your deployment zone, so just outside your deployment zone. And is it within 6 inches or 12 inches of each other? So the 2 units have to be near each other outside your deployment zone, hence forming a shield wall.
Yeah, you're kind of right. It's basically you have to be outside of your friendly territory, 6 inches within your friendly territory, wholly within your friendly territory, and 2 or 3 inches within another unit from your army.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Which I guess it's very dependent on which map you're doing, which mission, and because the deployment maps are all over the place. So was that the thing you struggled with, or is it when you didn't go first? It was harder to do.
Really, it was like the second part of the mission the second part of the battle tactic that really did me over, and I found hard to score, and it's basically because of the wording. So the second part of Siege of Ashes, it wasn't Legend of Parch, is you complete this battle tactic at the end of your turn if you can control an objective within enemy territory. That objective is contested by at least 1 friendly unit that did not use a move ability this turn, and at least 1 friendly unit charged this turn, which sounds pretty easy, but it's actually not that easy. because most of the battle plans that we were playing, the objectives were either in no man's land, or that it was just kind of like a big bunch up in the middle, and there was no way I was going to get the back objectives. So it was quite a
Right.
struggle just to hit the ones in the middle. And it was also to do with positioning, and just it was quite a hard tournament, to be honest, because it was a GT. There's quite a lot of heavy hitters in the GT as well. So that was another reason why I find it difficult to score like outpost resupply.
So with that one, does the objective have to be in your opponent's deployment zone or just outside your
Has to be
deployment zone?
within enemy territory.
Oh, okay. So yeah, that's a bit of a tall ask, especially when your army's quite slow.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that's just a bit of a bad pick. And you need 2 units to do it as well, right?
Yeah, so you basically need a friendly unit
That's sat on
that's
there
already
already.
combat. Yeah. And then you need another unit to charge.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying it's impossible, and you can very much do it with some clever play. For example, in the turn before, you could possibly get a counter charge off and send a unit in, so that on your turn next turn, you could have a unit that charges in. But my dice rolls just didn't end up allowing me to do that, or I just positioned bad. The big blob of plague bearers were a great help, but also a hindrance as well. So,
yeah, it's just a battle tactic that requires a lot of spinning plates, basically.
Yeah.
A lot of things need to align to pull that one off, whereas some of the others are a lot simpler. And I think, with the battle tactics, there's an element of playing to your strengths, but you've got to play a lot of them to work out. Because in theory, in paper, you might go, well, that seems doable. And then once you try it, you go, oh, actually, that's not easy to do whatsoever. And maybe one that seems harder is actually easier to do. So, yeah. So is that the battle tactic you would swap?
Yeah, it is. I'd take it for Burning Vengeance, where you pick a hideout and then you have to go get that hideout and do.
Oh, that's fair.
damage.
That's still going into your opponent's deployment zone, but it's a terrain piece rather than an objective. So I think it might be easier to do.
I found with this list, because I generally win the game of attrition unless they have a real hardcore list. Not a hardcore list, but just unless I'm up against a real strong list. I always had some stuff floating about, or I could bring back the drones to go over there and nab it if I wanted to, because nobody expects Nurgle, the Spanish Inquisition, to be able to like go get stuff in their backfield. And that's where the drones were handy.
Yeah, because for 1 CP, you can bring back a unit back at half strength. And can they appear anywhere?
Within 6 inches of the Great Unclean One, 9 inches away from enemy units, or within a Feculent Narmor tree.
Okay. So if you have hoofed one of those 2 up the board, you can do that. And with the changes in this GHB, we talked about a few days before, checking on the day, I can't remember now, that faction train pieces can't be charged by default, or it's a lot harder for them to be charged. Whereas in previous games, that's the big weakness of having faction train, is it is chargeable. You can still fight them, but you just can't charge them, so you have to just end a move within them, basically.
It's like I can't. The tree is a weird one. Can't contest objective. Can't be got an objective. Pardon me. I can't pile into combat. I can't charge into combat. Can't move into combat. I can just move around. People can come into combat with me. They can charge the tree. Sorry, they can't charge the tree, but they can end up within engagement range of it and attack it. It's just an annoying,
sort of like a move blocker, I guess.
Yeah,
but it does stuff for you as well.
Yeah, like it can attack and stuff, but people can disengage with it and carry on with their lives willy-nilly. It doesn't stop deep striking or any of that because it doesn't have a move characteristic. But if it did have a move characteristic, then you could charge it. So
but it does move though, right?
Yeah, but it's an ability.
Right. So, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah. So that was my list. That's kind of how I planned for it to work. My first game was up against a chap called Ben Chalk, lovely guy, ended up an amazing converted army. He was running Slaves to Darkness. He actually ended up winning Best Painted or a painted award anyway for his army, and rightly so. It was gorgeous. But he was basically running Slaves of Darkness, and it was the Godwrath Warband faction. He had a Kronspine, and in his general's regiment, he had Be'lakor, he had a big blob of Chaos Knights, a blob of Chaos Warriors, 2 Gore Beast chariots, which were cool. It was nice to see them actually. But they're like converted. All of his army was converted. A Gaunt Summoner, a reinforced blob of Chaos Chosen, and his faction terrain, the big Chaos Shrine spiky thing. He took Burning for Vengeance and Siege of Ashes. I actually lost this game, and it was a really good game. But the problem is that his Gaunt Summoner had like his Chosen inside them, so he could teleport around and then deploy the Chosen.
Happened to me as well. There's not a lot you can do about that, unfortunately.
No, and because it's like they have, fight first, fight last, but they get to fight twice, and they hit hard. Everybody knows Chosen hits hard. It was just too much for me to deal with. Like they managed to, if I remember correctly, they managed to get they managed to get through the Plague Bearers. So I did bring half of them back, which was nice. And then the Glotkin and Rotka slowly took away the Chosen, and then slowly got rid of the Warriors as well. But by that time, I was playing catch up, and I was sort of like trying to chase stuff around the board. And in the end, I lost that one, 47-40. So it wasn't like
close.
A massive loss. Yeah, it was close.
Were you tabled at all?
In this tournament?
Well, let's say this game.
In this game,
keep me posted when it happens.
Yeah. No. In this game, no. I wasn't tabled. I had a few units left, so it wasn't the end of the world. But
it was a nice looking army because I remember seeing it at one point, and it's sort of like a winter theme, and some of the big beasts are the old ogre. I can't remember what they're called, the ogre beasts, basically.
Yeah,
it was really nice. Remember.
Yeah. The thing that really hampered me that game was Be'lakor, and it's like, if I do a 3-up, you basically aren't moving, or you're not shooting, or you're not doing anything.
Yeah, does he select one thing for you to either not do, or
he selects
do you take
a unit
damage when it happens?
No, he just selects a unit, and you're like, I want to move with Glotkin. He's like, 3-up, nah, no, you're not. Or is it a 4-up? But basically, he rolls the dice and says you can't. So that was kind of cool.
Can be quite strong, especially in movement, because it's like, cool, your combat unit can't go anywhere.
Well, it's not even just movement; it's every phase.
One thing every phase.
So it's like, if you want to charge with him, roll a dice. You're not charging. If you want to shoot with him, roll a dice. If I pass, you're not shooting.
It's like when I want to try and heal, but you've cast a spell within 18 inches of your big guy that I can't do it.
Yeah.
So yeah. No.
But my spell goes off on an 8. Chances are lower. Sure. But anyways, so I ended up losing that one.
That was game 1.
That was game 1. It was a really good game. It was a nice game to kick off the event. Game 2 was against a guy called Dan, and he was running the Cruel Boys, and I freaking hate Cruel Boys.
Lots of dirty tricks.
Yeah, all the dirty tricks. But he was running Cruel Boys. He was running them as Trophy Finger, and he was doing Burning for a Vengeance and Siege of Ashes as well. His first general regiment was Gobsprak, and then he had a Breaker Boss on Troggoth, and then Cruel Boys Monster Killer, and then a Man Skewer Bolt Boys, and then a Merc Mob with Belcher Banner, whatever that is. First regiment was Swamp Boss Skurdrek with a Breaker Boss on Troggoth, and then some Hobgrots, which were reinforced. And then he had another regiment, which was a Snatch Boss on Sludge Breaker Beast. Sludge Breaker Beast. God, words. Hobcrop Slitters, Cruel Boys Monster Killers, and Man Skewer Bolt Boys. And then in his third regiment, he had a Scourge of Ashki killer boss on Great Nash Hoof with a slippery scumbag artifact trait or whatever. And then in the 4th regiment, he had a Merc Knob with Belcher Banner.
So lots of regiments.
Lots of regiments. So I won the roll off. I obviously finished deploying first, and I actually decided to go first because I want to get shield wall as quickly as possible. And I just want to move up into the middle and sit in the table.
But you also wanted to be doubled.
I also didn't want to be yeah. There's also the doubling, but that did actually happen in the game. But I don't think he took it. He actually just gave it to me because he didn't want to be the underdog, which makes sense. Anyway,
oh, he didn't want you to be the underdog, you mean?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. He didn't want me to be the underdog, to give me the Brucey bonus of the battle plan at the time. Cruel Boys, all the dirty tricks and stuff, was not actually that bad. So he did start doing damage into like Rotigus and the Glotkin and the Great Unclean One, because obviously he's got the monster killer stuff. But I'd managed to just yeet my Glotkin up the table just to start swinging and smashing everything. Because when he hits, like his combat profile for just his tentacle without being damaged is like 5 attacks. It's freeze 2s. Is it -1 and -2, and then 5 damage a piece? But you can do +1 to hit on a 4-up in the combat phase if you charged, which is also nice. So you got a free, not a free all-out attack, but you get all-out attack without the minus to the save. So yeah, so he was just having a whale of time just smashing into stuff. And then because he had deployed quite close together and the disease can jump and hop from unit to unit, I was also just pinging stuff off left, right, and center. It was a tricky game. It did take most of my games did almost go like the full distance of the full time. There was only one that slightly overran. I'll go into that in a minute. But it wasn't too bad. It's definitely not been my worst experience of Cruel Boys. And I ended up winning that one just by like 56-54.
Wow. So another really close game.
Yeah, another close game. So literally just scraped that through. And it was just a battle tactic in it, I believe, was the only difference. That was it. Hence why he didn't want to take the double turn, because obviously he wouldn't be able to score.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Battle tactics either.
Nice. Yeah. So 1 loss, 1 win.
1 loss, 1 win. Yeah.
Not bad. Yeah. And then your final game on Friday, who was that against?
My final game on Friday was a great game. It was against a chap called Gareth, who was the captain of Team England.
Ooh.
And I got my face smashed in.
Well, spoilers. I'm not surprised if he's the captain of Team England.
No, and I'd kind of want him to be. But I'll go over his list in a minute. But the game itself was it was a real joy, because when I play someone better than me, it's such a learning experience. And I feel sorry for the person I'm playing against, because they must be like, this is just easy. It's like shooting fish in a barrel, but whatever. Anyway, but I learn so much from them. It's like, I'm going to use the word shenanigans, but it's not really shenanigans. It's just clever playmanship. Like, he was running IDNF Deepkin, and so he just measuring everything out with like combat gauges and stuff like that. And it's like he found like the smallest of gaps, but was outside of the combat range of, like, let's say I had 1 unit here and 1 unit here, and the combat range was here of 3 inches each. He just managed to find this gap just to send his eels like straight up the middle. And it's like, really finite stuff, and I loved it. And it was just great to get my face smashed in by someone quite knowledgeable. So it was a great game to play. He was a really nice guy, but he was running the Achillean Beastmasters. He had 2 drops. His first regiment, he was taking Blazing Onslaught and Siege of Ashes. Siege of Ashes coming up a lot, by the way. His first regiment was Mathila, the Oracle of the Abyss. Don't know. And then he had the Achillean Ishian Guard reinforced, and then he had the Leviathan, the Turtle. He had Isharan Soul Scryer, And then he had the Achillean Morsar Guard. So both sets of eels reinforced, just one for the damage.
The big
and one
eels
for
with the riders on the back, is that right?
No, they're the sharks.
Ah, okay.
He did have one of them. So the other things he had was like Icon of the Storm. He had some Namati Reavers, the Scourge of Askew ones, and then he had a second set of Namati Reavers that were reinforced. And then he had the Achillean Anapax as well, with like the harpoon on it. So that's the shark one that you're talking about there. And obviously the shipwreck as well. Besides this being like a wonderful game to play against, the problem with the Iden FD King, especially for me, is like they can pick random objectives and sort of make them tar pits. And so like it's minus your movement, -1 inch in the first turn, -2 in the second turn, yada yada yada. And so for playing against like Magic King and Nurgle, it's like that's actually quite a big hit, because the fastest foot thing I have is my big units, which are moving at 6. Everything else is 4 inches. And the drones are 8 inches. So, and with big blob of plague bearers, it does limit my maneuverability a bit.
Yeah, so if you go from 4 inches to 3 or 2, that's massive.
Yeah, it's huge. It's huge. But yeah, really good, enjoyable game to play against. But yeah, I lost that one 64-25.
Yeah, a bit more of a smashing. So if you had a takeaway, what would be your one lesson or like tip that you learned from him, or tactic? Was there anything?
Yeah, there was. Take a lot more gauges.
Was that, well, the 3-inch ones?
Yeah. No, yes.
Or the 9-inch ones?
No, the 3-inch ones. But the 9-inch like sticks are actually really helpful, and I should buy some of them as well. It's been just, I guess it's just being more knowledgeable of the game and how the game works. Like he has so many more reps of AoS on me, and they play each other on Tabletop Simulator as well, and they're theory craft in a way. So there's no way like I could keep up with that kind of caliber of player as it is. But
yeah,
my one takeaway would be like just try and be as like precise and clean as possible, and measure stuff out, because you never know if you can just squeeze a model in there or not. Yeah, it might be cheeky, but you're in a GT, so it's kind of expected.
Yeah,
really.
And fair game.
If you're in like a Throne of Skulls event or more of a chilled event, maybe not. But yeah, it's more cutthroat.
That makes sense. Sure. Okay, so that was day 1, Friday. 1 win, 2 losses.
1 win, 2 losses.
I guess not great, but not terrible either. Could be worse.
Could have been a lot worse. And considering it was a GT as well, I was quite happy with that result.
That's true. Casual, friendly Tim.
Casual, friendly Tim.
Yeah.
Exactly.
How did your games on day 2 go on Saturday?
So Saturday, they went pretty well, actually. A lot better than day 1. And I didn't feel that tired or lethargic after the first day of gaming, which I normally feel. Just a little side tidbit here. Like, I always find when we go to Warhammer World, because I'm so enthusiastic and energetic, and I'm like, I'm not screaming across the table, but I have to raise my voice because the noise in Warhammer World is loud. It's echoey and it's really hard to hear people. So you elevate your voice just to be heard. And it's draining. That is draining. So, and then obviously the space around the tables is not that great either.
No, you're sort of squashed in rows. So there's two tables normally directly next to you and people quite close behind you. Whereas here, each individual table was its own little island, lots of space to walk around. And as you say, yeah, you didn't have to shout as much to be heard. So that's all positives, I would say. So the overall gaming experience was good. I guess we could interject now and talk about the terrain, because we didn't do that at the beginning. The terrain, I would say, isn't as good as the Warhammer World stuff. The Warhammer World stuff was much more customized. I think some of the tables were a bit more like tournament standard. But here it felt like they had just taken the footprint of the woods as cutout mats. And the cutout mats did match the the mats they were using for each table. So there was a variety of sort of different table styles, and then the mats matched. And then on top of those mats was effectively just bunches of faction terrain, if I recall correctly, which is a little odd when you see, the mausoleums for Nighthaunt on a table. And if you were a Nighthaunt player, it might look a bit odd or be a bit confusing, but that was throughout. So the vast majority of the terrain used was upcycled faction terrain, because I guess that's the majority of AoS terrain that Games Workshop has for sale right now, is the faction terrain stuff. Did you like it? Do you think it was like painted well or put together well, or was it a bit of a tournament cop out?
It was a little bit slapdash, but I kind of expected it for this GT. I wasn't expecting like really gorgeous terrain as we would get in Warhammer Worlds. Like that's kind of the draw, and that was kind of like the selling point. This was more tournament focused, and I was grateful just to have terrain that's painted and like built, and it's all the same and matching. It wasn't like the best, but it wasn't the worst, and it was fit for purpose in my mind.
Fit for purpose, the worst compliment you could possibly give. I'm fit for purpose.
What does that say about you, Phil?
Okay, I sort of agree. I thought it was a bit disappointing, the AoS terrain. It said functional, but not aesthetically great or particularly interesting. And, it wasn't elevated. And for, this is being done by Games Workshop, the company that makes the game. I would have expected a bit more effort into the terrain. And, this is their first one not one of the first in the UK. So maybe it will get a bit better over time. Again, it doesn't have to be as fancy as the Warhammer World stuff. I would say the Warhammer World stuff is thematically 10 out of 10, but maybe not as practical sometimes, because some of the pieces that they have are just too big and they're not quite the right size. I think I wouldn't have minded it if it was more just the generic terrain kits that they have, like the actual places of power or the ruins and things like that. But instead it was predominantly, two pieces of faction terrain stuck on a mat of some kind, or stuck on the woods or something, like the terrain area. And it just, there was no kind of cohesion on a table in terms of design. So I think they could improve those elements a bit more, for sure, just to be not only practical and fit for purpose, but also visually much more aesthetic. That is sort of what I would want from a Games Workshop official tournament, both, hitting both sides of the hobby, basically.
That's fair. Yeah. That's fair.
But yeah, tell me about, was it game 4 now?
Yeah, it would have been game 4. So it would have been the first game on the second day, feeling bright and bushy-tailed. And I ended up having a sort of a mirror match, pretty much. So I faced off against the lovely Terry Pike and his wonderfully painted Maggot King Nurgle army. This guy definitely went on to win Best Painted for his army, or a painted award as well. So I managed to play 2 armies that got into the cabinet.
Nice. I think I saw this one and it was really impressive. Had some really nice conversion work in, especially like did it have like some of the endless spells? Like it had the burning head, but it was like a little Nurgle head or something.
Yes. Yeah.
And then it had some really nice like sort of purple accents to the green of the Nurgles for the color scheme.
Yeah. He's spent like, I want to say 5 or several years painting this army.
Wow.
He does like commission painting. He is Pike's Miniature Painting on Instagram, if you want to check him out. He also has a YouTube channel, which is at Terry Pike. He's got some lovely stuff on that. I remember seeing his Orange Stormcast video ages and ages ago. But yeah, just gorgeous army. Anyway, sorry, I will stop foaming at the mouth about his army. His list, as I said, was pretty much a mirror list, but with a few additions of the latest Maggot King and Nurgle range. So taking Teleban and Nurgle, his General's Regiment Rotigus, 1 unit of Plague Drones, a big blob of Plague Bearers, and a small blob of plague bearers and the poxbringer. Second regiment was a great unclean one, 2 sets of nurglings and spoilpox scrivener. His third regiment, or second regiment, if you want to say, was Belga the synth switch. Words.
Oh yeah, the witch from Darkwater.
Yeah, and then the Scourge of Ashki Putrid Blight Kings. You'd think I'd know how to say this stuff after playing Maggot King and Nerval for several
It's your
years.
own army, but I forgive you because Games Workshop's way of spelling and pronouncing words.
Yeah, so this match started off what is it? It's not Dawn of Wars when it's horizontal. Is it Hammer and Anvil when it's
lengthways?
Lengthways. So it was like Hammer and Anvil deployment. So it was just kind of like, or was it? No, it was like a jaggedy stair one. It was really weird, but it was kind of cool. And I think really what won this game was actually my deployment, because I just set it up so that it was going to be a plague bearer smush, just to really like just get all that stuff tied up. So that wasn't going anywhere. And I used Spoilpot Scrivener, I believe, to give me like extra command score. In total, not for each model, just in total, which meant that we were fighting over an objective. And because I had, and plus my spoil procs was giving me +1 to hit as well. No, +1 to wound. And my Poxbringer managed to get in to give +1 to hit. And also my Great Unclean one was enough and nearby in the bubble to give him another +1 attack. Sorry, the Poxbringer gave him +1 attack. So the Poxbringer hit first, then the Plague Bearers. And the Plague Bearers are doing 3 attacks each with all-out attack. They're now hitting on 3s, winning on 2s instead of 4s and 3s. But really, I'm just fishing for 6s. So instead of like 10 attacks, I'm now throwing like 30 attacks into a big blob of Plague Bearers. Even though they're still -1 to hit because they're contesting an objective, like I am, it was just great. And so I won that attrition war. And then my plague drones were coming around the side as well, just to tear into them, which meant Rotigus was just marching up the middle. Glotkin was just smashed into his plague drones and wiped them off almost in one turn. And then managed to sort of go around to the flank and go towards his Rotigus and start doing damage on him before my other Rotigus came up and my other Great Unclean one came up. And managed to push those to get those objectives and get that scoring. So I ended up winning that game 71-48.
Oh, quite a big win.
Yeah. So I was really proud of that because when you have a mirror match, it's kind of like, I know how to play my army.
Yeah.
Kind of thing, you know? I know it could be a bit of a slog, especially when it's like two attrition armies going against each other. And this was actually the first game I had a clock brought to my table. Was
that because he thought you were slow or he was slow?
No, it was the tournament organisers thought we were being slow.
At what point did it happen?
Bottom of turn 4. And I think we were supposed to be coming towards the end of turn 5.
Oh, okay.
Or was it like bottom of turn 3? And I was
Is there much point having a clock that late into the game? Like,
it might have been turn 3. There was basically half an hour left on the clock.
Right, okay. So they gave it to you with half hour left. Was it more to be like, this is how much is left of the...
Yeah.
Do you know what? I think that's probably quite a useful feature to have. Like, I kind of hate the idea of chess clocks, but having an actual kind of countdown timer on your table saying this is how many minutes you have left of your game, I think would be generally quite useful for most people.
Stop.
And sometimes they have that at Warhammer World, like in the big projector at the back, they've got a clock. But that is often behind you or behind one of you. So you're not really conscious of it. And they occasionally do like time call outs and things like that. But having one actually on your table probably gives you a bit more of a pressure to you just notice it a bit more. I think.
Yeah.
I think maybe that'd be quite useful. Was there an element of shame as well? Like, oh no, I'm the slow player.
No, not really, because I was talking to Terry and I was like, we're not dilly-dallying about here. We're not taking our time. We're rolling dice. We're taking
Doing
names.
stuff.
We're doing stuff. And it was like, nah, we're not being slow. It's just because we have 2 attrition armies with both 5 upward, and we don't do that lot of damage.
This is what I always tell, Dan and Richie when they accuse me of being a slow player. I'm like, it's just for army style, Likewise, I'm not really accused of being a slow player with my Thunder Warriors because they get things done quick, or the games end up, on time. Whereas
or just people give up when they see it.
Nighthorn, I think, is just a slow army because there's a lot going on.
It is now.
You often get into, combat turn 1, which really slows the game down, I think. And then it only speeds up. I think the last turn tends to speed up quite quickly once stuff starts dying. But as you say, if you've got an attrition army where you're rolling a lot of dice, but not a lot's dying, then the game does just feel slow.
Yeah, it does.
As you say, even if you're doing lots of stuff.
What I didn't realize is the Rotigus was almost done on Terry's side, along with a few other things. And so to them, it just looked like, oh, there's still big stuff on the table here.
Right. Yeah.
And it was like, well, really, no, it's, it's almost done. But anyways, chess clocks, don't have a thing against them. Happy to have them on my table. I just keep forgetting to do the flicky thing so it's my opponent's time and not mine. I am just terrible at that. It doesn't matter. We finished the game before the chess clock ran out anyway. We had 10 minutes to spare. So it's cool. Yeah. By the way, tournament organizers, or not tournament organizers, the ruling staff that are wondering about, like Matt and then like his team. And I know we said this before, it's just a real joy to have at the events. And I feel very lucky that we have like the game designer wandering around with his team, and they are actively engaged in the hobby and seeing what's going on.
They mentioned that in the award ceremony as well, and that was something I wanted to pick up on. So Matt is the lead designer for Age of Sigmar. Pretty much every AoS event I've been to since 4th edition, at least, at Warhammer World, he's either taking part in the event or he's sort of helping out run the event. And then when it's come to sort of Warhammer Fest or these sort of external events, it feels like he's always there helping run it, being like lead judge, etc., handing out the prizes at the end to the winners, which is really great to see that someone is that involved in the game and sort of willing to sort of go the extra step to see the game being played, or to themselves go out into the real world and play the game with other people. They're not just in an ivory tower playing amongst themselves, that sort of thing. They're getting sort of more hands-on experience with regular punters playing the game, which I think is, credit to him to do that. I haven't seen the 40k team do that in a while. I don't know if they did that this time around, but the fact that wasn't called out in the prize section makes me think that wasn't the case. So props for the AoS team for always doing a bit more than what the 40k team seems to be doing. So it was really good. It's generally sort of heartwarming to see. I didn't get a chance to actually go up and say hello to him. Normally I try to, and sort of, fan over him slightly because, I think he does a really good job. And for the game. So as you say, that's good to see.
Yeah. I just wanted to mention that because I feel like it should be
worth calling out for sure.
Yeah. It's always worth calling out. Okay, so that was game 4. So moving on to game 5, I played a wonderful chap called Jonathan, and he was bringing along the Housemiths of Hashut, and it was the Bullfather's Horn faction. And he had a Kronspine, and in his regiment, in his army, he had the General's Regiment, Uruk Tar, 2 sets of Hopgrots, an Infernal cohort with Hashut blades, and that were reinforced, and then the other Infernal cohort with like the spears. Second regiment was a Demon Smith on Infernal Taurus, some Bull Centaurs, and then the rocket battery thing, and then the Scourge of Ashki armored anointed Sentinels as well.
Okay.
So
the Bull Centaurs reinforced at all?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, because
Going
I
back.
can't remember if it was this one, but I did see Hellsmith's player with a ton of the Bull Centaurs, so it might
Might
have
have-
been this guy.
Yeah, it was this guy. So this match was actually quite difficult for me because of the maneuverability of the opposing force that I was facing. So I ended up just kind of like castling up in the middle as much as I can before fanning out to capture objectives. But he built up such a lead on me. It was hard to claim it back. Like Glotty did his work and wiped out a unit of Bull Centaurs, which was great. Cloying Cragmore managed to half the movement of the Bull Centaurs and -1 to their run and charge as well. So it means that they weren't going as far as they should. So there was a bit of move blocking with terrain and stuff as well, which meant they couldn't really get stuck in as quickly as they normally would, which gave me time to throw Glotty up the middle to go into like the Infernal Cohort and various other stuff, along with like my great unclean one deciding to just smash Hobgrots in the face because that was funny. And so I got to sit on objectives, and here comes the problem of like, cool, I'm sitting on objectives, I'm scoring primary, but secondaries are just getting harder and harder to score, kind of thing. So I'm great at move blocking, I'm great in sitting and stuff, but yeah, trying to push through to the other side seems to be a bit of a problem. So I actually ended up losing that game, which was 66-56.
Okay. So still close.
Still close, not a total smashing, but like fair play to Jonathan. He played it really well. And I did everything that I could to try and claw it, but yeah, it is what it is.
Good try.
Yeah, good try. And so that lends me to my last game on the second day, game 6, which was facing off against Stormcast Eternals and the Sentinels of the Black Citadel.
Ooh.
So this was a guy called Sam, lovely chap. He actually came down with, he didn't come down with Jonathan, but he knew Jonathan as well. Just a little side tidbit. Quite a lot of like team players in this tournament, so quite a lot of like friendship groups going on, which is always lovely to see. So it's kind of nice when you're like, oh, I played so and so, and I'm like, oh yeah, he's my mate from this, and blah 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 blah. So that was kind of nice. Anyway, sorry, he was playing Stormcast Eternals, Citadels of the Bleak Citadel, Sentinels of the Bleak Citadels. In his general's regiment, you have naive Black Talon, who, if I remember correctly, can charge into something, do a bunch of damage, and then before you get to attack back on a free up, she can off.
Oh.
Which is great. And then he had a unit of Aether Wings. He had Neve's Companions as well. And then he had some Vanguard Raptor long strike with crossbows, which were reinforced to do all the shooting damage. So they're like, it's like a multitude of attacks per unit. Let's say 3. -1 rend, but 3 damage each. They're like worth 400 points. Yeah, tasty. He then had the Scourge of Aski, Iridan the Witness. Love that little model. I say little model, that big bird model. It's like such a gorgeous model. I mean, it's great.
Yeah, because he's like a big executioner, isn't he, on a crow or something?
Yeah, then a reinforced unit of prosecutors, and then another reinforced unit of prosecutors, and then a unit of reinforced reclusians. The prosecutors are basically going to deep strike and then just charge on you with like a 3d6 charge, remove the lowest or remove whatever one you want. So they're pretty much guaranteed to get in. And if they charge, they're doing damage on the charge. They get like +1 damage, I believe, or something like that. Again, it's like either 2 or 3 damage on the charge. It hurts. It really does. But my stuff is tanky enough to kind of withstand all of it. And then because my Plague Bearer unit is -1 to hit when it's contesting an objective, like the long strikes don't really want to go into that. So then he's trying to take down my big stuff. And because of the spell Fleshy Abundance, which is unlimited, it's like, okay, cool, you've done, let's say, 14 damage to Glotty. It's like, right, I am just throwing all the Fleshy Abundance at him to either make him -1 to wound or to try and heal up as many wounds as possible. And if he's not in combat, I'm going to rally him back up anyway. So like, I'm just at that point of the tournament, like, I feel like my tournament brain started kicking in a bit more. And it was like, okay, heal, 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 and send him off again. But it was tough. Again, because the prosecutors do damage and I struggle outputting damage, like as soon as you take away Glotty, I'm relying on more actually Roticus than the Great Unclean One, which doesn't make sense. But I find Roticus, because he has more attacks, even though lower damage, has a greater output than the Great Unclean One, who has higher damage, but less attacks, but he does have a shooting attack. So, swings and roundabouts. Again, really tough matchup, but I actually managed to secure a win on that one, and that was 51-56.
Yeah. Lots of really close games, which
Mate, this was
I don't know if
tournament.
that's you or indicative of the game as a whole.
Let's say it's indicative of the game.
It could be
Let's just say it's a really great game.
Well, it could show that your, the Swiss Coast pairing style matchups have paid off for the most part.
Maybe. But fair play to Sam. He knows his army. He knows what he's doing. Again, it's just that war of attrition kind of thing. And maybe just picking the wrong fight, using the wrong tool with the wrong fight. But he played it well in my mind.
That's good.
So, yeah. But anyway, so I finished day 2 on a win, which was good. So now I'm at 3 wins, 3 losses.
Ooh, bang in the middle.
Bang in the middle.
But spoilers for everyone watching at home. That isn't it. There's more. It was a 3-day event for the GT people. 2 more games. Is this the time when you get put in a bracket?
Yeah.
Okay. So you are, let's say, you're in the middle of a pack. I think there was, how many players were there? Like 60, or was there more?
I feel like there was 60.
There's around 60, I think, for AoS.
Yeah.
So I guess are you put in a bracket of like 10 other people, or?
Yeah, I was in like second bracket. There was on the app, it was like there's bracket 1, and then there's bracket 4, and then bracket 3, and then bracket 4. I was in bracket 3, but there was no bracket 2. So second bracket technically. I'll take it.
Nice.
I was ahead of Dan. Ha!
Yeah, Dan didn't do quite as well as he normally would do. So yeah, well, that's good. Yeah, okay. So maybe it's like 15 people per bracket or something. I would have thought the first bracket would be 10 players, but who knows how they've divvied it up. They might have done it based on just number of people.
Yeah.
Divided by number of brackets or something. I don't know. Yeah, so basically it means now you're fighting, because I guess the idea is even if you've lost a game or 2, you're not able to win the overall prize. There are prizes for winning your bracket. So you are now sort of trying to win your bracket, I guess.
Yeah, I'm not sure how it works. You've literally just explained it. But from my understanding is that it doesn't matter what you do before the bracket. Like if you win all your games in your bracketed segment, then you got a chance to win the thing overall.
Yeah, because you get put in the same bracket as the people with the same win ratios. So all the people that won all their games up to now that have gone, 3 games, 6 games so far you played, right? So the people that have gone 6-0, all of those people get into the same bracket to win the tournament. Everyone that's gone 5-1 should technically be in a different bracket, regardless of at what point maybe that they had their loss. And then there should be, in theory, another bracket for all the people that went 4-2, and likewise 3-3, etc., etc. So that's how it should be broken down. Whether it is or not, I don't actually know. And I guess if you got several wins but then a draw, maybe you would then be put into the same bracket. So yeah, I think you could argue that someone that had gone 6-0 versus say 5 and a draw, technically the 6-0 person deserves to, if they both win all their games in the final day, deserve to, they're maybe more deserving of the win. But I think because they're all lumped in the same bracket, potentially they've both got an equal chance of winning. I think, but I'm not exactly sure how they're doing it. That seems about right, though.
Yeah, meh. It doesn't matter. Like I wasn't focusing on the bracket. I wasn't going there to win a tournament. The main reason for me going to this tournament was I've just never played 8 games before, in a row.
Yeah, so a lot of games. So yeah, final day Sunday, you get to play 2 games, which isn't really many games to, sort out a bucket, a bracket or a bucket. But at the same time, equally, there's not enough players to really justify playing 8 games.
Yeah.
You would have worked out probably one person would have gone 6-0 in that tournament, and no one else would have if they had paired them up correctly. But yeah, I guess it's designed to work at a bigger scale than the events are currently at. So yeah, tell me about your game 7. Who were you playing against?
So I was playing against a lovely chap called Adam, and he too was also running the Stormcast Eternals. So having played Sam, that actually really played in my favor because he was playing the same sub-faction, so the Sentinels of the Bleak Citadel. So I kind of used the gimmick of like they can pick one unit to give like a 5-up ward, and I knew what most of the army was going to do anyway. So he was running Ionis this time, the Cryptborn, which is the guy on the dragon, which is super cool. A Lord Terminus, some Praetors, a reinforced unit of Reclusians. He too also had the Vanguard Raptors with the long strike crossbows. And then in the other unit, he had a Knight Arcanum, Questor Swolstorm, Vanquishers that were reinforced, and Vigilors. But I forgot to say that both Sam and Adam had their Portaloo Stormtech Portal action terrain, which basically means they can just like teleport stuff about, which was a bane against me. But it also means that they can like teleport their long strike bows about. And then I've forgotten what it is, but there's somewhere where you can give your long strikes kind of like a move and a run. And then so that means they can go up to 11 inches, and then they plus got an 18-inch move, run, and shoot. And so they got 11-inch move, technically, if you give them all-out run. And then they got an 18-inch threat range. So it's kind of scary because of the damage they can output. They can do. So, anyway, point is, because I played a similar or the same faction yesterday, the day before, that really helped me in playing this army. And it was the same sort of thing. It was just playing the game of attrition. There was a lot of double turning back and forth in this match. Like he double turned me and I double turned him, and then he double turned me, and then I just stayed as the underdog and just sort of clinched it at the end, and so ended up going 70-43 to me. So I feel like that was like my highest win of the weekend overall. Maybe, but again, a really great game.
Yeah,
it would have been.
That sounds like a good result as well.
Yeah, I was really happy with that. Couldn't ask for any more, and it was really nice because it was on a Sunday. He was really chilled. It was just a nice guy, and knows his army, and he's really into like making his own rules and campaigns and stuff. And he was showing me some of the stuff he does, and yeah, it was really cool.
Really good. Cool. So I'm
4-3 at this
point.
4-3.
Oh, you're up.
I'm up. I'm up.
Going into your final game, who was this against?
So my final game was against Damien, who was there with his son as well. His son has played a few times in the World's Championships for Age of Sigmar.
So not too young then?
No, he was like 15.
Oh, so he is young.
Like his son has been playing like since a young age, kind of thing.
But hardcore mode.
Yeah, and I think he plays for Team Wales as well. His son.
Oh wow!
I'm not entirely sure.
Wait, he's still 15.
No, well, I can't remember his age exactly, but all I know is he's played a few times in Worlds and plays for Team Wales. Yeah,
okay,
so
he
might have started when he was young, and his dad went with him to all these tournaments and stuff. But that's the kind of players they are. They play quite a tight, competitive game, which is cool.
So is Damien quite also competitive?
Yes, okay. I would say so. And I don't mean that in a bad way.
So he wasn't there like, oh, I'm just playing a casual game because my son's playing and he's very good.
Yeah, he was just, it's a GT, so you're expected to bring it. Like, this is not hold hands, make daisy chains, dance around the maypole stuff. This is Warhammer, my friend.
Make friends.
This is GT. I am throwing dice in your face. I am drawing blood kind of tournament. Like, that's the mindset you should go to when you go to like a Warhammer Open / GT, especially if you've got like worlds, like like national teams playing there as well. It's just an understanding. If it's a real odd, like playing in tournaments, it's a really odd mindset because every tournament is different. And over the years since we've been playing, it's like we've kind of said like, oh yeah, Throne of Skulls is this kind of tournament, and Narrative is this kind of tournament. And I don't think that's no longer the case, as in like a Narrative is a nice fluffy tournament, or it's supposed to be, or Throne of Skulls, was it Throne of Skulls, and then the GT was supposed to be like the cutthroat one. Throne of Skulls
well, Throne of
like
Skulls originally was the cutthroat one, then it became the friendly one, and then the GTs became the hardcore ones.
But really, it just comes down to who's there on the day and what are people turning up with. A tournament's a tournament. I think I will maybe caveat it a little bit with that. If there's a bracket system, it's competitive. Like, you don't have to worry about bringing the most meta or most streamlined list possible. Like, for me personally, and I don't want to speak for everyone, like, I expect that. Like, and I'm okay with that, because that's the tournament I'm walking into. I'd like to think if I'm going to Warhammer World, it's a bit more laid back and casual. But again, depends who's there on the day.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I would say it completely varies. And, AoS is just as competitive as 40k. I would say the mindset's still there. It's not to say that people aren't putting an effort into their armies. They're often in tournaments people that have very excellently painted armies or converted armies. This, and some of those people might be more casual players for sure, but I would say that's probably maybe more minority than others, I would say.
So yeah. But anyway, so my last game was against Damien, and he was running my favorite faction to play against, Cruel Boys.
Oh dear.
And he was playing the Cruel Boy Claws. And this time I just couldn't handle the dirty tricks. And Damien knew how to play his army and play it well, even though he said he's not been playing with it long. He's just a good player. So in his general's regiment, he had Kragnos, and then he had some Gut Rippers reinforced. Then he had a Killer Boss and Corpse-ridden Vulture. And then he had a Man Skewer Bolt Boys, and then a Merc Knob with Belch Banner. And then in the second regiment, he had Godsprack, the Mouth Mork. And then he had a Breaker Boss on the Troggoth. And then he had like Cruel Boys Monster Killers and Cruel Boys Monster Killers. So 2 units of them. And I just played it incredibly badly as well. Like, I was trying to get the charge off on Craggy, because I know Craggy can just run in and do all the shenanigans, especially if you get him off, especially if he gets the charge. But he move blocked me with his dirty tricks of being able to move a unit to get in the way. And then by the time I did get into Kragnos, he was like, oh, no. Dirty tricks, fight first. And it's like, I've done all this work, and my plague bearers. Yeah, and my plague, but I should know that. But my plague bearers went into like Gobsprack, and Gobsprack which was a bad matchup in terms of the battle in terms of the army on the battlefield. And Gobsprack is just munching plague bearers away. And then there's the whole like, oh, if you do a spell, I'll roll 3d6, and if I beat your dispel, that means you're taking mortal wounds as well.
So with the dirty tricks,
crazy.
Does he need to roll over something for them to go off, or does he spend points?
There's like a sort point of resource. It's a resource system. Yeah, I can't remember exactly how it works, but it's some kind of resource system.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I don't pay attention. I just trust people to know what they're doing. Terrible.
Too honest, Tim, for your own good. But you are right. Yeah, I think that there is a resource mechanic of like war points or whatever it is that they get to use. But I can't remember if they've got to like roll a 3 up for it to go off. So if there's an element that it's not guaranteed, that sort of feels a bit more fair. But if it's a bit more, I can just say this and it's happening. Because my point to you was going to be, if he had been upfront and said, oh, by the way, if you charge Kragnos, I've got a dirty trick. 50-50 chance or, 75% chance it will go off and I get fights first, would you have still done it because of the chance that it wouldn't have gone off?
Probably not. I might have charged into something else.
Fair. Then I would say that was a gotcha. But then, maybe he was like, oh, that's the point. It makes you change your mind. Because I think it's better to be upfront with those things sometimes because of the mind games it does on your opponent, and it sort of feels more fair.
I don't want to take anything away from Damien because Damien was very honest. He was like, he did say, like, do you know Cruel Boys? Do you know how they work and everything else? And I naively said, like, yeah, I know a bit. Because it's like the 8th game on the last day.
You've warmed up your competitive brain, as you were saying, and you played them earlier.
Yeah, and I played them earlier, and I didn't encounter as many shenanigans that time as I did this time.
Mm.
And so it was just like, it was just interesting to see how different people play them. So, yeah. Lesson learned. So I ended up losing that one. And the final score for that one was like 67-14. I got smashed. I got tabled.
The bracket system did not work there, but
the bracket system did not work.
Valiant effort, I guess. So what were your final scores, and do you remember where you came overall?
So I was 4-4 overall.
Bang in the middle.
At the end of that. Bang in the middle. In terms of where I came, I can't remember. Did we post it in the chat?
Oh, I think in our little chat group you posted it because you did better than Dan, didn't you?
Yeah, I think I did. Yeah, I beat Dan. Which shouldn't be.
To be fair, I think you both probably were flagging by the end because I think 8 games was quite a lot to give you. I mean, I don't think I would have enjoyed playing 8 games. Normally, we struggle playing our last game on the Sunday at Warhammer World because instead of playing 5 games, we've technically sort of played 6 or 7 because we go up Friday and do a practice game on the Friday, which lasts for, we
take our
the
time.
length of 2 games.
Yeah.
So we're a bit more tired out. So I guess we're sort of used to that extra day of gaming, but it starts a lot earlier, lasts till a lot longer than we would normally do on the Friday. So I can see why you're both exhausted from that.
I would say I didn't feel as exhausted as I would at Warhammer World, but I was exhausted. But I enjoyed every single game. I learned a thing or two, and I can't wait until the next event I go to, albeit a little while. But yeah, I ended up finishing 28th overall, and Dan finished 35. Not to rub it into Dan.
No, I mean that's both quite impressive. Out of 60 whatever. That's not
I'm happy with that.
Shabby. Yeah, that's probably one of your better.
Definitely one of my better results. Just going.
They did really well last time, but I think that was more favorite game, favorite army votes. So yeah, this event was pure filth. No soft scores whatsoever. No favorite game, no favorite army, which is a change because normally, traditionally, Games Workshop focus on the hobby elements as much as gaming, and things like favorite game scores are meant to dissuade people from just being filthy tournament players and being rude and things like that. So it's interesting that they've done away with those elements.
Well, this goes back to my point of it's a tournament, like a hard hitting tournament, if there are no favorite game votes.
Well, wasn't there favorite? And this was because I remember Joe talking about it for the 40K. There were painting scores, but the painting scores were done by the judges, not by the players.
Yeah, I didn't really understand how the paint scores worked. It was kind of weird.
So I don't know if that happened for AoS, but it sounded like for 40K, the judges went around. So did you get to put your army out on display at any point?
I mean, you could have. I didn't bother because I saw Terry's and I scored Ben's, and I was like, no chance against them.
Okay, fair. I mean, yours is a very solid painting, but theirs were, I guess, a level up.
They'd gone the extra mile. So, like, thank you for saying mine is solid painting, but yeah, don't know. They were cut above the
You've
rest.
gotten into the cabinet before. You can, but as you say, sometimes it's what you're up against. I get the feeling that the judges go round, there's all like some sort of base criteria that you can score. They give a score out of, basically.
Yeah.
And I think it's less on personal feelings and more technical. Have these things been achieved? But I'm not entirely sure. I don't know for a fact. And the 40K might be different from AoS as well. So that'll be interesting. And then it sounds like from that score, you maybe narrow it down to like the final few, which is maybe where personal preference comes into it, potentially. Okay, cool. So you did pretty well. You enjoyed it enough that you would go back to another filthy tournament.
I would.
So that's a good sign. Any other things you'd like to say in terms of overall feelings of the weekend, the location, the games in general, or the tournament format? Anything you change?
I'd say just bring back an event to Warhammer World, even though I said about the space and everything else, it's just not the same. I kind of wish it was still a Warhammer World.
Different feeling. I played against, in the Grand Narrative, several Welsh people that were clearly playing because they were surprised that there was somewhere near them that was, Games Workshop were doing an official thing, so they went along to it. So in a way, it's good for those people that they get to experience a Warhammer World-esque event without it being a Warhammer World, because that would be too far for them to go to. Whereas we just sort of travel up for it. So it felt like you got a different variety of players and you got a lot more local people from the nearby area attending than maybe you'd get at Warhammer World, which I think pulls in more people from all over, but it's still, there's a lot of people concentrated around the Nottingham-ish area, like the Midlands. So yeah, I thought that was interesting. I think the only other critique I think we all felt was the lack of food areas to go out in the evening was disappointing, because where we were, there wasn't really anything nearby, and everything closes at 9 o'clock, and the games finish at 8, I believe.
Yeah.
So there's not a lot of time to finish a game, say your goodbyes, pack up your bag and your minis and go back to your hotel room, and then go out somewhere and get there before they gone, oh, sorry, kitchen's closed. So every night we had, it was a bit of an issue of where we trying to eat other than the expensive hotel. So yeah, the nearby amenities wasn't great, but the hotel and the closeness, the proximity to the ICC venue was very good.
Yeah. The thing, you've actually just jerked my memory there. Lunches were not free. They should have been free. They should have given us a token or something to use in the local catering thing, because the options were limited. You get more options at Warhammer World than you did at this place.
Yeah, it was the same food for the 3 days. It was nachos on chips. Sorry, it was loaded nachos, so chili and cheese that was not melted on either nachos or chips was your 2 main options. There was a deep fried chicken ball type thing and rice, which I didn't have. That looked quite nice and healthy. And then there was a salad or baguette option, which was basically the same thing, either in salad form or shoved into a baguette. And at one point I tried the baguette one, but I felt like I maybe got less of the meats than if I had just had it as a salad, perhaps, because the baguette limits what you can actually fit in, whereas a salad went into a box. I felt like you would have got more. But yeah, they were okay. And depending on the time, sometimes there's a very long queue to get the food, and it was a similar, like they had a separate bar, so the queue for that was different from the main sort of cafe lunch food. But if you just wanted a hot drink, you also had to queue up for the main food section, which sometimes was very busy. And I thought it was advertised somewhere that food was included.
I thought so too.
I misread that, or I'm just confusing myself with Warhammer World. And then at one point we thought, oh, maybe it's not for, because someone had said to you when I think Dan had asked, and they said, oh no, it's for a 2-day event. So then I thought, oh, maybe the grand narrative people get our lunches included and you guys don't. And that turned out not to be the case either. So maybe we need to do a little bit of looking to see if we were correct, or if we can find any evidence to see if lunch was meant to be included and then just not done, which, Games Workshop has as precedents of doing. One time at Warhammer Fest, they said lunch was going to be included and it wasn't, until we all kicked up a big fuss, and then I think they gave us a little refund partially, or something. I can't remember what they did, but yeah, lunch was not included when they said it was. Has happened before.
Yeah.
A previous Warhammer Fest event. So yeah, that would be nicer, because the costs do add up. Like, I spent a lot of money just on food and drink over that weekend, and yeah, the lunch was not particularly cheap either, to be fair. It was like £7-8 for the food.
Yeah.
Which isn't too bad, but it's just cafeteria levels of food, and then drinks quite expensive, I thought, as well. So yeah, it wasn't too bad, but not, as you say, you got slightly more variety. Like, you literally get a roast dinner on a Sunday at Warhammer World. Not that necessarily that's what I'd want, but that's one of the food options, and there's normally like 3 or 4 different food options that are completely different from each other, plus salad, dessert, free drinks, all included.
Yeah.
Soft drinks, sort of thing. So yeah, cool. So any more final words from you, Tim?
Nope, that was it. I believe I covered everything. Thank you very much for your time, and for everyone listening to me drone on.
Well, yeah, thank you for joining me once more. Glad you enjoyed it. Greatly appreciated your words of wisdom and your recounting of the events. So with that all said and done, we'll move on to the next part of the show. Transitional noise. We're going to be talking all about Newport Open still, and we're going to cover the grand narrative. And one of my co-conspirators in the grand narrative was Richie, so he's joining us. Hello, Richie. How's it going?
Hello. Thank you for letting me come back. I've also fixed my webcam for this session. People who watch the videos or the socials will be pleased to see that I'm not stuttering all over the place, because I now put I rewired my desk setup, and I put my webcam into a USB hub, which was a rookie mistake. But it's now going direct into my PC, so I should be in full FPS for the entire recording.
Smooth as butter, for sure. Yeah, you're coming across well so far.
Thank you.
So if you're watching along on the Lookouts podcast, this is part of a wider talk all about the Newport Open. If you're watching the mini-sode episode, this is one of many videos that you can check out. So yeah, by all means, check out the others. This one specifically, 40k grand narrative. Newport was it last weekend? It was last weekend, wasn't it? The weekend before.
It was last. When we're recording this, it was last weekend.
Yeah. So yeah, it was a good experience. I've obviously talked about sort of my take in the AoS one in terms of the overall weekend of the hotel and things like that. But let's just get your thoughts on the general vibe, the event as a whole, and the hotel where we were staying. What did you think of it all?
So I had the best experience, I think, of the hotel, because I parked in the wrong place when I got there, because I followed the signs wrong. I parked in the actual convention center car park, which I thought was where I was supposed to park, and I walked into the main hotel and went and found, which was literally like going into the back rooms. It was just deserted, massive hotel, but there's no one anywhere or anything. Lights off everywhere. So that was a bit weird. And then I followed the signs to reception, and I found what I thought was the reception, which again felt like it was like some 1940s horror movie reception, with just like a small desk and one fairly disinterested Gen Z lady behind the reception desk, and it was very small. I later went to the main elaborate glossy Disneyland reception later, which was like, oh, this is the real hotel. But I thought I was in a very strange hotel at first, but I thought the hotel was fine. I thought it was very big. It was like a big convention center, a big hotel complex with like health spa facilities, a golf course, and for the convention center, if it was really busy, it could be hugely scaled. We appeared to be there on a quieter day or quieter time when the hotel was being less used.
Yes, yeah, I think so. It was the Celtic Hotel, if I remember rightly.
It's the Celtic
Manor House
some kind
was
of
the section that we were in. But yeah, the Celtic Hotel, I think, was the main brand.
Yeah,
but yeah,
we're in the Manor House, which was like the cheap seats.
Yes,
of the place, and I found the Manor House reception, not the Celtic Manor reception.
Mm.
And the Manor House reception was very tiny, and the Celtic Manor part was huge and glitzy. Had an enormous buffet, which was, I'll be honest, it was mostly a bit disappointing. But
Agreed.
if you did order stuff, Tim recommended ordering an omelette, and that was good. I got ordering an omelette and some sourdough toast was very good, but the actual buffet itself was a bit. I don't mean to discredit them, because they have clearly a lot of people work very hard in that hotel, but I preferred the kind of buffet breakfast you get at a Premier Inn. That was just my take, because I've been on to a couple of Premier Inns lately on like Warhammer trips or family trips, and they've always been like very basic, very standard. You couldn't order omelettes though, so that is a difference. So if you do stay at the Celtic Manor Resort, I recommend, and you have the breakfast there because that's usually, I think, included in your price. I do recommend ordering an omelette to be cooked and brought to you, because that's a bit better.
Yeah, I had 2 poached eggs on some sourdough, which was really nice on the last day. But yeah, I think the problem with the buffet, as with any buffets, is it's just out there slowly going cold over time. And maybe some places can keep it warmer for longer, despite the sort of turnaround of the food and the clientele eating the food.
My issue is the bacon. I like my bacon. I like my bacon to be like crispy on both sides, and however they cook it there, it felt like they put it in like a massive tray and just cook all of it at once. So it was like crisp. So it's all like all the bacon's like on its side, like on it, like vertically, and then it's in like the tray where you can go and help yourself. And it's all crispy on the top, and then you pick it up and it's all kind of the wet, soft, not very exciting part, like meh version of bacon underneath. So every time I picked up a slice of bacon to make a bacon sandwich with, because that's what I like for my breakfast, it was always a disappointing experience at getting that piece of bacon out.
Fair.
So I like a good consistently crispy bacon.
Nice
slice rasher.
Yeah, so that was a bit disappointing. And speaking of other disappointing things, what was your take on your premium registration box? I got Tim's opinion. I would like yours as well.
I don't know. Here's the thing. I can't remember how much it cost me. And
Tim was convinced it was £100 or more.
How? Okay, if it cost me £100, it was probably not worth it.
I mean, he could be wrong. He could be wrong.
He sounds probably right, because I got mine with like Spike made our booking, and I asked him to upgrade it, and he said, "Oh, I don't have FOMO. Yeah, that for me." It was lots of stuff in there. I've not really used much of the stuff that was in there so far. There's like some counters, which was one thing he did have, something that I thought was really good, and I will cap that, is not worth £100. Was the what's like a scorecard, like a Perspex scorekeeping thing.
Yes, yeah,
with
it was
a little dry erase pen.
Yeah, it was like
that's really good.
A3 in size, yeah, Perspex, and it was
A5, not A3, A5.
Oh, sorry, yeah, A5, the smaller than A4 one,
Yeah.
like sort of this sort of size. And yeah, it was sort of AoS 40k branded, and it was designed to keep track of your round scores, sort of primary, secondary total for each turn. That looked really good, and you got a dry erase marker with it. And I saw lots of people use theirs, and that was only in the premium box, so I didn't get that. And I thought that was a cool thing to get, for sure. I was a bit jealous of that.
I thought that was really cool, because you have to. When we're doing the narrative event, we can't use the app to score, because the 40k app for tracking a game and doing the scoring is phenomenally good. But if you're playing in like we were in the narrative event, which I assume we'll come on to later,
Yeah.
or earlier, depending on how this gets edited in, we couldn't use the app, so you had to be like tracking it down manually, and I was using that because I could just write down all the scores as they came in, and that was really helpful. It's also really helpful for playing AoS because the AoS app doesn't have scorekeeping in it for some reason.
I know.
Sort it out, AoS team. What's
I
going on?
imagine that will come next year with AoS 5, that they will do that, which sort of makes sense. Which, yeah, it was quite handy. And the fact that AoS doesn't do it is finally means the 40k app is better than the Age of Sigmar app, when historically it's always been the other way around. But yeah, and then overall, kind of the sort of the event center, any other things like lunch? What did you make of the food options?
What do you make of the food options at lunch? Lunch wasn't included, which was a bit different. As someone who's been to many Warhammer Worlds events, it was a little bit strange. Oh, the lunch wasn't included. But then I don't know where they would do it. But they had like a food tent thing, which was, I think it was fine. I had on the queue was really big on the. I was there for the narrative tournament, so only 2 days for lunch that I was there. The first day the queue was really busy, and I was too busy yapping with people.
Yes.
In this, like, so I didn't have to. I was like, oh, that queue looks really busy, and then people told me what they had, and it was like a curry or something. I was like, don't know if I want that. So I just Uber Eats some
chicken
McDonald's
and rice.
I just Uber Eats some McDonald's, which I felt bad about until I realized that Dan and Tim had driven to go and get McDonald's because they had finished earlier. And I'd already gone before that. But so I didn't have any of the food on day one. Day two, I had the loaded nachos, which was like chili beef and nachos, as you would expect there.
That was
I thought that was fine. I thought the options were what were the options? Were loaded nachos, some kind of vegan thing.
Oh, I don't even remember seeing that. There was loaded nachos, loaded fries, the chicken and rice, and then a salad or baguette options with meats.
Oh, I didn't see the salad. Oh, they were down the end of the salad. There was like some kind of vegetarian, vegan, like hot option as well. But I didn't order it because
obviously
it didn't look. Well, not obviously. Sometimes vegan things are okay, but it might have been one of the vegan things where they use a fake word for it and don't tell you what it is, like chicken or something, which I usually avoid on principle. But I can't. But they had so much. I thought it was fine. They had like some pastries as well. I guess I think it was fine. But then again, we kind of had a good at the breakfast at the buffet, so I wasn't too hungry. When it came around to lunch. But I think it was when you could get some drinks there. One thing, I mean, they had unlimited water, which I think is good. But it was a convention center, so they had like refillable water stations. So I on day one I had a bottle of smart water, which became tap water by lunchtime.
Got less smart as the day went on.
I got less smart as the day went on. But I thought that was a very good thing that you could just refill. They had lots of refillable water stations.
And you didn't have to go too far to get it, which was good. Yeah,
you could just refill your water, which was good, because otherwise it was kind of in the middle of nowhere. So I think it was a very good thing they did have the food tent. I thought the options were fine. They weren't like necessarily that exotic, but it seemed fine for what it was. So yeah, it was better than, and you could get crisps and chocolate bars as well there. But yeah, I thought it was fine, but I didn't partake too much of that. But I'm a big fan of the free water because you can just get some more.
Nice, cool. Okay, well that's good. Let's get on with the highlight, the whole of the grand narrative.
The windows.
The windows.
That was the coolest thing about the event. We're in see, for the people who went to the competitive events, they just got to be in a big room, which I hear didn't have any echo, which is probably very good. We got to go upstairs into the narrative room, which was a giant room, maybe 50 meters wide, if not more, with floor to ceiling windows, which were like 10, 20 meters high of glass. So I've got some photos. We should put some edit in some photos there. Because for me,
Yeah,
that was the coolest thing ever. It's like we're in the middle of the woods in some magical land. It was beautiful. That was my highlight. Was every time going into that room.
I felt like I completely missed that and didn't even look out the window, or maybe I did and was like, "Oh, it's just some trees," and then I gave it no notice whatsoever. It wasn't.
But
I was just focused on the room and the tables. So yeah, obviously we've registered. We've got our little lanyards where we were encouraged, which I've got here. So you've got a lanyard which you put your name on, and you're encouraged to put your character name on as well. Inquisitor Ixos was my character. There's a whole bunch of tables that are themed. There's like, I think it was 4 different areas of Armageddon.
And like its moons. It wasn't. It wasn't just Armageddon. Yes. There's a few different locations. Not all of them on Armageddon.
That's fair. Yeah, I couldn't quite keep track of all the names because they sort of said them a few times and then you instantly forget them. Yes, it's like the green sector, the red sector, the slightly bluish sector, or the desert sector, I think was basically, how I was mentally compartmentalizing them. So there were all of those sort of, I don't want to say generic 40k terrain. They had the sort of the gaming mats, but they were laid out a little bit more different than a normal sort of grand tournament style tournament setup. But they did sort of do that thing where they butt 2 area terrain pieces together to form one big thing. But basically, rather than just having one level of terrain, they stacked them up so there were 3 or 4 levels in some areas. The sort of more wood sort of jungle theme had a load of the Age of Sigmar or Warcry terrain, so there were like trees growing up through the ruins and things like that. That one was really interesting. A couple had like radar dishes on, but it was mostly just ruins in various forms with a couple of trees. There wasn't, pipes, craters, or anything like that. It was sort of very standard current 40k terrain that you can get hold of, and that was all kind of custom painted, but not to a high standard, like a very quick paint job, but serviceable, and then interspersed with some of the pre-painted terrain that was being used downstairs. So downstairs in competitive tables, they all had the brand new pre-painted terrain sets that had that kind of UV pre-painted stuff, which I did show off on the Lookout social medias if people wanted a closer look at those. But yeah, we had a couple of those added in for extra detail, so it kind of gave you some extra bits. So it's like, oh, here's a room but with a generator and things like that. So it added some more flavor to them. What did you think of the tables?
I thought the tables were cool. There was the red ones, the grey ones, the yellow ones, and the green ones. As in that's what like the surface was. You had like the grey rubbly ones, which was I don't think that was a space war. I think that was like a city. Then there was like this red, the typical kind of red AdMech type.
Yeah, sort of Mars style
terrain.
Yeah.
I think that was the spaceport.
Yeah, one was a spaceport or dock for sure.
Docks. Yeah, and then there was like a yellow one which had lots of walkie terrain on it as well, which looked very much like there was Imperial City. It was like Imperial City where the orcs are now taken over and set up camp and put lots of their terrain on it as well, which is cool. And then there was the coolest looking one, which was the green area, which was all very grassy and swampy, that had buildings but also like giants like dead snake skeletons of giant snakes and trees and other more interesting things on it. So that was really cool. I liked them. It was one thing that I have not seen in any 40k board or set up for years. Definitely not this edition, because they did have these mini terrain template things of various type rectangles and squares which they put which matched the mats you were playing on.
Yeah, so I think they cut out the area terrain pieces from the mats that they were using.
They looked pre-made. They looked, or whoever they didn't look like
laser
they cut
cut
up
or
mats.
something. Yeah, I
They
don't think
look,
it was like cut by hand. I assumed it was like CNC'd or something.
however they did it, they matched the style, and they had lots of square ones. But they also had some, and if they definitely had on the green. I don't know if they did it on the others. I can't recall if the others did it too, but they had ones that were more like bean shapes, so they were curved. So like these curved terrain area pieces. Um, yeah, rather than just like right angles and squares and rectangles, and they looked really cool as well. Which was something I've never seen at any kind of 40k event. I mean, these like nebulous kind of organic looking terrain template shapes, and they look really cool. The terrain, all the tables looked fantastic. Even the ones which were using the kind of terrain you always see, the way they were laid out looked really interesting and cool, with lots of little bits here and there. And while they had like the terrain footprints there, via these other kind of neoprene mats that were put on top of the bigger initial neoprene mat, it looked all really nice. So the tables looked really cool. Yeah, they were, but they're also functional because you could say, oh, I can't shoot through this
Yeah,
because I can see the
they
footprints.
were a good compromise of sort of functionality with lem-fed, while still looking more thematic than the 40k stuff. They probably didn't look as thematic as something like the gaming tables you would get at Warhammer World. But in terms of practicality, it was like a good compromise, I thought. We were also joined by Spike, who was an Ultramarines player. He came and joined us. This was like his first time at an event like this, and he was really wowed by the terrain, and he was so impressed he went off downstairs and bought some of the terrain, like the radar station and the antenna one and I think the landing pad, like that war zone.
He was getting very into it. He was very upset with me that I hadn't yet chosen whether or not I was going to be mercenaries or the antagonists.
Yeah, oppressor or liberator. Yeah. So let's talk about one other thing first, and then we'll talk about like how it was all set up. So yeah, in addition to that of the room, you had the gaming tables, but you also had like the main stage, which had some theming to it as well. There were these two kind of red Adeptus Mechanicus like gun turrets either side of the podium, and there was a couple of other like little decorative bits for detail. So that was some sort of kind of nice theming to the room. And then there's Nick Baton, who used to be, I don't think he still is, in the sort of Warhammer Plus presenters. I think he's now fully on to the events team. So he was there dressed in.
I've seen Nick doing I've seen Nick performing various roles within Games Workshop, and his enthusiasm is always infectious.
Yes, yeah. He's So he was Imperial Navigator, like Imperial Aeronautica, like pilot. So yeah, he was like very on theme. And then there was the other guy, the American, who runs the Grand Narrative in America. I want to say his name is Craig or Chris.
I think his name is Chris.
Remember.
From when I think when they did, I don't recall if they ever did like a proper introduction or if, at the beginning, or if they did, I missed it. But during the closing ceremony, when they were thanking all the staff, I believe his name was Chris.
Okay, yeah, no, it felt like it began with a C, I'm sure, of some kind. So yeah, Chris, let's go with Chris. So he was dressed up as a word bearer's like priest or prophet of some kind, which was quite cool. And then he was doing the majority of the leading of the sort of explaining the narrative, but also the preamble of this is how the campaign's going to work. And he did that in his sort of normal voice. And then he was like, but then from then onwards, it was mostly told from the narrative point of view of his character. And occasionally he would drop out of that, but for the most part, he was sort of in character for the weekend, which I thought was quite good. And yeah, so I think a day or two before, we were given an email with a form to fill out, which was, do you want to be a liberator, oppressor, or mercenary? So I ticked liberator because I had my Thunder Warriors, which was mostly Imperium aligned, made sense. I wouldn't mind.
What were you really, Phil? What were you?
Custodes.
Yeah, okay, there you go. You're Custodes. Yeah.
Playing them as rules wise custodies. And obviously I was being led by an Inquisitor who I took for theming more than anything else. So yeah, it made sense. But the mercenaries could have been a sort of rogue Inquisitor faction as well. So I was almost tempted to go down as mercenaries, and I was hoping there would be
So you were considering going down the mercenaries route.
Oh, I was, yeah.
After all of the grief that both Spike and you gave me, because I was taking Chaos Knights because I had enough of them painted, and I was like, I don't know which side. It wasn't clear if the oppressors was like orcs or if they were chaos. It wasn't quite clear.
The oppressors in the name are the bad guys, Richard.
Well, yes, the bad guys, but we didn't know who the bad guys were. So
chaos.
Well, that's just a matter of opinion.
It's in the faction name.
But I thought I'm going to tick the mercenaries. So I would be helpful to the organizers and be like, well, depending on if one faction has too many, I can be moved to whichever one would be benefit. But yeah, both you and Spike were very upset with me that I was Chaos Knights and claiming that I wasn't an oppressor.
Well, exactly. Well, I think that is completely correct. Here's the thing: for me to be a mercenary seems fair enough because I could be either.
It's okay.
You were clearly 100% oppressor. That's the difference.
I was knights that have lost their way. That's not. I have much more right to be in the mercenary section than your fake custodies do.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll let everyone down in the comments decide.
Comments can decide.
The knights covered in skulls and dead bodies, the oppressors or mercenaries, versus the rogue army of genetic warriors being led by an inquisitor. You decide. Yeah.
Well,
so yeah.
Either way, it didn't matter because there was because when they started and they made us all stand in to our different groups, which I think was a bit odd that they didn't already know this, but they must have had like a situation where not everybody filmed the form in, because I know Spike didn't fill the form in.
Yes, yeah, I think some didn't fill in the form.
Yeah, but they had all the oppressors in all the liberators in one big group, and then all the oppressors in a significantly smaller group. And then all the mercenaries in a pretty big group. And when they combined they immediately moved the mercenaries into the oppressors, and that still wasn't enough people to balance with the liberators. So they had people volunteer from the liberators to switch sides and join the oppressors, which I was on at that point. At that point, I'd already decided I'm going to join the oppressors because that feels like the right thing to do.
It does, yes, yeah. So I think a Custodes player and a Black Templars player volunteered immediately to turn traitor and join the oppressors, and I was tempted to do that as well because I thought automatically that makes sense. So it was quite funny that I didn't get a chance. I was mentally considering it, and immediately two people sort of rushed forwards. A Custodes player just clearly wanted to be a traitor.
I think one of them. I think they were two friends. It looked like they both did it. But I think there was a second opportunity. I'm sure. There was only two opportunities.
So there was two, and then they did the count, and then there was another opportunity, and then someone else volunteered. But yeah, by that point, I was like, maybe I'll just stay here and see what it was going to shake out to be. Yeah, so basically, mercenaries was meaningless. It was mostly, I guess they sort of narratively, put all the mercenaries with the oppressors and talked about the mercenaries sort of ruining the chaos wins and things like that, but it was mostly just a mechanic to fix for the player numbers, because it wasn't ticketed as liberators and oppressors, which was how you would do it if you wanted exact numbers. You could just go, cool, there's 30 tickets of each, for example, but instead they just randomly let people pick. So you could have had a situation where you had 100% of players were all Imperium. Obviously, that's unlikely, but that could have happened. So mercenaries was just a sort of mechanic to fix the teams, which was fine. It would have been nice if there was a little bit more to them as the weekend progressed. So we got some cards. So we got the Grand Narrative. This was the Grand Tournament deck, which was your secondaries. So these are just the Dominatus deck branded for the Grand Narrative. Not everyone picked these up, weirdly. My last two players were like, what are these cards? Because they were using their chapter approved deck. Noting we were told to bring our chapter approved decks and then didn't actually need it.
And our Dominatus deck.
and the Dominatus deck. And again, we didn't need that, so we got I got the Liberator deck.
Actually, wait, we did need the chapter approved deck because we did need it for secondaries.
No, because that's what these ones are for. Did you not get those?
Wait, what are those then?
They're the grand tournament, which are the secondaries. So you play this as your secondaries. Did you not pick up the second deck of cards?
Was there 2 decks we were supposed to get?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Are you sure?
Yeah, look. Center ground. Hold on. Engage on all fronts.
I'm not sure. I need to go and check what.
Secure no man's land.
I need to wait. Can we pause and I'll go back? There's a check.
Okay, Richie, you're back. What have you found?
What I've found is that I only have agenda decks. I had no idea there was a secondary mission deck. I have at the end of the event they had you could have spare things that you could take, and I took some. So I have a complete oppressor agenda deck and a complete liberator agenda deck, plus the agenda deck and some other cards I had when I played it. But I did not have any secondary deck. I was having to use and every person I played with had to use all of my opponents had to use their own secondary deck from chapter approved. So where did you get an official? Wait, no, because you got yours the day before.
Yes, you didn't. I registered on Thursday and I went down and they gave me the agenda deck plus the secondary deck, which was maybe because it does say grand tournament, so maybe I wasn't meant to be given that, but they did, because I think people like Joe in the 40k tournament got these, so maybe they didn't have them.
I think you have something you're not supposed to have, because when Spike and I tried to register, we tried to register on Friday when we arrived, and they wouldn't give out cards because they said they weren't sure which cards to give us.
Yes.
So it could have been that you got some spares.
But I thought they also. So I thought you got your agenda deck, and then once they had done the teams, had told everyone to go and get their secondary deck.
There was
maybe they didn't.
Deck, from what I recall, does the secondaries deck say Liberator or Oppressor on it?
No, it just says Grand Tournament on it.
So all the decks when we got our decks on the day of the event or the morning of, basically there was a table for some reason at the other side of the massive room where you could go and pick up either the Liberator deck or the Oppressor deck.
Mm-hmm.
And they had the agendas in. That was it. There was no secondary deck we were given because because it almost felt like if you wanted to do secondaries, that was like an additional thing. Like that was almost not a requirement in the narrative. You didn't have to if you didn't want to. Because I know that there was some confusion from some players who were doing their Liberator or Oppression mission and the chapter approved primary mission and the chapter approved secondary mission. So they clarified after game 1, I think it was, that you only the primary mission was what you got in this deck,
and that replaces the chapter approved primary.
Yes, but there was no secondaries deck we got there. So it seems like you might have lucked out and they gave you the wrong deck.
Maybe.
They shouldn't. That which could be why Spike and I didn't get them, because they probably might have been giving them out incorrectly to people who were there for the narrative, also getting those secondaries.
Yeah, maybe that was just for the Grand Tournament ones. But I did speak to it wasn't Chris, but it was a guy. I was specifically, one guy gave me the cards, and then I was told to go double check with the guy that was sort of organizing the grand narrative. And I spoke to him, and he said, "Oh no, these 2 are correct." Because at the time I had questioned, "Oh, there's only 2 decks, there's Liberator and Oppression," but we were told to sign up for Mercenaries as well. And he was like, "Oh yeah, no, we're just doing these 2, and the Mercenaries will be divvied out." Which is why I was kind of convinced you would probably just end up in one of the 2 things, and that Mercenaries wasn't its own faction, even though in Dominatus it is its own thing. So you can play as a third faction in Dominatus, and ultimately we were just playing Dominatus.
Anyone in the comments who was also at the event if they can confirm whether or not we were supposed to have got, if there was a third deck, because as far as I'm aware, that from when Spike and I registered on the day, you either picked up an oppressor deck or a liberator deck. I had to double check which was which, and that's all they gave you. But we weren't given a secondaries deck. So it looks like
maybe
I guess you lucked out, or they were supposed to, and then they forgot, or they didn't have enough. Who knows? But we were like Spike and I definitely were not given a secondaries deck because we had to use our chapter approved decks in order to do the secondaries.
Fair. Okay, that makes sense. So we divided up into our two teams. We were given, if you took them, your cards, and maybe not the secondary cards. And then I think for the first mission, the oppressors went to tables, so they were told just to select a random table, and then the liberators, because we were doing like effectively a drop site attack. We then sort of got to go up to someone to pick our first game. I decided to pick the guy dressed up in cosplay as an orc, the goth rocker. Cool. He was painted all in green. He had the kind of goth rocker top hat. I was like, he looks like a hoot to play against, and I probably won't get a chance to play him otherwise, so I'll just make a beeline for him basically. And because I'm sort of conveniently next to him anyway, it was quite easy. So yeah, that was my opponent for the first game. I actually wrote all of my things down in the free book that came with the sort of registration box of Tat, which was the one kind of good thing I think that I used the most out of it. So against David, and I was doing Planetfall and he was doing Dig In. So we were doing the Dominatus deck, and I had ummed and ahed about my detachment type because I knew the different detachments tended to affect the primary missions, but it turned out to be completely meaningless because each mission you were assigned a primary based on sort of how well you did in your previous mission, or just the general theming that they wanted to go with. It wasn't anything to do with forced dispositions. Your dispositions were meaningless in the grand narrative. I took my Thunder Warriors, which, if I recall my army list, was a captain on bike, a blade champion, a unit of 4 custodies with spears, a unit of 4 wardens with axes, 2 bikes, 3 Ventari, which are the jump pack guys, and the Inquisitor. And basically you were told beforehand to make a 1,000-point army list, a 500-point sideboard so you could swap stuff out, and 500 points if you were to do a doubles match with another player. My sideboard was effectively my Inquisitor and losing 2 enhancements is how I figured out I would do my sideboard. And then I ended up doing that for all my missions because I kind of wanted the Inquisitor in for theming, but also if I ever needed to do actions, I could sort of have him around or have him sit on an objective, that sort of thing, because I had basically 4 units in the game, which was incredibly low. What was your equally low army list?
Well, I also had 4 units because I took Chaos Knights and I was rocking in every game I played. My core because as you said, when I was sideboard, my core 1,000 points was a Knight Abominant, an Armiger Stalker with the Melter and the Claw, another what was it? Armiger? I'm being rejected. The War Dog, Stalker. The War Dog Stalker. But yeah, for people who don't play, people who are more familiar with regular Knights, the War Dog is the Armiger. So the Stalker, it has a scout move and it gets +1 to wound against targets which are not near the friendly units. But I had one which was like my anti-tank variant, which has got a Melter and a Claw. Another which is my anti-infantry variant, which has got a chainsword and Gatling gun. And then I would depending on how I was feeling on the mission, I was either running a Knight Styrix, with the Claw and Rad Cleanser, or the Cerastus Knight Acheron, because I have both of those knights and I've got them painted up. And And so it was fun to. I tried to use the Acheron more because it looks cooler because it's taller. But as a Cerastus Knight, it is terrible. The weapon profiles for its points are nowhere near as good. So the Styrix was better points wise. But I usually ran with the Acheron because I think it looks cool and it's really tall.
Yeah.
So that was my 4-unit.
Nice. Yeah, it's worth pointing out that each table, obviously, each of the 4 coloured areas represented a different zone. And if I recall, there was, what did they call it? It was like a shiny card or something. There's like these perspex sheets with the table number, not even table number. It just was sort of saying that what the zone area was. There was a place to put your sticker, actually, of which I've got some here because I collected them as I went, whether it was effectively oppressor controlled or liberator controlled.
Wait, how were you collecting them when you're supposed to stick them on the thing when you won your game?
Well, you'll see these ones are oppressor controlled. So every time I scalped a table and converted it from liberator to oppressor,
spoilers.
We didn't have to return. Yes, we didn't have to return the stickers. I asked Nick, who was my team captain as of the Imperium. He was like, "No, you can keep it." So I was like, "Oh, I'll put it in my book as a little memento." So my mission was to always go for oppressor tables whenever we got to select them, because I wanted to flip them, of which there was apparently some kind of bonus for turning them into liberator controlled. But what actually also you got was there was a Warzone rule. I should have taken a photo and I think I forgot. There's a Warzone rule which affected both players to represent the area that you were on. There was a defender bonus. So if it was oppressor controlled or liberator controlled, only that player got that bonus. And all the defenders were, I think, to like the right hand side of the table, and all the attackers were onto the left hand side. So there was always like a fixed position where attackers and defenders were across all tables, and then every other table had like the deployment card for that row, effectively, like whether you're doing Dawn or War or whatever. So you sort of had to occasionally go off and find which deployment zone you were actually playing because it wasn't on your table, because they were, I guess, short on cards. I guess that was one of the negatives. So yeah, you got to go up to your table, your attacker or defender, and then you had maybe a defender bonus or no attacker bonus. And sometimes the Warzone bonuses were really useful. Other times they were kind of completely meaningless. I think in the first game we didn't use it at all. One of them was like you can shoot over 24 inches away, which was occasionally punishing, but 24 inches is still quite big on these tables. So, especially when there's so many ruins on the tables as well.
I think most of them had like an advantage, a benefit to me in some way. There's one set of tables where it was either the defender benefit or the general benefit was a 5-up in run to ranged attacks, which is like, well, I'm a knight.
Oh, nice.
So, well, it was something on those lines, and I was like, that's not very helpful.
There was one which was Titanic Clash or Titanic Duel. So it's like if you're a Titan fighting another Titan, there was a benefit, and there was like, plus there was another benefit for just attacking Titans. And there's like, okay, cool. I don't have any of these, and neither does my opponent, even though they had like some big units. They weren't Titanic, so it didn't really matter in those games. My first game went well. Let's go through them. Yes, I was playing David the Orc. I think it was like his 4th game of 40k ever. So he sort of apologized in advance for getting some rules wrong, of which he did occasionally. And a few times I corrected him. But then towards the end, I was like, actually, just let it slide, because it was a bit of a whitewash, to be fair. In terms of deployment, he had infiltrated some Orc commandos within sniffing distance of my wardens, because that's how he deployed them 9 inches away directly from them. And then we did the roll-off, and I won. So it's like, okay, cool, I'm just charging those. So I obliterated his commandos, turn 1. Turn 2, he, or in his turn 1, I think he jumped his weird boys and a bunch of knobs into my back lines to try and kill my Inquisitor who was on an objective, but then he failed the roll. And then I sort of countercharged by deep striking and charging in with my Ventari. Oh, and this was the mission where actually you could deep strike within 6 inches, but you had to take a hazard roll for each model in your unit, which I took the risk because I then meant I was doing a 6-inch charge into his knobs, which I just obliterated. So yeah, every time he charged into me, I just got a scratch on my armor, and then I just absolutely wiped the unit every time. So towards the end, I just sort of eased off, and there were times when it was like, okay, cool, that's -1 AP, and he's like, oh, I've got 6 up save, so can I save on 7s? I was like, well, no, but just roll 6s and see what you get. And I was sort of just letting him have it, because otherwise it would just be the quickest game ever. So yeah, I felt a bit bad for him because it was such a slam. But in a way, that was, I just think, a bad matchup in terms of what he bought versus what I had. And then it turned out he had things like a Dakar rig in his sort of sideboard, and I was like, I should have taken that. That would have probably been more effective, maybe. Yeah, because it was 51-17 in terms of the scoring. And yeah, I think it was a combination of being quite new and maybe just, bloody Custodes, right, Richie?
It's like playing Custodes. It's not fun.
Exactly.
It's not fun. You think you got a chance, but then they've got lethal hits on 5s or some nonsense.
They do, yeah. And that was, to be fair, that was me taking the tamer version of the list because of the whole thing around dispositions. I took the one that I thought would be the easier disposition for me to play, not to like beat my opponent, but it was the less lethal of the two options, but the more defensive one. So I took
I did think it's admirable. I did think it's admirable you didn't take the ridiculously overpowered Custodes.
No, I didn't take Lions of the Emperor, which was +1 to hit, +1 to wound. So instead I took the crit hits 5+. But it also gave me a 4-up feel no pain strat, which I don't think I ever used, because I don't think ever really, I think I maybe used it once in one game because no one really had dev wounds against me. So yeah, I took the Tamer of the 2 list basically, but I still did quite well overall. So yeah, first game went well. It was good fun, and it was obviously nice. David was a real laugh, and he got a prize at the end for basically being the person that wore green all weekend because he committed to his cosplay for the whole time. How did your game 1 go?
My game 1, I believe, was against someone called Andrew, but it might not have been. It was one of his Sisters of Battle, Adeptus Sororitas. And what did he have? He had a big unit. Did he have a big unit of stuff? I forget what he had.
A lot of Melter, from what I remember. Didn't he have a sideboard of Melter that he swapped in?
He did have a sideboard of Melter. I remember when we got to the table, he made no bones of letting it be known that he was not happy about having to play against knights. Is the best way to put it. And because his list didn't have anything to deal with that. And it was so unfair. I said, well, you guys, I said, I said, it's more unfair for me, because I can have a sideboard, and my sideboard will still be high toughness vehicles, whereas you could have a sideboard full of melter guns. And he goes, well, I do. It's like, well, then why aren't you using it? So I had to explain to him that you can. I don't necessarily know that everyone fully understood the concept of a sideboard, which I think is fair, because if you've not, because essentially it was very, I would say, underexplained in the rules pack, but it's much more clearer if you've played Crusade before, which was, in fact, the way it was worded was very clearly lifted straight from Crusade, which was that you could bring 1,500 points of models with you to the event, but each mission you could only make a list of 1,000 points. And I don't think everyone necessarily understood that nuance. So I was glad that I was able to explain to him, like, hey, you literally just make a new list. If you want to bring all the anti-tank stuff, you can. I don't want you to, obviously, but you can totally bring all the anti-tank stuff and just remake your list to be 1,000 points. And I think it, and he did it. He was. I was slightly disappointed because he had bought the Triumph of Saint Catherine, which I've never played against. It looked
which-
his list looked beautiful. It was so well painted, and I was looking forward to going up against the Triumph of Saint Catherine. But he took it out and brought in all the melter guns that he had.
Boring.
Which was fine. I mean, that's what that's what you're supposed to do when you come up against Chaos Knights. And annoyingly, he had an awfully large amount of melter, and I didn't kill enough of it quick enough. Or more specifically, I didn't kill his because he had like a squad of melters, a squad of multi melters, and three war suits with melters, and I was busy playing. I was busy playing the mission. I thought I would try prioritize keeping control of objectives and taking out the smaller units of it with the regular melters or on objectives. So I took all those out. But as it turned on, his warsuit unit just stomped its way through me, and all of my units, all of my vehicles, all of my knights one by one, which was quite shocking to see. But once Sisters of Battle get like to turn 3, you're in very big trouble as a Knights player, because their miracle dice has always got 6 5s and 6s in there, which means that every time you do fail a save for a melter weapon, you're taking like 8 to 10 damage.
Oh, because they're saving it for that, right?
They're saving it for that because they're saving it to make sure that the max damage goes through. So it's like, okay, that's gonna hurt, and it. So it was a fun game playing against others I wasn't familiar with lots of anti-tank that I was quite scared of, but it was a real trial by fire of taking like knights into a game against an army I've never played before, because I'll say you lot, I mean the guys that I normally play 40k with, run or have a fully painted Sisters of Battle list that I can play against. But it was very cool to play against that. It was very tricky, and I did get all my knights got blown up, and I think the final score, I can't remember what the final score was. I feel it wasn't as close as I would have liked it to have been, because I ended up just being pulled in different directions and not playing the mission as well. Whereas he also had loads of Seraphim and Zephyrim, so he was all over the board, capping all the objectives, which I couldn't really keep up with. So I learned I learned some valuable lessons in that game, and I lost. I lost quite badly in that.
Fair. So yeah, that was Friday. So then we had lunch, which we've already talked about. Then we were on to game 2. I was playing against Ricky, which was technically Eldari, but it was this amazingly converted army where it was all bugs.
Oh, and I saw that. Yeah.
I think the story was they were like corrupted by a Votan core, because he had that. He showed me some of his other army. He had a big giant head, which was this floating Votan core, and that was like controlling all the bugs. So yeah, he literally had like these amazingly printed out data sheets with like photos and lore explaining what everything was. So he had like war walkers, a fire prism, which was like one of the giant AoS bugs. He had the new Exodite, but just one of them as a character which had a sniper rifle. Again, it was like a bug riding a bug. So yeah, he had it was a really amazing army. I only took one photo of the entire game, unfortunately, for some reason. I don't know why. I think I was just quite focused on the actual game itself. I was doing vital strong point because I won our last mission. That meant the primary we were doing was vital strong point, and I think if I'd had lost, we would have been doing something else, and therefore he was doing repel the foe as his mission. He got to go first. It was quite close for the first few turns. So turn 1 he scored 4, then I scored 5, then I was doing like 17, he was doing 16, and turn 3 I did 5, he did 8, but then I sort of won ahead in the last 2 turns and scored quite big, whereas he sort of just did average. This was the one where the word bearer walked around and placed a gem, a little green gem, in the middle of our table, which he had to do an action on it, and then I think roll a dice plus the turn to it, and on a 6+ or 7+, discovered the intel or something like that. Did you have a similar thing in your mission?
I wondered what those green. I saw the green gems on like the table at the front with that was when we did like check-ins after the games to give the results. I saw the green gems, but I never understood what they were for.
I think they were on the winners' tables, Richie. So
okay.
So one of the games later on, the guy had like 3 of them. So yeah. So in our mission, he was trying to do that, and I basically tried to stop him. My captain on bike was basically, his fire prism was murking my army left, right, and centre. So I had to sort of have my captain hide from that, but then charge in and killed his character that was doing the action. So I stopped him from doing the action, and I was like, fine, if I've lost, at least I've done that. But then actually the tide turned, and I managed to wipe out his other units, because he had a unit of Dark Reapers that, again, was just murdering everything. So I deep struck my Ventari, not deep struck, I rapid ingressed out of line of sight, like I guess 9 inches away, and then in my turn I could have moved 10, and basically I could do an easy charge into him, which I did, to get rid of those. And once that had done, and the fire prism was hiding out for most of the game as well, so it sort of neutered his shooting capabilities. Yeah, I sort of won the game eventually, but it was 73 to 61. But yeah, beautiful army, really lovely chap. Yeah, it was a fun game. I enjoyed that one.
Well, over on the losers tables, so after my first game against Sisters of Battle, showing my age, against the Adeptus Sororitas,
yeah,
I was like, who am I going to be up against next? And lo and behold, I was up against Adeptus Sororitas again.
No.
So I got up against Adeptus Sororitas again. It was a very different list. It was very, I want to say, very more optimized. It felt very more competitively optimized, because there's lots of big units. Lots of big units, like 20 models or so. One of them was some big unit sisters with some buffed up characters. One was a big unit of whatever the ones are called with the halberds and the shields. Big unit of them.
Oh, yeah.
And some small, I feel there were some smaller units of something, and Morven Val leading a unit of battlesuits, which, something I've learned is, battlesuits are pretty good. I learned that in game 1. When Morven Val is leading them, they're insane. They're like 9th edition custodies, in that they're getting pluses to hit and all the rerolls under the sun. So guess what they do when they see you? They kill you. Is what they do. So that was a very painful lesson to learn against the battlesuits. I was able to avoid them in turn 1.
Mm-hmm.
I get to a good starting point, but when they did have like eyes on any of my knights, they were just like pop.
Was that from shooting or from combat?
Mostly from shooting.
Oh, really?
I didn't. From what I recall, I think they might go into combat with me. I don't think they got into combat with me at all. Maybe once. But they just did so much damage. I think they did one. They did on one occasion. I was like alive on a couple of wounds. They charged in to finish me off. But they do so much damage. Like Morven Val's got her rockets and her heavy bolter thing. Plus, and then there's the melters on all the multi-melters on the actual battle suits themselves. But when Morven Val is leading the unit, they get like bonuses to hit and wound and rerolls. I think it's rerolls on, or maybe they have that passive. Battle suits are really good. I think they're called battle suits or power suits, whatever they are.
War suits, aren't they? I think
Paragon war suits. There you go. I remember, because I have some of them. I've just never built them. No, I haven't painted them. I have them. I also have Morven Val. Also not painted that.
Should be your next army then.
So my pile of shame is terrible. I need to start selling it off because I'm never going to get round to any of it. So, but we're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about how Morvenval and Paragon Warsuits are really, really good, especially for killing knights. What I learned through this narrative event is that you will see some people who bought something fluffy and absurd, and just something that looks nice, and some people who bought a really competitive list. And I think I came up with more of a competitive list, but I learned a lot from my first game against the Adeptus Sororitas. So I was able to get to a very I didn't detect the exact score, but it was a lot closer. I didn't lose by much this time, but because I was playing the mission and scoring my secondaries, keeping my distance from the warsuits with my knights that were alive, just to be scoring objectives, taking them off my opponent. One thing that I did lean more into is that I was running the Chaos Knights detachment, where Lords of Dread, so I could sticky objectives with a control score of 5, which is very cool, because which meant that on the whole, chaff units that you use for stealing objectives can't, because they can't get to control score 6
Right.
to take it off you. So I was able to lean into that a bit more. It was a much closer game. In the end, I did in turn 5. I did kill Morvenvar because I couldn't do anything else. There's nothing else I could do. I couldn't score any more points. So I was like, I'm going to try and kill Morvenvar. And I ran my Knight Styrex in this game because after I got severely beaten in the previous game, I'm like, running the Styrex this time. And then he was able to blast away Morvenvar and the rest of the Paragon Warsons. Because it turns out, if you're using a Volkite superconductor blaster thing, which has 12 shots of dev wounds, 3 damage each, if you proc and get your 6s on the dev wounds, they just disappear. Which is what happened in Master.
Nice.
I was able to actually destroy all of the Morvenvar and those warsuits, but I did lose by it was much closer, but it was still unfortunately a loss for the Chaos Knights, the second loss of the day.
It's worth pointing out that when the games were over, we had to both go up to report our scores to our respective our word bearer, leader, or Imperial Aeronautica pilot to report our scores. We basically got access to these cards, which were the enhancements. They were either the battle traits, battle honors. Later on, that you got a relic as well, potentially. If you won the game, you got to pick 2 cards, and then out of those 2 cards, you got to select which one you wanted to keep. So you only end up with 1. And then if you lost, you just got to randomly draw 1 card. So in a way, that was a good sort of balancing mechanic to reward someone slightly for winning, but ultimately everyone ends up with the same amount of enhancements to put on their characters. So some of mine were quite good over the course of the campaign. Some of them were a bit dreadful. I got one which could give me a Feel No Pain 5+, which I got on the 4th game, which I think I either forgot about or didn't really come into effect in the last game. And then, one has like stealth, one can't be targeted outside of 18 inches. Oh, and one that was quite good, which was an actual relic, which was in the command phase, if I make a leadership test, I gain a CP, which was quite fun. That's cool. So that was quite good. Did you get any good ones over the course of the weekend?
I got 5. I got 5 throughout the weekend. I got 3 battle skills, 1 battle honor, and 1 oppressive relic. Spoilers, at one point I did win a game. So what did I get? I got 1 in my first game that was very helpful, which was I got Fortune's Favored, which I give to 1 character, which gave them a once per battle 4+ invuln for the remainder of being attacked.
Oh.
Which I got that after game 1, and I joked that that's all well and good, but what if I can't roll higher than a 3? And then Morvenval and her Paragon Warsuits shot at my knight, and I thought, it's fine, I'll use my 4-up invuln. And I rolled these 7 odd dice, so I had to make on my 4-up invuns, and I failed all of them, mostly on 3s. And that's when my Knight Abominant blew up, which was which was not very. I did get I got one that was very good, especially for me. Or I think it's very good for anybody. I found it especially helpful though. Was high strategy, which gave me 1 extra CP at the start of the battle, or 2 if I give it to my warlord. So I used that one in every game because once I got it, which was after I lost my second game, which meant I would start a game with 3 CP. Which
nice.
starting a game with 3 CP is really good because it gives you a lot of freedom and ability to do things like countercharge, like interrupt. It's not countercharge, heroically intervene or interrupt, which you can't normally do. So that was very helpful. I got another one which I did use in my last game, which was terrifying presence, which you give to a character, and then at the start of the fight phase, 1 unit in combat with that model has to take a battle shock test. And if the upgrade is given to a vehicle, it's a -1 to the roll, which for Chaos Knights is incredibly good because most of the Chaos Knights gimmicks are around battle shock tests happening and you failing them. So
and
when
also, don't you have the aura of -1?
Yep,
anyway,
it's already -1. I can with this, it would mean make it -2.
That's
so
cool.
it's so that was very good for like stacking on top of things. One thing we have not talked about, Phil, though, is how which I meant to say during talking about my last mission, but I forgot. But now that you've mentioned these, I can mention it now, which was there's something else that we did. In order to get access to those and determining whether you've got good ones or bad ones, or if you've got skills or honors or relics, was while we were given our special deck, which had our missions in, each mission also had an agenda.
Yes,
And if you're on the video, you'll see that I was bringing the cards up. If you're in the podcast, you're like, what was that dramatic pause for? But it was every mission, every primary mission had an associated agenda with it as well, which were whether you won or lost, if you met the criteria of your agenda, that would count towards some kind of meta game that the staff were running, but also could determine how good the upgrades or which pile of upgrades you got to choose from. So, for example, I got one, and the only way you got these was if you met your agenda. So while I lost most of my games that weekend, I did achieve my agendas in all of them because I've been to narrative events before, so I prioritized on, and this would be important, and it kind of was. At least for the point when some of you may notice that I've got 5 of these upgrades and I only have 2 knight characters in my list. So there's a point where it was less helpful. But each mission had a special agenda. So, for example, I had one for Repel the Foe, which was achieved at the end of the battle. You gain 1 agenda achieved if you achieved 1 or more of the following. Option 1 was if you gained 35 VP or more from the primary mission. Or you control 2 or more objectives within your opponent's territory at the end of the game. So if I remember when I scored this one, it was because I had stickied the 2 objectives in my opponent's half of the board. And while I was dead at that point, I think I was tabled in that. I think it was I might have been tabled in that one, but I still technically had the objectives, so I did still score that one. But that was a nice little extra thing. And then it was bespoke for each mission. Although it was always, did you get 35 VP on the primary?
Yeah.
But it might be something else.
In all of mine, I always scored with 35 VP in primary. And then for the last game, to briefly talk about the agenda in that one, I had to optionally raise banners on 3 or more objectives. But for the very last one, you could gain 1 additional agenda achieved if you raised banners in every objective, and I felt 1 short of that one. So I didn't get the bonus agenda card, which basically goes towards counting the points as to, towards which team's winning. So throughout the weekend, we were keeping, like, they changed the lights from a sort of bluey neon glow to a red neon glow, like the sort of the trim lights. depending on whether oppressors or liberators were winning, and they occasionally called that out.
Is that why they changed the color? I didn't know why they changed the color.
Oh, did you? Oh, well, did you know why, Richie? Because sometimes we would say, "Oh, the game, the briefing starts in 15 minutes. We should probably go now." And you were like, "But we've got 15 minutes." And you would literally rock up, literally as they're about to talk. Whereas we were there for a few minutes before, so maybe that was one of those things you just missed out on.
I was usually refilling my water bottle, or chatting with someone in the outside area, finishing my drink or my snack, and then filling up my water bottle. And I walked up on time.
On time. Exactly on
briefings.
Time. Yes. But yeah, I think maybe there were a few times where they did call it out, but maybe you missed it, or it happened just before they did the announcement. And I have to say, they were prompt when it was 6:30, 2:30, whatever the time was. They started punctual on the clock, which you would appreciate. But it wasn't often very clear who was winning or not, because I think the light thing we only really clocked by day 2. Day 1, me and Spike were going around looking at the tables to be like, well, there's a lot of oppressor controlled over here. There's some liberator controlled here, but they never really outright told us, because often they were trying to convey the story via narrative, which meant it was all a bit vague and fluffy. It was interesting. So yeah, game 1, we all sort of paired off randomly. Game 2, the winners on the liberators, actually it worked on both sides. The liberators winners got to fight the oppressor losers, and I think the oppressor winners got to fight the liberator losers. But both times the losers got the defender tables, so at least they got the defender bonus, which I think was like a balancing mechanic. But I was like, but ultimately, if there's a much better player, because he won his first game and he's a really good player, and the other person is not a good player, that's not going to be enough. And I felt like maybe that's what happened. Game 3, what they did is they paired off sort of I think this was where they were like, here's some champions, which was like 5 or 6 players that had won their first 2 games, of which I and Spike for the Liberators was part of, and they equally had some champions from the oppressors, and they basically sort of paired them all off against each other. But then I can't remember if it was like odd numbers, or if they basically just said one game is going to be doubles. So 2 people from, I think were friends, doubled up on the oppressor side, and basically me and Spike had already at some point said if there's a chance to do a doubles game, we would. So we immediately put our hands up for that one. So yeah, me and Spike did Encirclement, which was our mission, against Jim and Gareth, and they were doing Breakthrough, which was quite hard for them. Jim had Tau, lots of like broadsides. Gareth had Chaos Knights, but it was all War Dogs, plus a unit of Nurglings, a unit of the Chaos Hounds. I can't quite remember what they were called. Hellhounds, plus a unit of Bloodletters. That was it, Bloodletters. So he had those for deep striking and stuff like that.
Before the people in the comments get angry, Fleshhounds.
Fleshhounds, yeah, not Hellhounds. Yeah, Hellhounds. Imagine a unit of Hellhounds, like from the Imperial Guard, rock up. That'd be quite funny. Yeah, this was a really fun game. We could have done 500 points each, so 1,000 points aside. But they said if you want to do, 2,000 points and rock 1,000 points each, you can do. And not to say we convinced them, but I wasn't that fussed. Spike really wanted to do 2,000 points, and the other 2 guys weren't that fussed. And time-wise, we're a bit worried. But we ended up doing 2,000 points aside, and we finished our game on time, so it was all fine. The breakthrough mission for them was really hard. They have to get a unit into our deployment zone, on the back line of our deployment zone, and then I think they do an action, and then immediately that unit disappears, but they bank a load of victory points. But then that unit's just off the table, for the whole game, of which I think they did maybe once or twice. I don't think they had much chance to do it. Spike had a Land Raider filled with Vitrix Honor Guard, which was his mission every time was to roll up into the center of the battlefield and spill out his cargo of Vitrix Honor Guard. He had one of the new land speeders from the Armageddon box set and a Ballistus Dreadnought. And I want to say that was it. Can you remember exactly if there was anything else, or if there was like a captain in there or something? There must have been a character of some kind.
This was his full 1,000 points, right?
Yeah.
So you had 2 Victrix squads in the Land Raider, and I believe he had some intercessors.
Oh yeah, a unit of intercessors. That was it. Yeah, that was it. I think he had some Inceptors as his sideboard, but I don't think he used them in our game at least. But yeah, he had a unit of intercessors as well. Yeah, it was quite a close game for it was a bit close for the first few turns, but we just sort of eked ahead. In fact, in the end, it was a bit of a smashing. It was 81-43. But yeah, as soon as some of the Tau units fell and some of the War Dogs went down, it sort of swung in our favour. But it was a really fun match. They were great guys. Yeah, lots of Tau shenanigans. But also Spike shenanigans in terms of just charging at stuff and then murdering things. We had a lot of fun in that game, and it was nice to do a doubles game as well with someone I know. So that was good. How did your game 3 go?
So my game 3, I got an really I don't know if these primary missions are all the same as in chapter approved or not, but my mission was Breakthrough, which involved me getting my units into the enemy deployment zone, or just getting to the enemy board edge, and then doing an action, I think it was. Doing an action to then get off the board.
Yeah, was that all you could score? Did you score anything for holding objectives? Or was it just that?
Yes, it was an action. So it was an action. Fortunately, there's the rule of that battlefield I was on, which was one of the grassland ones that were really cool, was that all my units could do actions and shoot. So that was beneficial. But the scoring was, I would score 10. I could score 10 VP a turn if a unit broke through. 5 VP. I could score 5 VP if a unit was in the enemy's deployment zone. Well, no, within 6 inches of their deployment edge, and 10 if a unit punched through. And then there was also for second battle round on was you control 1 or more, and you control within opponent's territory. So basically, I had to get my army into the other side of the board and basically be on the edge of his board edge in order to win the game.
Which is really difficult. It's insanely hard.
You say it's really difficult. You say it's really difficult. I did get the first term, and in this one I was running the Sarassus Knight, which has movement 12. So I was using, and I told him this is my mission, and he still deployed everything at the edge of his deployment zone. So I had both my war dogs at the edge of the deployment zone, and they both had a 6-inch scout, and then they'll move. So I moved. They both my war dogs moved forward 12, so they moved 18 inches up the board at this point.
Nice.
So I believe one of them I did with the charge on, but the other one shot something. I think might have blown it up and then charged it, or shot it and then charged it to kill it to finish it off. And the Sarassus Knight just went straight forward. It's 12 inches, and I rolled the charge and I got like 11. So I was able to get into combat as well. So at the end of turn 1, my Sarassus Knight had rushed up the board, torched a heavy weapon squad nearly to death, then punched a tank commander, tank commander, which then blew up and took out the rest of the las cannon squad. At that point, and then my anti-tank war dog had charged into, I think it blew up either a Hellhound or Chimera or Sentinel or something. But by the end of turn 1, a lot of things had blown up, and I had an Armiger and my Sarassus both within 6 inches of his deployment. No, the war dog was within 6 inches of his board edge. The Sarassus wasn't. Then it was his turn. He shot back at me, and he whiffed a bunch. And I made all my saves, and then I had another turn which I shot and smashed and attacked him, and it was basically over by the end of my turn 2 because he didn't have hardly anything left at that point. Because I was very lucky on my dice rolls, and I was just sitting in his deployment zone, tanks blowing up everywhere. So we basically called it after like 20 minutes.
Wow.
I say called it. It wasn't like it was done at that point. He didn't have any. He didn't have anything left, and I felt really bad for him. He started packing up, and I remember saying, so I can't remember his name, but I felt really bad for him because like I'd had 2 games with nothing going my way, and then this time in this game, it's like, oh, everything's really gone my way right off the bat, and I'm actually getting to combat. And like, oh, my knight's actually pretty good when I'm the one charging, and I'm against Imperial vehicles, and he makes bad saves. Because I'm so used to playing against Spike, or who only has Land Raiders, and he can never fail a save, apparently. So I'm not used to that actually working out. So I did say to him, "Hey, we can play rather than just clean up, we'll have another game." And because I said we've got plenty of time, would you like to do this as we're here? And he's like, "Yeah, actually, let's do another game." So we played another game.
Oh, nice.
We didn't after that. So we didn't do the. We just put aside all of the narrative stuff. We used a regular randomized chapter approved game. We did it hammer and anvil style, which actually worked a lot better because it meant that there was a lot more angles that he had for shooting at me and my vehicles. So and that second game was a lot more fun because there was a lot of him shooting my knights to getting them down to nearly 0 wounds. And then I had my Sarasas again charged in the first turn, completely whiffed though, so it got into combat with a bunch of stuff, damaged lots of things but didn't blow anything up, got shot a lot, and then then it blew up, and I'll use my stratagem, so I blew up on a 4, failed, because that would have been D6 plus 2 damage, which would be really fun. So he blew up, but then my Knight Abominant, which would be meanwhile like in the background scoring objectives, then moved through a wall of a building in order to get near all these other units, all these tanks which like surrounded my Cerastus Knight on one flank, and then it blew up. It didn't die, it just fell and died. And then my Abominant moved in and used his ability, which was the Abominant's ability, which is everything can take D3 mortal wounds on a free up within 9 inches of it. So I was like, okay, I moved here. Now I'm going to roll for every unit, and then almost everything took like 2 to 3 mortal wounds. The unit which the Cerastus Knight didn't kill blew up from that. That blew up, which took down another tank and a unit with it, and did a bunch of damage to my knight in the same process. So that was a lot of fun. There was a lot of lots of knights and vehicles blowing up and cascading mortal wounds. So that was really fun. It was a really close game. I think I did just eke out a win that one, but by the end of it, was like almost everything was dead. It was like at the very end of that, I had a war dog with 2 wounds left, and that was it. And he had like 1 guardsman somewhere else running around. But that was a very fun, like little bit of funsy game after the first game, and there was a lot of good stories. I mean, anytime you have chain explosions, that's fun in my book.
Yeah, that's good.
So I mean, that was a fun 2 games to round out the day, and I don't think I have any pictures of it, but and I forget his name, unfortunately, I didn't write that down. But he was a really nice guy, and I understood why he was feeling sad when all his beautifully painted tanks got destroyed so quickly. But they did also come around to let him know that his army was nominated for best painted. So after our game, he was able to take his. Did you not get nominated for best painted, Phil? Oh, what a shame.
I mildly surprised, but yeah, I didn't at all for any of my stuff.
I should your army is beautiful, and it's a shame it wasn't. But my opponent, his tanks were really cleanly painted, really good, and he was able to take his downstairs to be in the cabinets for.
Nice.
Which I think I didn't go down to check out myself because I was very tired at the end of that day. I think we all were.
Yeah.
But he definitely was able to take his army downstairs to put in the cabinets. I mean, they came on and they were asking questions about both of our lists. I'm like, ooh, have they chosen mine? Of course, they hadn't chosen mine, but I did get a lot of positive comments about my transfer work on my knights, which was very appreciative. Because
Oh, that's cool.
I am the first to admit I am not the best painter at all. So having anyone say something genuinely nice about my painting standard, or look, I'm very proud of the transfer work I did on the knight. So that was very cool for people to notice. So I was very
Nice.
appreciative of that. But that was a nice final games for that day, and my
I'd
first win.
Nice. I take it you didn't win. You didn't get a patch for doing a second game in the same way that Spike got in his game 2.
I did not know.
Yeah, because Spike in his second game won very soundly in like 20 minutes or something, and the opponent had a bit of a breakdown, to put it politely. So they went and they spoke to the judges about redoing it, and they redid a game, and null and voided the first game, so they started fresh, and they gave Spike a Newport Open like logo, but as a patch, as a sort of sportsmanship award for him.
That's cool.
Which was nice. That was day 1. Both Spike and myself had won all our games. You had won 1, which was something. Game 4 was I was doing Hidden Prize. I was playing a guy called Dylan with his Tau, and he was doing Sabotage. This one, I got to randomly pick somewhere, and then my opponents, the opponents got to pick. And basically, I felt like I was the only person without an opponent. And then Dylan rocks up and he's like, "Oh, are you free?" And I was like, "Oh yeah." And Dylan, as it turned out, had won all of his games, so he was one of the champions. He was rocking a very competitive Tau list. It was Farsight. I can't remember the name of the detachment, but basically the closer you get, the more powerful they are. So when they're within 6 inches of you, they're all -2 AP on top of their weapons. He had the 2 new Tau broadsides that are like the twins, that are very close combat-y. But his army was basically Custody Tau. It was how he described it. Most things have a 2-up save. Most things have a 4-up invulnerable save. They're all T5, I think, in general. Some of them are T6. He had a unit of broadsides that were all like flamers. He had like one that was like sort of a sniper guy with a big rail gun. And yeah, a couple of like really annoying units that were very good in combat or very close range shooting. What happened? Did I go first or did he? I didn't actually write that down. I normally do. I think he went. Maybe I got to go first, I think. But basically, I had some terrible dice rolls. I failed a lot of really crucial charges. So I managed to, I think I did an advance in charge with my wardens, which is my main gimmick to try and get someone early on. I managed to charge the 2 twins. I killed one of them and got the other one down to like 1 or 2 wounds, but it survived. And then I discovered the Tau movement shenanigans where they can all like fall back and still shoot. If I move near them, they can sometimes fall back. And yeah, basically I had a real trouble actually just getting into combat with him, which is what I need to do to be able to kill them, because he has such maneuverability. He can always reposition away from me, and he can shoot and then he can move as well. So he can shoot and then move further away from me, which means often it's like, okay, cool, I've got you're 12 inches or more away from me, like 14, 15, 16 inches. And it's like, even if I move, I'm making a 10-inch charge all the time, and it's not possible. And my advance and charge only works once with 1 unit. So it's not like I could do that all the time. And I also had, in this one, in Hidden Prize, I had the 3 middle objectives that were in sort of no man's land. I had to do an action on, and on I think 6+ turn 1, I would find the prize, and that would make that objective worth more points. And then each turn you would get +1 to that dice roll, and you would get points for doing the action. But as soon as you found it, you just got points. You got 10 points for holding that thing. And turn 1, first action I do with my Inquisitor. No, it wasn't Inquisitor. It was my bikes. I discovered the prize, and that was all the way on the far side, which was kind of quite bad for me because most of my army was all the good stuff was in the middle or on the left hand side, not on the right hand side. But it basically meant I was scoring 15 points for the first 3 turns because I basically got 5 points for just holding that objective, but also 10 points because it was the prize. So I was always doing 15 points. I also had in this mission a secret mission, which was Nick had placed a little drop pod from the little one-man ones from either boarding action sets, or I think the very original one of the Kill Team ones that had the rogue traders in had them as well. And if at the end of the game I controlled it like it was an objective, I could gift that to Nick, and that would help with our planetary bombardment that we would be doing before the last game. And basically, it was a whitewash. I was getting slowly tabled. In fact, I got tabled by turn. Oh, actually, no, he must have. Yeah, I didn't have a turn 4 or 5 basically, so I got tabled. Turn 3, I think. Basically, my Inquisitor was holding out onto the objective and was the last man standing, holding onto that objective. But yeah, it ended up a weird point. So he had 85 points. By the end, I had 68, so I'd done okay. But then at the end of the game, he got points because he had done actions on my home objectives. He got another 30 points. So he had over 100 points, which I didn't think was even possible because apparently primaries and secondaries are capped at 15 points each. But the end of game scoring apparently is not capped. It's worth noting that Dylan's a very good competitive player. He had played like 11, 15 games of 11th Ed already, so he sort of knew what he was doing and felt like he was quite a competitive player. Although he said he mostly played Crusade, ironically. But yeah, he was like, "Oh yeah, it's uncapped." Not that it made a difference, but it just meant his score jumped up.
Was it a primary or secondary?
It was a primary, but it wasn't end of battle round scoring. It was end of game scoring.
I mean, primary still caps at 45
in total.
Because I was looking, because it is capped at 15 per turn for primaries and secondaries, but it is also because in my last game this became important as well, because the maximum score you can get in a game is 100, of which 10 is for painting. So technically the highest you can get is 90, of which that is 45 primary, 45 secondary. So you can't get it. You can't get more than 100.
It would make
points.
it 100 then if it's 45 plus 45.
Yeah, exactly. So it's 45 plus 45%. I don't. Yeah, if you as far as they've and this was like a specific card that did that weirdly, but you usually have it's a primary card, and the most you can score for primaries in the game is 45. But I don't know.
Okay, yeah, maybe,
it may have been a weird thing in the cards.
I think maybe you're right, but it didn't make a difference anyway. It was a bit of a whitewash, which was a bit of a shame. I was enjoying my run of wins like I had never won before. But that was a shame. But it was a good game-ish, to lose is never fun. But it was it was a really tough game. But he was a very competent player. And in a way, I had terrible rolls as it wanted away, and it was a bit of a tough matchup. But yeah, no, it was good. It was good. How did your game 4 go?
Game 4, I was finally up against Space Marines.
Ooh.
In game 4, or I say that I technically actually like the entire event I never played Space Marines. I played a variant. I played against the Space Wolves, and what I learned about Space Wolves is they are very fast and impossible to kill. That is what I discovered in the game I played, because he had he had like some Terminators that were going to drop down. They were in orbit. He had a unit of 20 something or others. There were 20 of something. I don't know if that was Grey Hunters or Blood Claws or something. But there was 20 of the things. No, I'm trying to remember. I shouldn't swear, but there was 20. Insert your preferred expletive here of these things, led by a wolf priest, and they had some of the upgrades that they'd normally get, plus the upgrades that some of the cards they got throughout the weekend, which meant that they were like they had lethal hits on 5s or something, and they ignored AP, and then I don't know, so I'm gonna feel no pain. I was like, basically, I couldn't kill them. There was just so many of them, and they refused to die. So I got stuck into a fight with them with my, and he also had a mini dreadnought, which is like the wolf, like a wolf dreadnought thing. He had a big axe and a shield. Mostly it exists to give these really fast moving units +1 to their advances and charges, which they can do. I think it's one of those that moves like 8 inches and then advance and then charge. So I was dealing with that from turn 1. And he had something I've only usually ever seen Spike running, the Ballistus Dreadnought, and which was equally because I was like shooting and doing loads of damage. But my Knight Abominant was like failing to do any damage to this big blob of Space Marines. I was just I was trying to work my way through, and failing to do so. And then my War Dog, anti-tank War Dog, actually was bossing it through this game, in that he was able to like run up one board side. He punched to death the wolf, like the legendary wolf dreadnought thing with his shield and all that. He's like, I've got my invulns, I don't care. Bang! And then he charged into the Ballistus, and then annoyingly the Ballistus made it save because he was channeling, I don't know, Spike's lucky dice rolls or something. But it made it saves in combat, and then it didn't die, and then it shot me at point blank, and I blew up. So I didn't win that game, but it was fun playing against. There was this really big like fight in the middle of this ruined building in the middle of the battlefield, and I had a special mission. I was given a special mission by the boss, who each of the oppressors was assigned a different chaos god and a different thing to do, and I was assigned Zench. What I had to do, because I was assigned Zench, and one group. Well, I was assigned Zench, which meant we were given a special objective somewhere on the board, which we then had to go and perform an action on. Which, that's handy for me because that means I can move on to this and perform an action and still shoot. Which I was able to do with my big knights. So I was able to complete my part of our secret agenda. There, so I felt very good about that. We also had. I almost felt jealous I wasn't on the Khorne faction, because the Khorne faction was their special secret mission was either table your opponent or be tabled yourself.
Was it? Oh, yeah. I thought Dylan had that one, but he had one where he was like, "Oh, do you have any relics?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, my Blade Champion has this Feel No Pain relic, I think it was." No, he had a relic on him, and he had to kill that character to with the relic to complete his secret agenda, which I assumed was Khorne, but maybe it was maybe Slanesh or something. I don't know.
If I remember, I thought I thought Khorne. It might have been a different. There was definitely a point where the Khorne mission was was leave none alive. Either either your army or either their army or yours. Zench was perform investigate this knowledge for Zench. Nurgle's was, and it was all tied to the battlefield you're on. So Nurgle had to go onto the green battlefields, and they had to have characters, either theirs or your opponent's, die on the like the bean shaped, the irregular shaped terrain pieces.
Yeah.
And then Slanesh, I forget what Slanesh was, but I think Slanesh was something involving characters, which may have been involved characters with relics. That might be what you.
Yeah, maybe that was it. But yeah, because but weirdly we were on the green tables, so unless that was happening later on.
In theory, that should have been Nurgle. Maybe it was somehow. I didn't do. I maybe that was the Nurgle one, and I've misremembered what the specifics were. I only remember exactly what the Zench one was because that's the one I had to do.
Right. Okay. No, fair. Yeah, I guess it is sort of worth noting. Yeah. So obviously main guy is a word bearer, and there's 4 chaos gods, and there's like 4 kind of types of tables, so you could divide up the story quite well with each god has to control a different sort of set of tables to achieve something, I believe, which I thought was quite good. But overall, it felt odd that we were on Armageddon, having just had the launch of Armageddon. That is talking all about orcs versus the Imperium, and weirdly, the previous Crusade on Armageddon was all about chaos. And this time they've just gone, forget about the orcs. It's really all about chaos and the Imperium again. It felt like a bit of an odd narrative. But then I didn't know if that was because Chris's costume was always word bearers, or you can't really do an orc cosplay and do the orc voice, maybe. So it's just easier to, or there's not ever going to be enough orc players. Whereas Chaos, you can unify everyone under the influence of Chaos. Maybe
So
I wasn't too sure.
I have a feeling about this that it was meant to be orcs, and they're expecting more orc players but again, orcs haven't had their big codex release yet.
Yeah.
But just by looking at the cards we've got, I don't know if this will stay in focus. No, it probably won't. I don't know if you see it there. The Oppressor's deck is covered in orcs symbols.
Well, that is because it's the Dominatus deck, and in Dominatus, the Oppressors are the orcs. And I think that's just that design.
That seems like conjecture, not important, not relevant.
Fair.
The symbol of the oppressors during this campaign, as seen by the cards that you got, because I only won 1 game, but it was game 3, so it didn't matter. But you got your scalps that are in your notebook. The oppressors
they are actually orc designed.
Yeah, see?
They are
you got your scalps
orcs. That
there.
is true. Yeah. So yeah. Game 5. I also they at this point they were like, you don't need to flip tables. Nick was like, Commander Nick, maybe I should call him, was like, go and find tables that are liberators so we get the defender bonus. And I was like, nah, I'm gonna steal another oppressor sticker and claim it for the Imperium, even though it has no real point at this time. So I wanted to give myself a bit of an uphill struggle. So I found another oppressor controlled table to fight on because I wanted to flip it. We had apparently successfully done the bombing run, but all that was Nick saying, "Oh yeah, the flyboys have done their job and we've bombed the hives to ruins," and that was it. I was like, "Oh, is there no gimmick for the mission that involves, we've some random tables take some mortal wounds or something?" I was expecting an actual outcome that is meaningful rules wise from the story, other than them just saying, yeah, we bombed some stuff. Maybe there is, but it's just behind the scenes and that it's not told to us. But I would have appreciated more of, we've done the bombing run and this is what it means. It might have been it just gave us some extra agenda points or something for the outcome of the overall winner. But yeah, so I was playing a guy called Howie, who was a local boy from Wales. He had Tyranids. I was doing Reclaim This World. He was doing A Proper Challenge. This one was where we both deployed really aggressively. He had basically a lictor-themed list. So it was mostly lictors, or the new mini lictors, plus the Norn Queen. So the Norn Queen was sort of deployed on his deployment line. And then to my right-hand side, in one building near an objective, he had infiltrated, I think, 2 different types of lictors plus 2 mini units of mini lictors. And they were like 6 inches away from, I guess it would have had to be 9 inches away from my bikes plus my regular spear squad. So they were there. In the middle, I had the wardens and my captain on bike. On the left-hand side, I just had my Inquisitor hang out on his own to look after my home objective. And then the Ventari were off the board. And then it was all basically decided by the dice roll. I got to go first. I managed to advance and charge my warden with Blade Champion into the Norn Queen, and my bike captain had enough movement to just regular move and charge into the Norn Queen. And then everything else, there was a big scrum on the right-hand side against his units. He then told me, oh, by the way, my stuff has fights first, or most of his army has fights first. So I sort of, with my priority, because the Norn Queen didn't have fights first, did the fight down the bottom. I think I just made sure I could take out enough of one of his units to sort of dent it. So his main lictor on its own wasn't too bad. That was a real scrum, and there was a lot of back and forth going. But I sort of eventually won that fight. And then Nick came over and was just watching as we were doing the big fight with the Norn Queen, my captain and wardens. The captain went in, did a bunch of wounds, but didn't kill it. And then the wardens just rolled a bucket of dice and wiped the Norn Queen out. And at that point, he had lost maybe like 3 units in the first turn, which was obviously a lot of his army at that point. But we carried on the game. I was scoring 10 points or 15 points most turns. He thought he wasn't scoring anything at all other than secondaries, but then he realized, because his thumb was over, he was like holding the agenda with his thumb over the bit that said, yes, you score for holding objectives. So he retrospectively realized he was doing like an extra like 5 to 10 points per turn. So the game was a lot closer than he thought it was going to be, despite it almost being a tabling for him, because he had 2 units at the end which were just able to come up and down, one of which was one of his lictors, which I think I eventually killed. And then the last unit he had alive was the kill team that is like the mixed bag of like kind of Tyrannid lictor type ones, like some of them have crushing claws. So it was like a mixed kill team, and they're really devastating, and they can disappear at the end of my turn and reappear at the start of his. So he was sort of constantly lifting them up, putting them down, trying to then get a charge on one of my units, and then was quite easily murking a unit. So they were being a bit of a threat by the end. But I think by the end there was just one guy left alive. And it was too far out of my way. So that was a 90 to 65 win in the end. And I'd like claimed the table for the Liberators, which was the main thing. He was a really lovely chap. He does a podcast, but I can't remember what it's called. So, and it's too far over there to reach, but I will put a link in the description of the video if people want to check it out. I've not checked it out myself, so I'll have to do that at some point. But yeah, he was a really lovely chap. The army was really gorgeously painted. It was all kind of greens and browns, and we were playing on some of the green tables, I want to say. So very thematically looked really good, and it was a lot of fun. It was just a blast. And he took the losing very well, I thought. So yeah, that was my final game. 4 wins and a loss. How was your last game, Richie?
My last game was very interesting. So for my last game, I found a table to play on. I forget what. I think it was in the spaceport. I hadn't played on there, if I remember. And it was going to be against Grey Knights. And I was like, well, I've not played against Grey Knights, but I can see he's got like the big baby carrier thing. I've not fought against one of those. That will be fun. He fought. So I picked that table.
Did you realise?
Little did I realise. But I got in there, I was there and I started to play, and then we started to talk about our lists. And then Commandant Nicholas came over to speak to us because there was an odd number of players. I guess one of the oppressors had left or couldn't be found. So they had too many Liberator players, and they asked if it was okay to turn the game I was playing, was going to be a 1v1 into a 2v1. So into like a doubles game, but it's like me against both of them. And I was like, yeah, sure, that's fine. That seemed quite thematic because they were both Grey Knights players.
Yeah, that's really cool.
So they were starting to redo their lists, and what I said to them was like, well, so you can use more of your stuff. I've got 1,500. I can make 1,500 points out of my stuff. If you want to take 750 each rather than 500 each, we could do that. And then they were like, oh yeah, cool, let's do that then. It was kind of strange because I was like in a doubles game, but I would often forget that they didn't know each other.
Yeah.
Because they were just two random people who just come to this event together. But I had a 1,500 point game. Well, 1,450 technically. That's the most I could do by taking all of my knights and then giving them each of my big knights an upgrade of some kind.
Right. Plus your sideboard, I guess.
Yeah, which was my sideboard. So I got to use all of my knights. So I got to use both my Styrics and my Cerastus. I got to give them upgrades, so the Cerastus would have I got to give one a 2-up save, one going back into deep strike. One was I could increase the cost of any stratagem by 1 CP once per turn if used within 12 inches. Which was interesting, which I thought that would be fun. So I was using all of my cards, as many as I could, to go against these Grey Knights. What I discovered about Grey Knights, and they told me this, they didn't tell me this in advance. Not that it's like a gotcha or anything. I think it kind of is, to be honest, but only because of what Grey Knights do. The other armies don't. Because I was thinking, which of my upgrades should I pick for my Winds of Chaos? Because I'd realized if I pick Darkness, which means my entire army has cover, that's pretty solid. I should stick with that one. I thought, nah, it's just a bit of fun. I'll just roll for it. I didn't roll Darkness. I got a additional -1 to leadership tests if you're within the aura range, and also if you fail below half strength, you take D3 mortal wounds. I was like, I didn't get Darkness, which didn't matter because what I discovered in the first turn of the game is that Grey Knights don't care about cover. Yeah. Every single gun. So I say when I say sort of a gotcha, it's not really a gotcha. It's just like but it also feels because their entire army, every ranged weapon they have has the psychic special.
Right. Yeah. So they just ignore the modifiers to ballistic skill.
So psychic ignores all modifiers. So they don't care about. Basically, they all have ignores cover. Right, so it was actually in my interest to, if I'd chosen Darkness, that would have been a complete waste because it makes no difference. Also meant so it also meant like, oh, I'm going to hide in this building. No point. Doesn't matter. Doesn't make any difference because Grey Knights don't care about that.
Well, I had a similar situation with the Tau guy because, they were constantly ignoring cover and also had loads of drone markers and stuff to give pluses to their ballistic skill anyway. So, yeah.
Yeah, which I think is what felt slightly weird. That basically all their weapons have psychic, and cover is now the way cover works, which is a key factor to the game, is that it affects hit rolls. And then there's an army like, I think I referred to them as the Night Haunt of 40k, in that whereas Night Haunt completely ignore rend, which is a big mechanic in AoS. Currently, Grey Knights completely ignore cover just by default. So we'll see how that changes. But either way, it made the game very interesting to play against because I'm like, okay, cover's not a factor. How's this going to work out for me? What I learned is that the baby carriers are the scariest thing in the game, because the baby carriers by default reroll everything.
Yeah, the Nemesis Dread Knights.
I mean everything, Phil. I don't just mean the hit rolls. I don't just mean the wound rolls. I mean the damage rolls as well. They just re-roll it all.
And it's not like it's just you re-roll a dice. You re-roll all of them. Yeah.
When he told me, I was like, oh yeah, I know this. Lots of armies like it's you can re-roll a hit roll, a wound roll, a damage roll. And he's like, no, I re-roll everything. He didn't quite say it quite that dramatically. It was just very random. No, it's everything. I'm like, really? That doesn't, surely not. No, rest assured that's how the baby carriers, or rather the Nemesis, the Grandmaster in Nemesis Dread Knight, they are insane for that purpose. And somehow I managed to not die when one charge.
Oh wow.
There was a combination. He had using all of his rerolls and all his damages. My knight was alive on like 4 wounds. It was my Styrex knight. He took 22 wounds off it, so I was somehow still alive. And then I shot him to pieces in the next turn. So So that was pretty scary. Not nearly as scary as these Terminator things with Grey Knights, which drop in and then they'll charge you, and they've got similar kinds of buffs plus Lance, so they were wounding me on 3s or something, or 4s or something ridiculous with rerolls, and so they are when you get charged by Grey Knights, they can be very, very scary. And so that was a very scary game to play against. I was, however, in luck, because on this mission, the battlefield we were playing on had the deep strike rule you mentioned from earlier in the podcast. So every unit had the option to deep strike within 6 inches. But if you did, you'd have to take a battle shock test and make hazard rolls. Now, you may recall that I rolled on my Winds of Chaos to get an additional -1 on battle shock tests. So what happened was, turn 1, I moved forward, and you could do something, and you could so someone moved forward, had some rights, but then all of these Grey Knights are deep striking in to get their 6-inch charge range, and every single one of them failed their battle shock test at -2, which was game changing, because what that meant was that I'd stickied a couple of objectives, and his entire army was battle shocked.
Right.
So there were no additional shenanigans, because they couldn't do they couldn't do additional commands, they couldn't do any additional rerolls. They failed the charge. They're just stuck there, and their guns are pretty scary. But it meant that he couldn't take the objectives off me. So even though when they did charge in, my knights started popping like balloons very quickly once they did get into combat. He kept failing his battle shock test still. So I was still ticking up my primaries. And so the first baby carrier, Grandmaster Nemesis Dread Knight, got shot to pieces while he was stuck in combat with my knight. He wasn't. I tried shooting with all the guns with like the Volkite whiffed, so I had to use the flamer on the Asheron just to finish it off. The other one that dropped in and killed a bunch of knights, I dropped in my own my personal MVP of the weekend, the Stalker with Melter and Claw, who he charged in and smashed up the other Nemesis Dread Knight, because it's like, you're going to fail one of these saves. He's like, I'll reroll the failed save. He's like, I think you'll find you're battle shocked. So it's like, here, take 2d6 plus 4 damage. And then he blew up. So I found that a very fun game, and by the end of it, I had a relatively undamaged Cerastus Knight in one corner, sitting in their objective, in their deployments. I moved, like, walking around, claiming stuff, even though I only had him one knight left, I'd still stickied a bunch of objectives. So I was just ticking up my primary every turn. And the secondaries I scored I was quite lucky to either finish off this unit, control objectives in your deployment zone, and then by like turn 4 they started passing their battle shock tests. And then in the last turn, I drew my second. I think I had no prisoners, so I had to kill a unit. And I saw this unit of like two little normal Grey Knights with flamethrowers or side cannons or something. They'd been a bit of a pain. They were hiding at the back of the boards. I was like, well, I'm going to move my Cerastus Knight down, and I'll use my heavy bolter and my 2d6 strength 8 flamer cannon. I'll kill 2 Space Marines. How hard could that be? So is that very hard? Because I didn't even whiff on my rolls that much. They just made all the saves because they were in cover, so they got a +1 to that. Well, they weren't in cover. What did they do? I forget what it was. They just made all their saves. So, and then they weren't battle shocks. They were able to do a reroll to not be dead. So there's one guy left on 1 wound. There's like, well, I wasn't even looking at the scores too much at this point. I was like, well, this is the last thing I can potentially achieve. This is the last turn. I'll try and make that charge. What is it? And I measured it, and it was just over. It was like 11.5 charge to make it. So I measured it, and then they said, do you think I can make that? He looks and he goes, well, you'll need a 12. I'm like, well, let's give it a go. So I pick up my tabletop tactics dice and I roll them. I get a 3. I said, well, in that case, I'll spend my second to last command point.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll pick up 2 of my chaos dice and I'll roll them, and they rolled across the table. And they landed 2 chaos symbols up. So I was like, I'm not going to, you guys can see that, right? And they're looking and they're like, looks like a 12, so I made my charge.
Nice.
And then they said, okay, well, before, and they said, okay, in response to that start of the fight phase, I said, no, I know how I roll. I'm tank shocking you.
Yeah.
I'm making sure you're dead. So I rolled my tank shock. It's like, okay, take 7 mortal wounds.
Nice.
Or however many. It was like he was trampled. Then they had their last turn. They drew. Then they had their last before it was the end of they started their turn. They were debating about what they wanted to do with their units, if they were going to, because Grey Knights can like draw uppy downy every turn.
Yeah.
And they debated a lot about it, and then the two of them, and then they were, and then they eventually decided they were going to uppy 2 of their units, and they drew their secondaries. And they're like, oh, we can score this one, we can score this one, we score this one. And then I'd say, like, you can't actually score one of those though, because you have to be on the board to. It was the one where you have to guard an objective.
Yes.
So you can't. So you can't allocate that because the units you want to do that aren't on the board.
Right.
So you can't pick that. And they're like, oh, okay. So then they did that. They basically maxed out everything they could in the last turn, as many of these stratagems as they could, as many of the tactic cards they could. And then we added it all up. And then I was like, I'm like, okay, this is what the score is. And I was looking at it, and I just rechecked it. And that's when I rechecked it. And by my count, I had 50 for primary. And I was like, no, you can't. I can't have 50 for primary because the max you can get is 45.
Nice. Yeah.
And the final score we had, I forget what it was, but it was a draw. Is what the final score was. So at the time, I thought it was just, I just thought it was quite amusing that I made that that 12-inch charge in the last turn. That actually made me draw the game.
Draw. Nice.
If I hadn't done that, I would have lost by 2 VP. But instead, I got the draw, and that was a really challenging game because to play against Grey Knights. But I got all of my kind of Chaos Knights uniqueness of lowering their leadership for battle shock really came into play. So it was a really, really fun game to play against. And my opponent, whose name I've forgotten, but he gave me a really cool gift of a little tray to put a 3D printed tray to put dice on for
cool.
for your keeping track of victory points and for command points. He also gave me a special little envelope with some deep history and lore about why his Grey Knight force have to be in Armageddon, in insert battles, insert region of the galaxy here, because we didn't know it was Armageddon until we got there. But that was really cool. So I really enjoyed that final game. It was a really nice, fun way to end a weekend of mostly losses.
Yeah, that's fair. How do you feel like your army performed? Do you feel like it's 11th edition, you hadn't had much practice, or do you feel like the Chaos Knights don't do well in low 1,000 point games, or is it your technical skill, Richie? You're normally a good player though, so I wouldn't have thought it would be that.
Oh, you're so kind, Phil. No, I think I definitely lost game 1 because I wasn't sure what I was up against an opponent I didn't really understand, and I lost game 2 down. I don't think there's much I could do against. One thing you can't really do with Chaos Knights, especially if you're taking them the way I do, is optimize for competitive play. Because you can't. I mean, I think you can, from what little looking around Reddit I've done, is like you take lots of the war dogs and demons, similar to what's like one of the guys you played against it. But I just took my entire Chaos Knight army is based entirely upon. I bought the Chaos Knights launch box a few years ago. Never got around to using it, but when we were doing 500 Worlds campaign earlier this year, I was like, well, I might as well do that. Plus, I had an old Chaos Knight, the Styrix, that I've been meaning to convert for years. Okay, I'll get that done. So I was basically just using the minis I had to take to this event, and then I got the Cerastus as a gift for the campaign as well. So I was just basically using the models I have that were not the best painted.
Yeah.
I don't feel that Chaos Knights are particularly competitive. Because it's hard for them to be competitive because like I said, you can't really specialize them. With every other army in the game, you can take good units that are good, you can increase the size of them, you can buff them, you can put characters, different types of heroes with them, or support units to make them even better. And especially in this format of event, there are all the various like relics and things you could use to give them additional upgrades. And I think Chaos Knights don't really benefit from that in quite the same way. So that's not me making excuses. That's just me just like observing. I took because before I went, many people were saying, "You're taking the knights to a narrative event. You're going to stomp everybody because no one's going to be able to damage you because you've got such high toughness and such high wounds." And that's not really the case at all.
Well, I also think that's
Okay.
what the sideboard is for, to counter that.
So I had a really good time I have a good time with Chaos Knights because I like play. It's very straightforward to play with them because you're not having to move lots of models. You just got 4 you. In some ways, I suppose it's similar. I imagine it's somewhat similar to how it is for you playing as Custodes, because you've only got a few units that you need to really understand what they do. So you're not having. Whenever I've played more recently with orcs, or if ever I'm playing, whenever I play Dark Oath in Age of Sigmar, we've got so many different units to remember and understand. That can be a bit complicated. But running as Chaos Knights, where essentially I had 3 data sheets, because 2 of the units were the same. It was very It was very straightforward game to play, so I enjoyed it. I enjoyed that because it was straightforward. They're very different. They're a very different kind of army to play with, especially when there's missions with like multiple objectives to handle, which is why I took which I think the list you're supposed to with 1,000 points, which is Lords of Dread, so you can sticky objectives much easier and can control the battlefield. So I still found it fun in that sense. Although whenever I came up against some like really optimized list, it's like, yeah, I've got no chance here. It's like, oh, this is going to completely destroy me. Okay.
Yeah,
because you can't do that. But it was fun. I thought it was fine. I don't. If I was ever going to play competitive Fortnite, I wouldn't do it with Chaos Knights right now. At least not with the way I've got them. I don't think take lots of big knights is in any way the way that they're going to be good in that sense. But they do look cool, and I very much enjoyed painting them, and I very much enjoyed the opportunity to be actually putting them on the table. Because that was kind of fun. I got a hand, so I got some quite good screenshots. When I remembered to take them, and like I said, I got some nice compliments from people like walking by saying that they like the transfer work. So
nice. That's great. Yeah, I mean, even with my army, it's like I just enjoy 40k. Like, I know Tim and Dan are a bit over it to an extent, but there's something so sort of visceral about 40k. And I think in part it's because I've really converted up my army and I've put a lot of time and effort into the army itself that I'm really like invested in it. So when I'm playing them on the tabletop, it's sort of like a payoff for the hard work of painting them and converting them. But also I'm really invested in that army, and I feel like they play as the lore it kind of dictates. So running them as Custodes, as these things that are just going to kill stuff, it feels very rewarding for doing that. And it feels, like they're doing what they're meant to be doing, sort of thing. Which I feel like, even though I think AoS is a good game, I still don't have that, what was it, Ludo narrative dissonance or whatever. The believability of 40k is just so much more stronger when I'm playing a game of it than it is with Age of Sigmar. At least, like, you are playing over ruins, and it's like, cool, I'm trying to get this, custom objective of this, trying to get this drop pod or stop this relic having something done to it. Or even in the last game where I was like, oh, I've got to do an action to raise banners, that still felt quite narratively driven. So I enjoyed all of those elements to it. And yeah, in terms of the overall campaign, so we had like the wrap up speeches. Chaos had sort of semi-succeeded in doing its rituals, but the Chaos,
just for the record, I did my part. That's what I'm saying. I did my part.
You did your part. You won your last game. I also won my last game, but I didn't do the final agenda, so I missed out on that sort of extra thing. Because you could have got an extra agenda, which I mentioned earlier. Because I didn't get to raise the banners on everything. Because basically, weirdly, the big fight on the right hand side with all the lictors is the one that I hadn't raise the banners on because there was this big massive fight, and then eventually the Tyranids had won that fight and then sort of gone on elsewhere, and I had sort of dominated the rest of the table elsewhere, so I missed out on that bonus agenda card. But yeah, so yeah, Chaos had sort of semi-achieved it, but the Chaos champion that had been chosen had been converted into a Chaos spawn. So I think the idea is actually the Imperium had won, but they've just won rubble because all the hives have been destroyed, so to speak. So yeah, the Imperium got to go huzzah because we had won. Then there was a bunch of prizes given out. It felt like half the prizes Nick got to dispense however he saw fit, and half the prizes Chris got to dispense how they saw fit. So one, David, for being an orc and wearing green paint, got a prize just for his cosplay. The 2 or 3 guys that turned traitor from the Imperium side to the traitors to sort of fill the numbers, they also got prizes. And then the champions of each faction also got prizes. So I think Dylan maybe got a prize for being like the best mercenary player, because I think he had either won all his games or won all but the last game. And so they were like the prizes that were given out. And then there was the antagonist and protagonist prizes, and the painting ones were given out downstairs as part of the main ceremony that happened. I think I would have liked it, if we can talk before we go on to that bit. I would have liked it if there was like a team certificate. So the Liberators won the campaign. All the Liberators should have had little certificates to say, well done for winning. And likewise, if the Chaos had won, they should have got it, because that's the sort of thing you would have gotten at a Warhammer World event. I'm not expecting trophies for half the players, but a little paper certificate in one of those kind of crappy cardboard frames would have been nicely appreciated, and is the sort of thing historically we got from campaign weekends. But otherwise, it was fun. It was narrative-ish. It didn't feel like there was a super strong narrative theming throughout. I got one secret mission, and I got to do one doubles, which I guess was nice, but I sort of volunteered for the doubles one. I would have liked it maybe if there was, everyone got to do a doubles game, because that felt like it was such a random thing. And I would have liked it if there was maybe more sort of secret missions. It kind of felt like Chaos got to do more of that throughout, but I don't know what your sort of takeaways of the event was. Mine was overall very positive, but it was sort of like a fun normal game of 40k with a bit of set dressing and cosplay.
I thought I enjoyed it. I was on the topic of like the certificates. I think that's a nice thing, but then they'd have to make like loads and then maybe not use them. So I can see why they wouldn't.
Paper. Yeah.
Well, they still got.
I guess they would have potentially had to pre-prepared one for both.
I think one thing that should be clarified is that when we say there were prizes given out to these, they didn't make like various categories for like best cosplayers, those who switch sides, or some. I think what's the person who lost the most got an award, or
yes,
they gave all those various awards. The prizes was, for lack of a better phrase, a bunch of stock they scrounged from the shop.
And possibly it was mostly Joy Toy figures.
It was stuff they scrounged from somewhere to give away. So it wasn't they weren't like trophies or not that it wasn't appreciated and a nice gesture, but it wasn't like they weren't like awards or with like, oh, you were on this or written on it. It was like they had a table covered in stock they'd scrounged from the shop, and then people got to, and they gave parts of it away to people, which was still nice. They did it, but that's. It didn't feel like there was like your faction did this, here's some awards for the faction, or it wasn't like you did the best for the Nurgle or best for Zench, or it was more we're gonna mention audibly individuals here who did some good things in our eyes, or met certain criteria, and we're going to give them some
it was given
stock.
out on vibes, I would say,
Yeah.
wasn't it? It was, you were a bit sporting, you get something, you did a bit of cosplay or felt like you were in character maybe more than other people. And out of the cosplayers, I think there was maybe like 10 out of the 60 or 10% of the people, I would say, were in cosplay, like not a huge amount at all. But props to them for doing it and, wearing it all weekend.
I enjoyed playing the games. I enjoyed the tables were nice. As I said, I love the windows. There's so much natural light in that room. It was really nice to be playing in. I do feel they could have done maybe more for the missions themselves to feel narrative focused, because they didn't really, other than like the preamble. It was like a preamble, and then you guys are going to be doing this mission we told you to do, and then you go to a table and your opponent is doing the mission they might have been told to do. It other than
there's little agency for you to do something that affects other than obviously winning the game, but you can't say, oh, I want to sabotage something, so put me on this mission. Or maybe there's other than being one of the champions, there wasn't a time where you could go off and do something different from everyone else.
It felt a little bit loose in that sense. So in that they had the tables that which you could stick on this is controlled by this people this time, or these people next time. I thought they could possibly have done more to be like, we're fighting over this area. These are the people we're going to send to attack, and then people be sending to defend it, which they sometimes sort of did. But it felt more like we were playing some games of 40k with some games of 40k, which were fundamentally still games of 40k, because I don't know if we were supposed to be not using secondaries or not, but differently everybody was.
I think you were meant to, yeah.
Maybe we were. It was slightly unclear how we were supposed to be playing, but by the end of it, everyone was playing. After game one, everyone was doing secondaries, so one assumes that was how we were to play. We were essentially playing playing games of 40k, but your primaries weren't set up in a way that they were designed to be balanced, as they are in regular 40k.
Yeah, because of the dispositions.
So that was could potentially be really strange, especially as as a knight player. It's like, here's your mission, which may be completely impossible for you to even try and do. But and you had the tables, which were interesting. The tables had their own special mission parameters, which I thought the most interesting one was the one where everyone can deep strike it. Everything can deep strike if you want. I thought that was really interesting, or up to half your army still, obviously. But I thought that was quite interesting as a different mechanic to play. Other ones were like every unit gets a 5-up invuln. I'm like, whoop-de-doo. For me, as with my knights.
Same.
So I thought that was quite interesting. And then there was like the defender bonuses, but the attacking defending side of it didn't always feel that was as entwined correctly. So I think it was on game 2 where they took all the people who lost their first game on the oppressor's side to play against someone who won their first game on the liberator's side, which immediately feels okay. Why did you do that? But they made all of us, because I lost most of my games. I was a part of the oppressors who lost, so I went to a table where I would get a buff for being the defender. But that still felt slightly odd that based off one game, okay, everyone who's lost a game is now going to be playing someone who's already won. So it's like we're putting me and
Spike did joke about, which of us is going to play Richie now and do him in.
But that was the way I felt. As someone who who's previously been to more competitive tournaments, you would never put the winners. You would never mix up winners queue and losers queue. But that's exactly what they did, which I thought. And I don't know how the results all went, so I don't know if that was. So I don't know how that works or not. I thought they could have been more to make it clearer you were the defender or what you were defending and why. But that in some ways this is all things that I'd like to see the next time, Which reminds me, I should ask you or Spike to send me the survey, because I didn't get the survey.
Oh
because
yeah,
I didn't buy the
I've still
tickets.
not filled that out. I keep.
Well, if you
meaning
can send me
to.
the link,
I will
can,
do.
because I didn't buy. Because Spike purchased my ticket, and I paid him back before chat gets
Good.
I paid him back for that, and I can prove it if he says I didn't. But I would like to give my feedback, because this is more like things for next time kind of stuff. Because otherwise, it was some like really enjoyable games of 40k. The tables were really nice. It would have been nice if there was more narrative thematic elements to it, or like I realize I've been yapping for a bit, but I remember one thing I did was because you talked about the more doubles games in the rules pack. It said about how you should bring different size lists in case for 1,000 points if you're doing 1,000, and then you got your additional resource, so you have basically your sideboards. But it also specifically said you should bring a 500 point list so you can play in doubles games. But it looks like that only happened once for 4 people, and that was a bit
plus
odd.
your game,
My game doesn't
someone
count,
dropped
though.
out.
My game didn't. Yeah, I suppose my game
You're
doesn't
right. One
really
official
count.
game that was designed specifically to actually be a doubles.
There's
I
only
think.
one game where specifically, and even you guys then you guys just played it as 1,000 points each.
That's true. Yeah.
So it was one doubles. That was a 2,000 point game, rather than the 500 points each. So it was kind of odd that we were told to bring 500 point lists specifically for no reason. I thought that was a bit essentially for no reason. But otherwise, it was I really enjoyed the games. I liked that we got these cool cards for how we played the missions, and it was a nice, interesting environment. I felt I would like it if the next time there could be more for a way of feeling like you're part of the narrative, which I did somewhat feel in a ways like when I got especially I think the only real time I really felt that was when I was given my Zench mission to do an additional thing, but otherwise it felt more like I'm just going to find an empty table to play I'm finding where there's a table I can play against, rather than like you're being sent to attack here or defend here, which didn't happen quite. I do feel that they might have been intending for that, because there were times when it felt they were telling the players to, you guys are defending, go to these tables to defend, but then people didn't necessarily actually do that, either because they didn't want to or didn't understand the exact instructions. So I think some things might have been. I feel some things might have been lost in translation a little bit, but it was fun.
Yeah, no, that's true. I would say there was a few things that I had seen either from the Warhammer World Grand narrative, which was always supplementary to the ones in America, or the American ones. So the American ones, the rooms are much more themed, and like it feels like each room is bespoke to a different setting. So one is jungle, then they've got loads of like trees and foliage around, or camo netting and things like that. In each of the rooms in terms of set decoration. Obviously, we had our little gun turrets, which were cool, but that was kind of it. I also got the impression there was like a bit more back and forth, like in character with the people. And I think I was expecting more kind of characters in cosplay for us to interact with, not just Nick and Chris. I was expecting maybe a couple of other supplementary characters to be coming and speaking to us in character. Because I'd seen that at some of the other events. And then lastly, because I think it was like the day before, someone had posted this massive board that they had designed, and they said it was designed for the grand narrative in America, and it was this like battle barge that had crashed, and it was some of it was 3D printed, a lot of it was scratch built, and it looked really impressive. So to me, in my mind, that was the level of custom boards I was expecting, like actual custom terrain pieces. So each board was individually thematic. Ultimately, what we had was all the tables were ruins, and the theming was the color. Do you have a red board versus a yellow board or a blue board that is technically representing desert or martian landscape?
It's only really the green boards that had like a real distinct vibe.
Yeah, that one had the sort of trees in, which made it feel a bit more woody. And then the blue sort of city ones some of them had like the antennae radio station bits on a little bit, but I think that was like one or two of the tables. But mostly, and then as you said, some of the tables had like some of the orc terrain on, but I don't think I played on any of those. So for me, it was 5 games on different coloured ruins, which wasn't terrible, but it wasn't quite elevated to the level I was expecting it to be and what it is in America, I would say. But from a sort of practical point of view, it was fine, I thought.
I would add on that it did feel multiple times. Now that you're saying this is making me remember that it felt like they said multiple times the idea that the real grand narrative is in America. And because I was saying, who's got tickets to the grand narrative in America? Like that was the real one. And this is like,
you should buy tickets for that one.
Yeah. And because I'm not familiar with the grand narrative as in the America as much as you are for how you're describing the different rooms and the more like staff and people in cosplay for that. So that makes it feel more like this is like what we came to was like grand narrative light.
Yeah.
To the extent I think they almost. I might be misremembering, or like Chris, he called this event the grand narrative, but then corrected himself. It's like, no, I'm pretty sure this was a grand narrative event.
Yes, no, it's called the grand narrative, but I think maybe he was saying the actual grand narrative was, maybe in America. I didn't.
Which was a bit strange thinking about that in hindsight. One thing I do want to say, like, I feel a bit for the people putting it on. The rules wise, because I remember because people had to sign up for this 6 months ago. I think they went taking
basically in 10th edition.
Yeah, and a lot of the game mechanics, like they either didn't. The organizers, I assume, either didn't know about 11th at all, or weren't allowed to say anything about 11th at all in terms of the rules pack, because the rules pack did change less than a month before the actual event. Because originally there was like references to Crusade. You can use Crusade rules, or you could use very specifically from my perspective. It referred to how you could use. A list I was considering taking was a Dark Angels list, entirely Deathwing, because I liked the idea of having a Deathwing Dreadnought leading the list, which you could technically do using them in the Maelstrom of War supplement. They had the Crucible of War to make your own custom characters. And the rules pack originally said you could totally do that, and they were allowed. Then, like a few weeks, maybe a month after 11th came out, they updated the rules pack and basically said, "Yeah, that's not a thing." They removed all of that.
But it sounded like if you wanted to check with your opponent, you probably could do it.
I did get an email back from the events team saying that, you can if you want. But it's up to you and your opponent if they accept that, which I wasn't then prepared to spend nearly £100 buying the parts to convert up a Dreadnought and then just to play someone who might say no.
Yes.
Or then they might feel uncomfortable that I'd done that, or feel that was because originally I was thinking of doing that because this is going to be really like leaning into the narrative, like create your own army features of 40k. And then it feels like 11th edition came up and they just threw out a lot of or had to throw out a lot of what they were imagining and envisioning doing to then have to work within this new framework.
That's fair. And I guess they maybe just pivoted to, there's Dominatus, so let's run it with that rather than maybe a more bespoke campaign that they were expecting. Also, it's like most people there had barely played any 11th edit anyway, so they probably didn't want anything too overly complicated, because most of the people there are like casual players. So that's, I think, totally understandable.
What I would prefer if they do it, what I would have preferred, and if they do another one, what I'd love to see them do is to do more interesting missions, or just more bespoke missions. Because when we earlier this year, when we played 500 Worlds, it was like you was playing a different type of game. It's like there's no secondaries and uber balancing and stuff. It's like, here's a really interesting kind of mission to do, an asymmetrical mission with a narrative component. So I'm hoping that's something they might be able to do in future iterations of the
they would have almost been more. I think a few people had said they'd rather just do the primary and not the secondary, for example. or as you say, the 500 Wilds ones would have been a bit more thematic, because ultimately, you've got your agenda, and it's like you've got your primary, which is tangentially linked to, storming a beachhead or defending a stronghold or whatever it might be the mission is. But the missions don't really feel like they're playing that way. It doesn't feel like the attackers attacking or the defenders defending, really, other than like the defender bonus maybe. But in 500 Wilds, I'm pretty sure the attacker goes first because that's the rules. Whereas in this, it's chapter approved, so you just roll off, so you don't know. And to be fair, I think 2 of my games at least were won on the dice roll of who goes first based on how we deployed, and it would have been very different if it had gone the other way, I think.
I would like to see them do more, because they've got access to a plethora of different missions from the campaign packs they released this year. It does feel a bit of a shame that they've just all now been everything that came out this year in terms of campaign, like narrative campaign books, has just been like ushered into the cupboards to never be seen again.
To be forgotten. Yeah, like they could have used or lent into some of that a bit more, perhaps. But I guess maybe they want to go with the Dominatus stuff. Although, ironically, the reason why they gave us the agenda deck is because they were saying, why I got the secondary missions is because they were like, we don't think, not everyone will get hold of it or be able to buy them, because in a lot of places, like the chapter approved was out of stock unless you bought Armageddon. And a few people were like, I've got these cards now, but I literally bought chapter approved, or I literally bought Dominatus for this weekend. And
the rules pack did say you should bring it.
Yeah.
And to bring, but the rules pack literally says you should bring both of the decks, and you literally didn't need the Dominatus deck at all. So it would be, if hopefully no one went out of their way to buy that deck for the event because the rules pack said you did.
Yeah, I think I at least one of my opponents did, basically, I think. And I was like, at least you can now play it, I guess. I guess so. I think overall it was good, though. It was a good weekend of playing games.
We haven't even talked about the most important thing that, if someone will be talking about this for a long time, I imagine.
Is that Spike?
Yes, our buddy Spike, who kindly purchased the ticket, which I have repaid him for, and you doubled up with. How well did he do at the event?
So he had won his first 4 games. In the last game, he failed to disclose if he won or not, but I did see him shake Nick's hand when he was recording his results. So I was sort of positive that he'd done quite well. And then he was like, let's go downstairs and watch the ceremony for the award.
He was very nervous that he didn't get, because he was very nervous all of day 2 because he had like an unbroken win
streak.
Going into day 2, and then he was a bit slightly concerned and or upset that he didn't win it. He didn't get any kind of prizes when they were giving them out during the debriefing.
Yeah. And it was quite funny. I think at lunchtime he was getting you to work out the percentages of the number of other players that would have gone 4-1, and if he wins 5-0, who else would have been 5-0, which was quite funny. But yeah, he didn't get any prizes upstairs. But downstairs they were giving out, I think, the painting awards and for the grand narrative, and the protagonist and antagonist award. So one went to the Imperium, one went to a Chaos player. Spike won the antagonist award. Protagonist award, which I thought was very fitting because he's an Ultramarines player. Well done, Spike, for winning that. That was
because they did the narrative debriefing where they gave out all the prizes, as was mentioned, and then we all went downstairs for the overall
ceremony.
Warhammer opening, ceremony. So
which included the AoS and the 40k GTs, but the grand narrative one they did first, actually, because I guess they're building up to the 40k one, which was the very last one. He got a cool trophy in a case, which looked very nice. And so the fact that he won that for his first major event, that's awesome.
No, it's incredibly well deserved. and I'm told it is pride of place on the mantelpiece at home, and his wife
Is
is now
it
having to explain
more?
why.
Is it even more of an achievement than his first newborn?
No, I mean, I'm going to say no, because logically he shouldn't feel that way. But his
Who knows?
first newborn isn't gold plated, so
No,
who knows?
exactly, and that's why I'm okay. I thought what was interesting is that Chris, the guy who's running Grand Narrative, basically said these awards are going to the persons or the people that embraced the sort of the narrative and the theming the most. But I think actually they just gave it to the 2 players from each faction that went 5-0.
Yeah.
As far as I'm aware. Although actually the Chaos guy didn't go 5-0, he went 4-1 because Spike played him in the final game and obviously lost to him. But I think he's the one that did the best overall for his team. And I guess in theory, it's like they're the people that have contributed the most to their team in terms of winning games, which means like flipping the tables and things like that, which does make sense. But that's not necessarily the same as the person that embraced the narrative the most. Although, to be fair,
he definitely did.
Spike did. Spike had, us kneeling at one point when we were declared either champions or for the doubles or whatever. Like at one point he was, he did sort of embrace the narrative despite the sort of lack of cosplay. And cosplay is not the be all and end all.
I've heard tell he will cosplay at the next one.
I mean, I would as well. I think now I've sort of gauged the bar and what it's like, I'd be more inclined to do it. And I did think about doing it for this one, but I didn't want to do a half-hearted one. Although shout out to the Gene Stealer cult player who did like a terrible but fantastic cosplay that was just, cardboard that had been painted. It's like the sort of thing you would do as a kid, but sort of just works because it's so lo-fi. It looks really good.
He was robbed. He should have won an award for that.
I thought so
because he
too.
wore it the whole weekend. It was like the Gene Stealer like kind of mantle that all the Gene Stealer cult models wear, but he's made of cardboard and painted. It looked rubbish, but also cool, and he wore it the entire event. And when they gave out prizes for best cosplays, I thought they robbed. He was robbed. If you're listening to this, whoever your name was, you were robbed, mate, and you should have got that. That's what I think.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to play him because he looked like he'd be a fun guy to play against, but I think he lost all of his games, so he probably wouldn't have enjoyed playing against Custodians.
I'll tell you who I wouldn't want to play against. There was I don't know if they were Admech or Chaos, but he had what can best be described by me as a weird GIMP mask on. He had this like face mask with like a claw thing out of his mouth.
I think that was did you say Gareth? I think he was I think that was the Chaos Knights player, the one with the sort of the chain sword.
You're thinking of someone else. He had like a mask like the guy from the one you're thinking of. He had like a gun with a little mini chainsaw on the end of it, and he had like a mask like the guy from Mad Max. The new one,
Fury Road,
where he's like the bad guy in that. No, there was a guy. It was like some black face mark, completely black with like a ring of spikes, like this.
I want to say that was maybe Ricky who had the weird Xenos thing army, because
I don't know. I saw him a few times in the group sayings. I was like, it weirded me out. Nah, don't like that at all.
Yeah. That's
wouldn't want to play against it. I wouldn't want to look across at that for an hour and a half. No,
I don't think any. I think a lot of the time they just wore it for the briefings, like the masks, and then took them off for the games. To be fair, so yeah, well done, Spike, for winning. That was very cool. Overall, I'm sure we would both go back to do the grand narrative again. Would you cosplay? Is the question, Richie?
I considered it for Chaos Knights, but they were like, what would I wear? I don't know if I would take Chaos Knights again. I was considering it when I was considering taking Dark Angels to dress. I say cosplay.
Just wear a robe.
I'll wear a purple dressing gown or a white dressing gown. I'd kind of go as like a Watcher in the Dark kind of vibe.
Carry a big book.
Yeah. So
walk on your
maybe-
knees. Put your knees in shoes and walk around.
Maybe not that far, but I think if I was taking like Space Marines, like guys, like a Space Marine attendant or something, that
Yeah,
could be
I liked
quite
the
fun.
idea of just wearing a red robe and being like an inquisitor and like some boots and wear some carapace or chest piece. I love the idea of cosplaying as a Thunder Warrior and getting loads of sort of plastic medieval armor and spraying it gold or something. But even that feels like a lot of effort and a lot of stuff to wear for a whole
That's
weekend.
what I'm more. I would be more concerned about. I've got to wear this for the entire weekend.
I want something practical that I can sort of sit down in and not be sweating so much for the whole time.
Yeah, so I wouldn't, because I thought the guy in the orc body, like green body paint, was really cool, but it was not quite so green by the end of the day.
Yes, I think he bought some sort of to top himself up with. But as you said, it was fading when he was playing games, I think. But yeah, I mean, that was a good time. We are well over 2 hours of chatting with this. It might get edited down slightly. Is there any sort of final thoughts that you want to say?
Final thoughts. Here's what final thoughts to say. Restaurants close way too early in Newport. What's that about Newport? We got there the first night. It's like, what was it, 8:30 or something? We started walking around trying to find somewhere that's open. Everywhere's closed. Kitchens are closed.
Yeah.
What was that going on?
Everything closes before 9, and the game's finished at 8, so there wasn't much of a turnaround time.
Yeah, so you were quite limited on where you could go to eat, other than the hotel itself. There was a business. It was like a business park with some fast food,
which was
I would say mid-fast options.
Yeah, like
Because
a taxi right away.
Yeah, but we did go to a very nice Italian that one of us found to go to.
Yeah, well done, Richie. Well done. That was very good.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I can't remember what it was called. I wouldn't. Fratelli's, I think.
Fratelli's, I think it was called. Yeah. In Newport, really good, really, really good food there. I had a good time.
I like that this has been not only a grand narrative review, it's also been a bit of a food restaurant review as well, and lunches and stuff. Props to the team for doing the grand narrative. It was good. I'll be sure to fill out the feedback form and give them my advice in terms of how to improve it. But for a first one, not bad. I definitely like to see it be bigger and sort of better for the next one.
Did you talk about the shop in the section with Tim?
I'm not really like a huge amount. Okay. Like
I was just going to say, I like that they had a store there, so you could buy stuff, and each of our like gift boxes had a £10 voucher.
We talked about that because Tim was disappointed with it.
Because it was. I thought it was quite nice, but it was a slightly weird shop because nothing had a label on it, so you had no idea how much anything cost.
That's true. But
also they didn't really have anything special. I think, and that might just be from my perspective because I'm used to going to events at Warhammer World where they have everything. Whereas at this, I felt like it would have been cooler if they had lots of like T-shirts on display, but if they had like some special merch available, other than because they had like, oh, here's the event miniatures. Well, I got them with my pack. So what am I going to buy? It would be. I think it'd be more interesting if they had like more interesting, rare stuff available, or more like event exclusive stuff.
They did have, a Warlord or Warhound Titan for sale. They had some Forge World stuff if you wanted to splash out big for some reason. Yeah, I sort of know what you mean. The lack of pricing didn't help because I had to go and ask someone what something costs, and they were trying to run it up, and I was like, no, just tell me how much it is first of all, because I don't know. I want to know if my voucher will be valid for this purchase first of all, before anything else. But overall, it was good. Although, like we were saying, and I mentioned this in the Tim section where we talk about AoS, there was a distinct lack of like new Necromunda stuff there. It seemed, even though Necromunda was out. I don't know if I just missed it because it was in a different shelf, but it didn't feel like they were promoting it in any way if it was there.
I felt like a missed opportunity to not have new Necromunda there in any capacity.
Even even demo tables or whatever.
No, like demo tables or anything. But I can only assume that they, like, for security, they brought loads of stock from somewhere and had that for Warhammer World maybe, and then they put that out for sale. And if it wasn't there on the Thursday night when they set it up, it wasn't going to be there for the rest of the weekend. But it did feel like a slight missed, from my perspective, like a missed opportunity to not have the stuff that's just come out there, or something more about that, because especially in between games it could have been, because they had like the hobby challenge, which looked cool.
Hobby challenge, which is good.
But anyway, time is time. Great event. Look forward to the next one.
Yeah, well, thanks very much, Richie, for joining us. And yeah, thank you everyone for listening. Yeah, let's get on with the next part of the show. Transitional noise. So I wanted to talk about my time at the Newport Open over in Wales. In the other sections of the podcast, or in other videos, if you're watching this in a mini-sode, there'll be separate videos you can check out. I was talking to both Tim and Richie about their times at the AoS GT and the Grand Narrative, and I came an extra day early, so I got to spend Friday doing my own thing, and I didn't actually expect there to be anything to do other than just to sort of maybe wander around the gaming halls and see people play their games. But it turns out there was, which was the Hobby Challenge. So yeah, I'm going to talk about now my time doing the Hobby Challenge and what it was like, and revealing the miniature that I got to make as part of that Hobby Challenge. So the Hobby Challenge was basically a £50 entry to basically build and kit bash a completely random miniature. It cost £50, but as part of it, I will quickly demonstrate. As part of the £50, you did actually get one of these, which was a huge box full of random bits and bobs, mostly. I politely describe it as tat. It includes stuff that I mostly don't need, so things like stickers, a book, which was actually quite useful, like line ruled book with a pen, a bunch of other stuff. You also got access to a lanyard for when you were gaming, but you also got access to a £10 voucher. And if you register for either the Age of Sigmar or the Grand Narrative or the 40k event, you also got one of these. So I had two, basically. If you want to see a full unboxing of that, you can head over to Patreon next week, or maybe by the time this video is out. If it's a mini-sode, it'll already be out. But yeah, I've done a little unboxing and vlog of my time at Newport, which is going to be a Patreon-only video, so you can see that there. We talk about it also in more in-depth in my time with Tim and Richie in those segments of the podcast. Within that was a £10 voucher, though, to spend in the shop. So I used my £10 voucher on the Hobby Challenge. I asked politely if that was okay. They said yes. So the Hobby Challenge cost me £40. It then gave me a second one of these, of which I could then use that £10 voucher in that one on something else, which is what I did. Is that hacking the system? Possibly. I don't know. It seemed fine, and they were all cool with it. But the reason why they give you one of those boxes is in the standard version, there is like a foam strip with lots of holes for you to put your paint pots in, and there's also a water bottle holder as well. If you had the premium one, there's a collapsible water cup as well. But when you go to the Hobby Challenge, so you spend your £50, or in my case £40, you get a golden wristband, which I also have somewhere. Hold on. Okay, maybe it's not golden. It is fluorescent yellow. It says Hobby Challenge on it. So you get given that. That's strapped to your arm. You can then go off to the corner of the convention hall where the Hobby Challenge is happening. You're greeted by several lovely staff members that will induct you into the Hobby Challenge and tell you what is going on. Basically, there is a narrative of there's a Space Hulk, and on it there's a signal that is making some kind of noise, and the Space Marines are investigating the signal, and they're attacking the Space Hulk, try and reach the signal. And maybe you're the Space Marines or maybe you're the Orcs, but you are encouraged to create a diorama representing what is going on. There is a big pile of Orcs and Space Marine characters that you can select from. So you do get, as part of your £50, a whole miniature. I selected Orcs for a change, even though I obviously collect Space Marines. The vast majority of them I already own, with the exception of the Phobos Librarian, I thought was quite interesting, and I was tempted to get. But in terms of going with the theme, I was like, oh, I'll go for this. And yes, I was technically meant to have built this and assembled it then and there, but I just didn't get time. It's worth noting now that the hobby challenge goes over 3 days. So Friday, which was only really gaming for people in the grand tournaments, but I was taking part in the grand narrative, which was Saturday. Sunday, the hobby challenge goes over the 3 whole days. That's why you get wristband, so you can come back on the other days and continue the hobby challenge. But I knew I was just there for 1 day, so I didn't get to quite complete the hobby challenge as intended, but I still got something quite interesting out of it, I thought. So you get 3 days. You're meant to assemble something, a diorama of some description, and then they will spray it for you, and then you can carry on painting it. And then there's a competition at the end. So I can't talk about the competition bit because I completely missed out on that, because by that point I was taking part in the grand narrative. But honestly, some of the results were phenomenal. I'll talk about that maybe a bit more towards the end of the video. But yeah, you get to pick a hero, or a villain, maybe. You get to pick a character model. You get access to the standard kind of gunky plastic glue, a mold line remover, and clippers. No knives, obviously, for safety reasons, which was a little bit annoying because I have a ton of mold lines that need kind of cleaning up on my model still. And in part, I think that was because I was trying to rush it. You also got access to a base. Now, without wanting to preview my model too much, you can see here a round oval base. You can get one of those, or a large square base, sort of like for a large monstrous creature in the old world. So you could have a square one. Their stuff was sort of pushing you towards the square ones because it gave you a slightly larger footprint. But because I, play 40k and Age of Sigmar, I thought a nice round thing would look better, so I went with that. And then you get access to a giant long table full of sprues, completely random sprues that they topped out throughout the course of the weekend. Now, I was chatting with some friends while the initial I think it was like maybe 9:30 it started. There was loads of people huddled around. The staff member gave the big speech about the narrative. Everyone grabbed their stuff, and there was a big tidal wave of people rushing to the sprue table and literally just grabbing handfuls of stuff and taking it off to a hobby table to assemble. At which point I was looking over going, I kind of wanted to do the hobby challenge, but it feels like there's not going to be much left of decent sprues. And I looked around and I was like, it feels like slim pickings. I spoke to them and they did say they would top up the sprues over the course of the weekend. So I went and paid my money and then joined like half an hour behind everyone else. But to be fair, I did get slightly shortchanged because all the decent sprues, the really good ones, were all taken. There was one person that built an entire Corvus Black Star, like an entire kit, in addition to the other things that they were building, and they were just sort of slotting on the Corvus Black Star. One person built an entire Leviathan Dreadnought. Another person had a cool Age of Sigmar ship faction terrain. They were building that. I managed to score one piece of that I found later on. And there were a lot of complete kits in that very first section that people just managed to get swaths of. And the whole point of the diorama is you are building up from your base a scene of some kind. You're creating some terrain and then you're filling that terrain with some models. But my problem is there were no sort of full sprues for models, and then sometimes when they were giving you top ups throughout the weekend, they were literally snapping sprues in half and sort of chucking them down. But in doing so, it kind of meant I never had a full kit to assemble anything. I had, half of the bodies of some Astra Militarum Krieg, and then I managed to maybe get some Goliath gangers, and I think I had most of, like, for a couple, but yeah, I really struggled with getting some decent sprues to build characters, which is ultimately why I sort of decided to just opt for building a cool terrain piece with the time that I had. If I had the other 2 days, maybe day 2, I would have had access to some better sort of character infantry sprues to go alongside my orc war boss in mega armor. Yeah, that bit was disappointing, but they did do top ups, and some of it was thematic. So at one point, the guy stood up on a stool and was like, the Space Marines are coming, drop ships are landing. And basically, they gave you loads of sprues for drop pods, and I think Terminators, and then some elite Space Marines, or maybe the elite Space Marines came later with a second sort of narrative drop. So there were some really cool sprues. There was the kind of company command squad for Space Marines that I saw floating around. But again, as soon as that happened, everyone ran to the tables, and I sort of got up, dawdled along. Some people were just busy hobbying, but it's like, oh, I wanted to see what the sprues were. And I couldn't get in there. And by the time I did, the locusts had left, and there wasn't much else left of interest other than the generic sprues. So that was a little bit frustrating. Once again, you got to be pretty quick on these things. Maybe I just needed to be a bit more cutthroat, to be fair. And throughout the day, they're coming along, checking on you, asking you what you're doing. I can't remember his name, but one of the guys is on a Warhammer TV. I think he's one of the painters. So he was there getting involved, which was nice to see. They would come around and ask, but they would also make sure to put sprues back. They were very keen for you to not be hoarding stuff, which makes sense because a lot of these sprues are really good. They would basically say, the sooner you put sprues back, the sooner we will put new sprues out, which was good. However, some people did hoard a lot of sprues. One person who did an amazing orc kind of diorama. I mean, the speed that some people built their kits was phenomenal. I had spent an entire day just building a very kind of intricate terrain piece. Other people by that point had built a full diorama and were practically finished painting it by the end of the day. It obviously sort of was like 12 hours in total, because the hall closed around 9, if I recall, or maybe 8. I think it had closed at 8. And yeah, I was kind of hobbying until then because Tim and Dan were doing the AoS GT, so they were gaming. So I was sort of waiting around for them at that point. And yeah, some people had completely kind of finished by that point, which was quite impressive. And there was this lady. She was doing this big, it was a bit of Necromunda terrain. There was a lot of the Ash Waste Necromunda terrain being used by everyone, because that was the predominant kind of generic scenery sprues that were going around. She was doing that, and then had like this big sort of squig off head or kill rig sort of monster bursting through. Very impressive. But what I did notice is she was using sprues and then sticking them in a big bag. And I was like, oh, are people taking sprues home with them? Is that how this goes? I wasn't sure. But it turns out no. At the end of the day, she put all the sprues back onto the table. And it's like, okay, cool. That actually meant for everyone else, we didn't get access to any of those sprues. And so some people did hoard stuff, which was a bit unfortunate. No shade to them. Maybe they didn't realise. But the staff were going around, for most people, saying, please put sprues back. So the end of the day, I did a bit of a sweep sort of last minute, and did sort of manage to find some quite interesting sprues that I could quickly clip some bits off of to use on my kit. There were some bits where it was like the Goliaths and the That's where I sort of noticed the Necromunda gang stuff was people had clearly used that. So I was like, oh, there's a few little bits here and there that I could use. So that was kind of cool. Yeah, phenomenal what people were building. It was very interesting. To me, for £50 was completely worth it. I got to build a terrain piece, which I guess I will reveal now, because, like I said, I didn't get a chance to assemble him. Again, noting the downside before I do the reveal, there's no instructions for anything. You get sprues, and you're just meant to kit bash stuff. But if you wanted to assemble something correctly, one kid I saw doing the Leviathan Dreadnought, it was a Redemptor Dreadnought or Leviathan, it was one of the two. He was basically looking up the instructions online to do that. And so I guess the inspiration is just stick stuff down, don't worry about it being correct. And that's what I was trying to do. And normally I'm very meticulous and slow builder. This would normally take me about a month to do, but it was fantastic having access to a bunch of sprues that I didn't have. Creativity off the mark was a real struggle because you've got a blank base and some random bits, and you're like, none of this really fits together, none of it goes. But I wanted some kind of multi-level platform. Basically, I wanted a bit of height to the model. I didn't want to be flat on the ground. And I had like a piece of a drop pod, a piece from the Aegis defense line, and a piece from the ash waste hab blocks, which formed the basis of the rest of my kit. So yeah, here is my kit bash, basically, that I created. It was sort of like a kind of Necromunda-esque hab block. Originally, I had the idea that the orc would be in here fighting a bunch of people, sort of trying to invade his home, I guess. But you can see down here, you've got the drop pod piece upside down. Then you've got the Aegis defense line up here, and then you've got sort of hab block flooring, and then some of the walls. And I'll switch camera modes shortly to give you a bit more of a tour of what's going on with this. But that's the model that I got to create. But yeah, I was focused mostly on clipping stuff off, sticking it down, not worrying about mold lines and cleaning them up too much. Although some I did, but other times I'm like, I'll just stick it down. I don't have much time. I want to create something interesting. And yeah, so a lot of it was bulking out the shape, and then a lot of my time was spent detailing the insides and finding interesting things to add on to it to tell a bit of narrative and tell a bit of story. It was disappointing we didn't have access to a knife, because that would have been really useful. There were times I was shaving things down and trying to turn something into something else to make it work. And yeah, I just didn't really have the tools I would normally use. There was no super glue as well. So this kit is, as you can see, it's quite spindly. There's like two main sort of poles forming the foundations. This piece here is stuck on via hopes and dreams. There's basically two pieces holding it onto the side. And then obviously I've got a cable thing that also, I guess, helps support it. But that's just all plastic glue. So I need to put some super glue down to try and strengthen some of those supports. Surprisingly, I've been using Tamiya extra thin cement for a long time now. I haven't used the Games Workshop one. And I almost forgot how good it is. It's like this industrial strength, thick plastic glue. And it does sort of weld the pieces together in a way that I think is actually a lot stronger than Tamiya extra thin. So yeah, I think I've got some somewhere, and maybe I need to use it for these like much larger constructions. Obviously, for things like infantry, the Tamiya extra thin is really good. But yeah, I was surprised that the regular GW glue was pretty good. The clippers I've used before and I thought were very good. This time around, maybe it was this way beforehand. Maybe I had done it, but after a while I noticed the clippers weren't very good and were a bit misshapen, and that might have been because I was just clipping some very thick bits of plastic to cut them to shape. because they don't have like a hacksaw or anything. So maybe I broke the clippers, sorry, Games Workshop, but maybe they were like that and I didn't quite clock. I then went back and swapped them over for another pair, and I noticed all of them being slightly bent at the end. So the hobby challenge, you're lacking in some tools, and the clippers aren't quite good enough for cutting big bits of sprues or big bits of plastic, especially when, if you wanted to cut up a floor tile or something like that. But overall, a really fun experience. I'd highly recommend it personally. I think we're doing I think it's Epsom, maybe one of the events that they're doing, one of the opens in November. I'm hoping to do. I'm quite tempted to actually not do the AoS GT, which everyone else wants to do, and just do the hobby challenge again. And if I had the chance, I would have happily paid £50 every single day, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, to make a cool terrain piece or make something. And like I said, I ran out of time, so I didn't get to make it the diorama that it was meant to be. But I was sort of happy with just this, and it has so many interesting and unique, cool bits on it that I could not make this at home. So for me, for this to cost £50 or £40 with a discount code was phenomenal. Like, this is totally worth it, basically. Because I don't have these sprues. Like, to try and even buy all of these bits off of somewhere like Bits and Kits or even like eBay would cost way more than £50. So for me, the price for a mission was worth it. Obviously, you couldn't just, take a load of stuff back with you, but they did sort of say, pretty much you could, as long as it was attached to the base, they were happy for you to take it. So likewise, the guy that built the Corvus Black Star, I think, was going to be stuck down to another bit of a diorama later on, but potentially he could have, just taken it off afterwards and ran it as a Corvus Black Star. Well done him. I think there is an element where you can get your money's worth and build some full kits if you're lucky. That's not really the intention. And like I said, when they were giving us the sprues, they were at times just like folding them in two to chuck onto the table, which I don't understand quite why they were doing. I think it's to stop you just being able to assemble a full kit. But in doing so, sometimes, a really interesting bit I noticed was damaged, and I was like, I really wanted that bit, but it's now bent and misshapen beyond all use. That's a shame. And then other times you're like, this is really cool, but I can't find the corresponding part that I need to assemble the whole thing because they've clipped it, they've split the sprue in half. Especially when it came to building like the hab block, this pole here, and like there was like a male and female connector to it. I really struggled to find the corresponding part. So you've got to just sort of make do. And I spent ages just the initial setup trying to work out what I wanted for a layout, these like platform ideas, and then just spent ages looking for parts that I could use to assemble to get some height, and then something that could connect to another thing to make it work. So yeah, I think that's all I can say overall on the hobby challenge. Let's switch cameras. I'll do a bit more of a deep dive into the actual kit itself and where I think parts came from, and sort of talk you through the diorama itself. So I've switched cameras. Sorry if you're listening along on the podcast in the classic sense, because this is going to be a bit more visual medium. So head over to the YouTube channel if you want to watch along, which might be a bit easier. So I'm basically just going to describe the model, what I've done, and where some of the pieces are from, and sort of my general thoughts and processes as I've gone about it. I also need to apologize for my somewhat messy desk in the background. This model is so big, it's actually really difficult to film without it showing a load of the background, basically. If anyone's got any tips on how I could better improve this, please do just let me know. So we've got the base, of which I mentioned there's a upside down bottom of a drop pod. which I had to shave away loads of the bottom to get that to sit flush. And likewise, on the other sort of platform, I've got another sort of piece from ash waste. You can see where I've clipped off some of, I think it was like sort of large like piping that went all the way around. I didn't like that, so I clipped that off, and you can see where the stress of the plastic's been discolored. So I probably do need to file that down or add in some kind of rivet detail. Likewise, at the top here, I've got a similar thing where there was, again, just a bar going along, and I didn't like that design. So clip those off, probably need to tidy that up in some fashion. The larger platform was much easier to mount because I believe all of this was from the ash waste kit to mount the bottom of the platform. The smaller platform, which is using a base plate from the Aegis defense line, this is just a mash of stuff that I used to get the right height. You can see here this awful like sort of score cut line where I just had to try and trim things to make them fit. Part of it, like the column, was from ash waste. No idea what the other bits are. I think this under piece, which you can just about see here, is from like an orc tank, I believe. And again, it was just trying to get things to fit and be the right height. This is all a bit fragile, so I think this is all going to need reinforcing with some super glue. And likewise with this plate with the drop pod, that you can see isn't even fully glued down properly. So that all needs fixing. Yeah, so the main construction was this smaller platform, which is the Aegis defense line, the larger platform, which is made from the ash waste like flooring. So that's sort of standard. You can see I've done a ladder going directly to the main platform. I think in an ideal world, it would actually be going to the mini platform, but it just wasn't the right height. And because of the Dreadnought drop pod piece being a different shape, I couldn't fit the ladder going down directly because it would be clashing with the edges of the drop pod. So it's odd that you go up to the main platform, like the home, rather than the entrance way, is the way I've been thinking about it. But maybe this front platform is a bit more of like an observatory or sort of lookout platform, or maybe it's where, you know, people come and go via small craft or something like that. Maybe there's a different excuse for it. So those were the two main features. Once I had got that down, I added in the walls, which is, again, ash wastes with these arched doorways on each facing. One is complete and the other two are half open. In an ideal world, again, I probably would have cut these flat, and ideally on this side, on the right-hand side, I would like to cut that arch off, purely because there's more access to this kind of observatory lookout tower. But I didn't mind it on the left-hand side. I've managed to find, I think it was from Cities of Sigmar, this kind of arched wooden piece, which I've managed to kind of fill in. So it still has this kind of archway symmetry lining up with the back piece. And originally this was more of a diorama, and I loved the idea of this, you're sort of looking at it specifically from one angle. So I wanted to give the illusion that there was something else there. So I created this doorway. The door, I think, I'm not sure what kit it came from, but I had to meticulously actually cut it out. So it could have been Sector Mechanicus, could have been ash waste. Had to cut that piece out and find a suitable plain backing to mount it to, which I did, which had its own sort of rivet details in. So I stuck that down. If we look around the back, you can see that back piece here has some detail on, but it's quite ugly. It's sort of just stuck on. And originally, I didn't really care about that too much because it was a diorama. But then as it evolved, I decided to make it sort of terrain feature in its own right. So I decided to add all this extra kind of gubbins detail to the back, which I'll go into in a little bit more shortly, which is why it has these rough cuts, because, I'm using clippers. I've got to cut this out. And then sometimes I was literally scoring, especially on this side, I think I was scoring with the clipper end so I could try and snap the plastic to get a bit more of a flush cut than just trying to cut into thick plastic, which is quite difficult. So again, this probably needs tidying up, hiding a little bit more and blending with the main ash waste wall, which I will hopefully do. But it gives the illusion from the front of a door that is going somewhere. I guess maybe in this case, perhaps it's just like a safe, which is why there is no back. And then the handle, again, can't remember where that came from, but I added that on. I don't think it was designed for that piece, but it was just sort of a happy coincidence. Then I started fleshing out some of the detail, such as this piping conduits here just seem to happily fit in. So I stuck that down. Likewise, there's a little control screen there, and then on the other side you've got some sort of piping, like large generator, added some extra greeballs to that. This piece I was really happy with. These are the cannonballs from the cog fort. There's a few elements of the cog fort in here, and I wanted to really use it somewhere. Ideally I wanted maybe one of these platforms to have the cannon on it itself, but I only had half of the cannon, so I never got to fully use that piece, sadly. But I just wanted to flesh out this room and give it some life. This piece in the middle, the bottom piece, was from the ash waste and was meant to be stuck down there, and I think because you can increase the column going upwards. But then I found this little piece here. I think it might have been from I want to say it was Caradron Overlords or maybe a Dwarfs kit. Can't quite remember. But I stuck that in, and now it feels like it's maybe display panels, some kind of maybe generator, power generator for the entire hab block. I thought that was a good bit of detail. And then some extra details I did is I took one of the railings and I cut it in half and attached it either side of the doorway to give it a little corridor and a bit of a focal point. And then I also found from the Adeptus Arbites kit, from like the loudspeaker floating drone, like the servitor, I found these little speakers that I attached above the door. So it feels very like secure. Maybe this is an alarm system for the actual doorway itself. And then I kind of went on and constructed the right-hand side, but I did go back to detail a bit more of the inside and sort of top of the wall. So let's talk about that now. These little bits of nodules here, a grav plates from, I think it was the Repulsor, or one version of one of the grav tanks from Space Marines. Basically, I wanted some way of like making this top bit feel a bit more finished, and I had the roof, but it didn't really fit very well. I don't know if I was missing pieces, but the way it stuck on just looked odd, and it sort of enclosed the terrain piece a bit too much, or even if it was a diorama, it looked a bit too enclosed with a roof. So I tried to add on elements so that made it feel like it was constructed, or giving hints that maybe there's a roof, but we're just not visually showing it, so you can look into the piece a bit more. Likewise, I had some more railings that I attached to the very ends on both sides here and here, which just gives the illusion of some like rebar, some like internal structure, just to help blend those edges, give it a bit more of a constructed look. But like I said, this one on the right-hand side where that archway is, in an ideal world, I'd probably cut off some of that so I have greater access to the watchtower. So the watchtower, again, I had this idea of lots of multiple levels, lots of different depths, and we do have that. So we've got the lower platform, the main platform, and then higher up from that is the watchtower, and then slightly lower down from that is what I'm calling, the toilet space. Not sure what it's really meant to be right now. In a way, maybe it would be enclosed, but again, it's just a different level. And we can look at that in a bit more shortly. But in terms of the watchtower, I had this idea. I had this piece, which I think is from the Cog Fort. I'm not 100% sure. Likewise, the roof, but I've looked at some of the Cog Fort images and I couldn't see the roof on the Cog Fort itself unless it's an alternative build. I'm not entirely sure. But I like the idea that the piece was strutting out and upwards. So I just had to find a way to attach it. I think this is more ash waste pieces, which I just cut and kind of glued it in place. And then that wasn't enough to support it. So I reinforced it with some more ash waste pieces and like kind of girder bits. Let's see if you can see that on the camera. So again, no super glue, just plastic glue. A lot of patience to try and make it fit and work. Like I said, stuck together via hopes and prayers, and it has reasonably been secure. Originally, I had a piece up here holding this in, but I didn't like it, so I removed that. Then later on, I found the cable, which I really liked, again from Ash Waste, to reinforce this piece. And if I could get hold of a second cable, I would do it on this side as well, going down to the left-hand side down here, but I don't have one. If anyone has a cable that they'd like to send me, hit me up in the comments or on my Instagram. So I created that. There was a big hole here, which I had to fill in, and I just found something roughly to shape that I could just make work. Again, it looks very rough and really rubbish at this stage, and maybe I don't need to care so much. Once some paint's on, it'll probably be fine, but there are a lot of visible gaps, a lot of sort of visible edges. I think I would like to go in with maybe some extra plasticard, sort of bent at an angle, just to kind of cover the gaps, sort of hide the edges a little bit. I think I would like to do this piece here is some armor paneling from it is some of the Frontieris terrain, when you have the full walls, the full Hablock from Frontieris. That's one of them. Potentially I will add that to the other side as well, because I did keep one of those spare to place here, but I feel like I might need some visible space to actually fit models up there. So maybe I'll leave it off for now. And I don't necessarily mind it being a bit asymmetrical. So I'm not too sure about that. And again, this is a ladder that I've cut up to then support the roof, which was very good. And then the top, if I zoom in slightly, it's a bit difficult to see. This piece was my original antennae going up, but then that's since snapped off, so that piece is missing. So I need to try and dig that out of the bag I was storing this in when I was bringing it home, to try and find that. This one, though, was from the Admech, I think, Scorpus Destroyer, and then it was already designed at an angle, but I just shaved it a little bit more so it could fit on and be vertically upright. So I like the idea that there were these two antennae, because this is like a sort of lookout warning station. So yeah, I had two. I need to fix one of them. And then I found the Sigmar bell, which I think is just from a terrain kit. And I liked the idea that there's like a warning system. So I stuck the bell on. Then later on, I found this kind of cool little sort of radar piece, like satellite dish. The front of it is from just the very middle of a sprue. So this isn't actually an actual piece. It's just like where the injection plastic goes into the sprue itself, which is why it looks sort of damaged. But I think once that's painted up, I think that would look really cool as a satellite dish. And then there was another random mounting. Again, it doesn't all quite fit together, but I made it work and made it stick on. So that worked. So you got this idea is a lookout. There's some sensor dishes trying to detect things. if something goes wrong, someone can ring the bell. One of the other hobbyists gave me this lantern piece. He sort of came up to me towards the end of the Friday and just said, "Oh, I think this might suit your little," I think she called it like little house or something. And I was like, "Oh, thanks very much." And then I realized I was sort of looking where I could put it on the model, and it would fit in this little hole here. So I just sort of trimmed down as much as possible the ends so it could fit in, hopefully. And again, lots of plastic glue, just sort of melting it all together, made it work, and it fits in quite well. If I look sideways on, it's not quite vertically down, it's slightly off. Again, this is the sort of thing I would have made sure I didn't make that mistake if I was building at home, but because I was sort of just rushing to try and get everything done, it's slightly off to one side. So I might try and fix that, or just have the narrative that there's some wind gusting it to one side. Likewise, I added on some extra detail here. I think this was like a flamer a backpack detail from maybe a guardsman, perhaps, or some terrain. So I added that on as well, just to flesh out some of the things. And like with all of it, it's all about detailing and gribblies to try and make it feel a bit more lived in and realistic. So from the front piece, I've got these two little like vehicle lamps. There's another like sensor, which probably comes from like a space marine, some railings. Felt like that fitted in nicely, so I added that on. If I had more of those railings, I would love to sort of decorate the whole thing in railings, but I only had the one, and I feel like that kind of works. This piece here, I can't remember what it was from, but it was one of the very last pieces I stuck on before I ran out of time. Again, it just sort of looks like it fits in there, and it just adds some extra detail and some asymmetry. I don't want this thing to look symmetrical. I think symmetry is the sort of the death of design when it comes to especially kits, especially sort of a Necromunda terrain piece, which is sort of what I had in the back of my mind when I was creating this. And I just sort of stuck it down there and I thought it looked good. As you can see with the stairs, they're a bit wobbly. They don't quite exactly line up. I've got the Astra Militarum symbol there, which I kind of want to cover up because I would like this to be usable in maybe other systems, other games. So I want it to be a bit more agnostic. So I might hide any kind of Imperial symbols. So I'll probably cover that up with like some dirt and sand to sort of blend it in a bit more. Likewise, you can just see here, I had some handlebars. Again, I think it was from maybe like the Honored Dream Crawler or the Scorpex Destroyer, which I just added to the underside, like grab handles. And again, it's just to give this feeling of like hanging debris, detritus, and again, just detail. Not just on the top, but also on the bottom. So when you're looking at it from different angles, I had some ropes, which again, I think was maybe from the cog forts. Maybe it was from something else. I'm not sure. But yeah, I just used them and I cut them to sides and just had them hanging down again, just to give you the feeling that this thing's being tethered down. It's not giving really any structural support, but it could do a little bit. This one's not fully glued down, so I need to fix that one. And I only had two. If I had more, I might have used more. This one's, quite attached, so that's good. So yeah, all of those elements, just doing some world building and also detailing. Then it came to one of the last things I did was this sort of what I'm calling the external toilet, but maybe it's like an escape hatch. I liked the idea that there was a little lever that I could put in there. I can't remember what this basket was from actually now, come to think of it. But I've added on some extra bits. So again, this piece here, I think, is the same sort of radar dish that we see up here at the back. So you can see that's the same piece reused twice. So I'm pretty sure that's some kind of satellite dish And then I'm just sort of focusing on the back because I liked the detailing of it. And then, yeah, this is from the Escher cutter. That's like part of the engine block. So I just stuck that on there. And then there was another little greeble that I stuck on that one. Anywhere there's like a sort of overly flat space, I wanted to fill it with something else. Likewise, I added on the archway here, and then I had another bit of detail which I added on because the arch ended there. So I needed something to fill that gap to get the right height to sort of maintain that shape. And likewise, I had this cool little, almost like a sort of a weather vane or a my post is ready to collect sort of sign that can flip back and forth. Maybe the toilet's in use. Who knows? So I just had that in and I sort of stuck it there, probably upside down. Likewise, I had a little lamp, again, because this is like a lookout thing. You might want to see what's into the distance, and you've got these lights also facing in that direction as well. Maybe this is a signal lamp. Maybe that's what this is for. Maybe you are down here pulling this lever back and forth to operate the signal lamp to send a warning message to someone else that someone is coming from the watchtower that you've spotted. So maybe that's what this really is, some kind of signal messaging area of this platform. But yeah, I like the idea of it. I like the idea you had to go and sit down in it. It wasn't on the same level. Again, multiple stories, multiple levels, everything sort of asymmetrical and sort of higgledy-piggledy, for want of a better British turn of phrase. And then it came to, like I said, detailing the back section. And originally it was a diorama, so I didn't really care about the back. But then later on, I sort of just wanted to fill it up and sort of turn it into a standalone terrain piece that you could look at 360. So there's a engine piece, I think, from one of the Orc drag races, potentially. Some other bits of detailing. Some like little grabby bits from I think the more Ashwaste Necromunda stuff, which has been really versatile and really useful in this kit. I think ideally I would like to maybe get a pole or maybe some kind of flag to be waving. I think that would look really good, and also add a bit of texture like fabric, not just all metallic. I think that would be good. Then I've got a kind of heat sink here, which I wanted to add on because I thought that was a cool piece. And again, wanted to sort of bulk out this sort of back piece and hide as much as possible this like fake back where the doorway is. So I wanted to add in some extra detail to it. This piece was added on, the heatsink was added on. These two, which now look a bit more like a fuel tank of some kind, was actually two Orc bombs from, I think, the jet, the scrap jet. And I assembled them, carefully cut them as much as I could with only just clippers, and then obliterated it with the mold line remover to scrape it down to be smooth, so I could then glue the two pieces together to create this like fuel tank, which I'm most pleased about. That was quite a nice idea that I had. And again, the actual mountings fitted on quite well because there's a few little mounting points for the bombs, and it just was a bit of a happy coincidence that it fitted all neatly into that back piece. So that was a cool little element. And here you can see those grab plates at the top, just adding in some extra detail to that roof. I feel like here and here, maybe like these extra sort of blank top bits maybe need some extra detailing, whether it's potentially just rivets and bolts, I think would be a good shout. And is something I'll probably add on when I get some time. Then there's a sort of Astra Militarum stowage piece. I'm not too precious about leaving that Imperial Aquila on because it's so small. I don't mind it as detailing. Whereas on the flooring, it's obviously a bit bigger. And then this piece, I can't remember where that was from. I think maybe one of the Space Marine vehicles, perhaps. I think it's probably upside down, and I just bolted it on again, just to fill out that detail. Obviously, if you look from the side, you can maybe see some gaps and edges. It's not really the end of the world. I've got some putty that I could probably fill in there just to blend it in a bit more if I wanted. But I think overall it worked quite well. And it's just all about sorting through loads and loads of bits, finding something that fits, often going back to the sprue table, spending ages just milling around, looking occasionally. What was it? I did borrow a few pieces from the guy next to me. It was, I think it was around here. There were some bits I needed to reinforce. There was a strip here, and I think actually it was these strips here. They were from a sprue. I believe these are the sides when you are doing a old world movement tray. You can assemble the movement trays to a variety of sizes. You can like cut down the main base plate to whatever sort of size of formation that you want for your unit, and then you cut the sides to size. And basically, I noticed I was trying to hold this on and it wasn't just gluing in place. I needed some extra reinforcement. The guy next to me, I noticed he had them. So I sort of politely asked, "Oh, do you need them? Can I borrow them?" And he was more happy to supply them. And I only needed 2. In fact, this one actually at the top is just some spare sprue. Like you can see there, that's just a piece of sprue that I cut to size just to reinforce on because this middle piece didn't have quite enough contact points, but I could stick this sprue piece to that piece and then that gave me a better contact point up top. So some of it is involving just actual sprue from leftover bits, just to try and bulk out some of the connection points. I can't remember if I did that at all here. I don't think I did there as well. You can see a couple of little snippets just in there on both sides. I needed to create a bit more of a ledge for this piece to sit into, basically. And you can see some sort of ugly pipe work that sort of ends to nowhere. Again, I probably want to add some detail there, maybe to blend it with this piece a bit more, or give a bit more storytelling. Ideally, the piping would sort of bend into the piece, so it actually goes into it. But yeah, I'm not sure how I can get away with that. So maybe I'll create a little box for the pipe to go into. Would be probably a better shout, I think. Which I could just make from green stuff or plasticard or something. And yeah, that's a nice bit of detailing you can sort of see inside into the engine piece. And there's like a little ledge. So there's a lot of detailing here that just works in and of itself and doesn't need more doing to it. Where there are elements where there's like, these bits, I could maybe put some lights in there or candles, or I could add something else into it because it definitely looks a bit plain. But I think once it's painted up and weathered, you probably wouldn't notice. So yeah, that is my hobby challenge final, I guess, terrain piece / diorama without the miniatures. It definitely has a bit of tidying up to do. Like especially here, you can see the mold lines and things like that. And it just definitely needs a few bits like this gluing back down. This piece needs reinforcing. Maybe I need to either hide that piece or hide at least the fact that you can see inside it. Maybe I just also need to not be so precious. Likewise, you can see it's a bit wonky and things like that. But I think it was a great experiment to just get stuff done, just stick stuff together, not worry too much about how seamlessly blended it is, or about the mold lines, or does it look a bit ugly? And just the speed of it was phenomenal getting this done. And like I said, there were many people that got something as big as this built with even more detail on and probably got it painted or started painting it by the same time I was doing this one. I spent way more time adding in all these little greebly bits, trying to find the right pieces to tell a bit of a story, set the scene. I think most people just got the major elements done and shoved it all down. But theirs are all phenomenal as well. So yeah, at the end of the day, I'm really happy with how it, got done. I think I'm going to sort of add sand and rocks to the base to sort of blend it all in, or maybe just loads of like junk and rubble so it could fit maybe more on a Necromunda board. But I wouldn't mind it being in a sort of a deserty setting for a sort of an ash waste sort of vibe either. I think both would work. Really pleased with how it came about. I feel like I've rambled on for far too long now. And if you would like to win one of these boxes that I was talking about during this event, filled with goodies or tat, up to you to decide, but there is a lot of stuff in there. You can win one of these by heading over to my Patreon, because I got a whole one spare, minus the £10 gift voucher, which is only eligible at the Newport event. It wouldn't have been available to use on the Warhammer World website, for example. So I haven't done you out of one. But yeah, I'm going to give one away over on my Patreon. And if you also want a full unboxing of one of these, that is also on the Patreon as part of Transitional Noise. If you're watching on the Lookout Sir podcast, that will be in a week's time, but probably by the time this comes out as a mini-sode, that video will be up, I would assume. So yeah, or keep an eye out for it at the very least. So yeah, that was my brief look at my hobby challenge terrain piece, I guess. Let me know what you would have created down in the comments, or drop me a message. And let me know what you think of a hobby challenge in general. I guess I would highly recommend it. It was probably the most fun I had over the weekend, and sort of most value for money, I think, out of everything that was on offer. Obviously, I enjoyed the grand narrative, but that just felt so much more satisfying, and it was a thing that I could take home with me and I can play in future games. Whereas the grand narrative, fun as it was, just leaves me with lovely memories. Thanks for watching. We will now get on with the rest of the show. Transitional noise. Time for the 5-star review, and I think I've run out of official 5 stars from the various places of iTunes and Audible, but there are actually a few over on YouTube, so I'm going to go with those. This one is from Odin Strand 8755, and this comes from episode 243 over on YouTube. 5-star review. I have been listening to Lookout Sir since pre-COVID, and I'm happy to say that this podcast is as much of my hobby as painting and gaming is. The enthusiasm for the hobby and passion for details, be it color markings on Kriegsmen or helmet designs on Space Marines, is just what makes this podcast one of the best of its kind. I was apprehensive when Phil was left running the show on his own, but I'm happy to admit I was wrong. The video format has become my preferred way to enjoy the show. Keep up the good work. Well, yeah, thank you, Odin Strand 8755. I'm glad to have dispelled your worries about doing the show on my own. Obviously, I'm now joined by Tim and Richie on occasion, which really helps, and also allows us to have a bit more of a conversation and isn't just me talking. I guess the video format, I'm glad people are enjoying. I put a lot of time and effort into that, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in the outro, but I'm glad you're enjoying it. And that sort of works a little bit easier when it's just me on my own talking to a camera, I think, in video format than just listening along in podcasts, where I think having several people chat away also works really well. So yeah, thank you very much for your 5-star review. Greatly appreciate it. And if you too would like to be like Odin Strand 8755, you too can leave a 5-star review on iTunes, on Audible. You can leave a 5 stars, I think, on Spotify, but you can't leave a message, so obviously I can't read those out. I'm only going to read out 5 stars on YouTube if they're on the Lookout Sir video podcast episodes themselves, I don't really want to do it for mini-sodes. And I think there was someone that left one over on my Beyond the Tabletop, and then I lost it and I couldn't find the comment again. So again, I'm not going to read those out. So yeah, try and put them on the actual Lookout Sir episodes themselves, and not the mini-sodes, because the mini-sode people won't get to listen to the 5-star review, so it'll probably just be confusing for them, because they're two separate things. If you would like to support the show in other ways, there's a few ways that you can go about it. One, spread the word. Be an evangelical prophet for Lookout Sir. Tell your friends to give it a listen. Send them the podcast. Show them some Lookout Sir videos, whether that's a mini-sode or the actual full Lookout Sir podcast, whichever it might be. Like the videos, subscribe on YouTube, subscribe to the RSS feed for the actual podcast itself, whichever ones you want to do. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram, like and share all of those sorts of posts that I put on there. That sort of low-level hanging engagement is greatly appreciated. It helps sort of spread the word so other people can also enjoy the podcast. If you would like to support in other ways, you can also buy some merch over on Red Level, link down below. You can also join us over on Patreon, and that really supports the show the most. And you will be rewarded with some bonus content. There's episodes of Transitional Noise, which is a new format, basically a bonus Lookout Sir episode. The next one coming, as I've already teased throughout this show, will be all about the Newport Open. It's a vlog that I've done that I will edit together and maybe do an intro or voiceover. I'm not sure yet. That will be coming the week after this drops. So Fridays is the new time I put out an episode, and the other Friday, the off Friday, is when I will do a Transitional Noise if I get to do one. It's not going to be every week or every other week. That would be a bit too insane. I did do it a few weeks in a row, I think, when there was some extra content I needed to put out. There'll be one for the following week, but there might not be another Transitional Noise episode for a few weeks. I'm going to try and do one a month if I can do. Again, more of that in the outro. I think I want to discuss the logistics of, running the show and things like that. I think also I put together some B-roll sort of vlog footage of my time at Salute, which was, I think, April down in London. So I'm going to try and include that as well, because I wanted to do that as its own Transitional Noise episode, but there were sort of more relevant things to do for episodes. So that kind of got lost and left by the wayside. So hopefully I'll get to include that as well in that episode. You can watch along the Transitional Noises either in video format on the Patreon platform, or you can subscribe to a special RSS feed so your Transitional Noise episodes plug into your Lookout Sir episodes, and it's all a bit seamless, so you can listen to them in addition to the Lookout Sir episodes if you're listening along on audio-only podcasts. So yeah, that's all I've got to say. Thank you very much if you listen this far on the show. That's always greatly appreciated. And if you have listened this far, you'll probably hopefully stick around for the outro. Transitional Noise. It's time to get cozy and settle in for the outro of the episode, the extra bits that you don't get if you watch the minisodes. And I think I would start off with talking about what I've been doing with the show as a whole, what the minisodes are. I think I've talked about them before, but I sort of want to talk about what I envisage, the logistics of them, and sort of how I'm using them to kind of grow the channel. So Lookout Sir historically has always been an audio-only podcast. And prior to Dan leaving, we had toyed around with doing mini episodes, cutting down the main segments into more bite-sized chunks, because not many people want to listen to a 3-hour show all in one go or throughout the week. Some people want to listen to a 30-minute video. So we did occasionally toy around with those things, but we still kept it predominantly audio only. But now it's just me on my own. I decided to shift over to video format to try and get a bit more traction over on YouTube and see if I can make this a bit more of a success. In an ideal world, I would happily do this as a full-time job. I'm currently doing it almost as a full-time unpaid job, because I put out Lookout Sir as a full length audio podcast. I put it also out as a full length video on YouTube. I'm then splitting these segments out into mini-sodes, which go out on the week when the podcast isn't sort of scheduled to release. So those mini-sodes come out in the following week, every fortnight, basically. So currently, on average, it's about 3 mini-sodes, I'm calling them, per episode, because that's roughly the format of the show. I'm trying to do shorter segments rather than 1 or 2 hour long segments like we have historically. Ideally, I think it would be more beneficial to have smaller segments between 30 and 45 minutes. If you've listened to this show, you'll know that's not the case. Richard and I talked about the Grand Tournament for about 2 hours. So definitely not a mini-sode when that comes out, but it's shorter than the full-length podcast, whatever this will come to. I don't think it'll be a 5-hour episode, but it's not going to be, a 3-hour one either. So I've been putting those out. And then in addition to that, I've been putting out shorts over on Instagram to try and promote those mini-sodes and promote the show as a whole, which is also quite time consuming to do. And this week, I'm also going to be doing and editing the Patreon exclusive only content, which is Transitional Noise. I think episode 4 now. So a lot to do, a lot to produce and edit. The video editing takes sort of the biggest chunk of time. When it's a solo video with just me, it requires a lot more editing than when it's just myself and Tim or myself and Richie, because that's a bit more conversational. So there's a lot less to edit out to keep it sort of smooth flowing. But when it's just me, there's a bit more work involved and a lot of re-listening back to the episode to make sure it's a bit smooth. So it currently takes a long time to produce the show and is taking up a lot of time. And currently I sort of freelance here and there for my general living, which I've sort of talked about on occasion. At some point, I probably do need to get like a full-time job to pay the bills and live my life. If that's the case, the number of videos or what I'm producing for this show will drastically go down to make it feasible, because how Dan managed to edit the show together when he had a full-time job, I just don't know. The way I do it takes a lot longer, but that's me through and through. So I think in part because it's video, it takes a lot longer than audio, stuff like that. So if you are enjoying the show, all it is a bit of a shout out. Say, please consider backing me over on Patreon, because I would like to consistently be able to keep putting out this show. And if it gets to the point where I have a full-time job, this will not say it will stop, but it will definitely, I won't be putting out quite in the same way. It will be shorter, for example. Maybe I won't be doing the mini-sodes. The mini-sodes are really an experiment to try and grow the YouTube channel for people that aren't really interested in podcast format. So I'll see how that goes. And it's an experiment I'm going to put a lot of time and effort into for the next few months. And if it doesn't really get me anywhere, then maybe I'll stop. So far, it's been hit and miss. The episode on the Warhammer Heroes blind boxes did very well. The others less so. So who knows why that was? Maybe it's the thumbnail, maybe it's the topic, maybe it's just, the luck of the algorithm. What I would like to ask of you, and it's not to say, come join me over on Patreon again. No, is to say, what can I do to improve the show? Is it the camera? Is it the audio? Is it the format? Is it something else? I don't know. Is it the topics? One thing I would also like to ask is, would you like to see me review the Orc Codex? Historically, we always did Codex deep dives and reviews of every single Codex that came out. And I think Dan and myself got a bit burnt out last edition doing all of them. And there were times when we said we would stop doing that. But it was sort of easy content because it was the new thing in the zeitgeist that people would probably want to talk about. So that's why we talked about it. Do you actually want that in a length edition? I'm trying to cover maybe a bit more topics, do a bit more Age of Sigmar. I appreciate it's not as popular. We will be doing Necromunda. I'll talk about that in a few minutes when we do the hobby section of this chat. But in terms of 40k, do people care about Codex reviews? Because if not, I won't do them. I might do 1 or 2 here and there when it's codexes specifically for my army. I'm kind of curious about the Orc Codex purely from the point of view it's going to be the benchmark for future codexes. I would like to see what's in there. I've heard that they've done things like the bestiaries, which is pages detailing every single unit in the game and a bit of a lore description, which is fantastic. That was my biggest criticism of the last lot of codexes. So thank you, Games Workshop, for listening. I don't think you really are, but I appreciate that you put them in because that was something I wanted to see. So yeah, I'm tempted to do a review purely from the kind of the format more than the fact that they're orcs. I'd like to hear from you if you would like that. Likewise, any random topics you would like me to cover, please do let me know down in some comments or reach out to me either on Patreon or Instagram or Facebook. Ideally, Instagram is a lot easier than Facebook personally. So reach out to me in some way and let me know. I will probably do an open post on Patreon asking this question, asking for feedback in terms of how to improve the show and asking for topics to talk about in the future. That will be open to everyone that is a member. You can become a member on Patreon for free, but the free people don't get access to the Patreon exclusive videos like Transitional Noise. But I'll keep that open. Similar to when I started going solo, I did a poll about the sort of general formats people would like. That was open to everyone because I sort of want to collate all the information in one place, basically. So I will probably do that and put that out at the same time I do this post. So head over there first. And if I haven't done one, just message me some other way if you would like to reach out. That would be greatly appreciated. So with all of that sort of boring admin of the show out the way, we can talk about some general hobby stuff that I've been up to. In general, I haven't been doing a huge amount of hobbying because there's been the Newport Open, which has taken a lot of my time. And then I've been sort of, just chilling out since doing that. I think when you do a weekend away gaming, you need a few days to sort of decompress and unwind. And while you're maybe infused to do hobbying, you're not that keen at the same time. But I have done some hobbying. I've been carrying on with my ogre iron guts and making them nautical themed. So I've got one here, which I've basically scratch built out of. Hold on, let me adjust the lighting here. If I do the lighting down a bit better. So yeah, you can see him there with a scratch built out of plasticard and styrene, a anchor, because it's nautical themed, and then it's textured with Tamiya putty to give it a nice metallic sort of cast iron sort of look to it. So that was one of them, and then the second one I did using a more sort of traditional Japanese style anchor was this guy. So he had a hammer originally. The other guy had like a big sort of halberd sword type thing. And then the third guy just built as is because he looked really cool. He was the one in the running pose. I want to finish off this guy a bit more. I think I'm going to swap out that cleaver with rope. So I have some rope hanging down from the anchor and he's holding it. So it looks like he's just literally pulled the anchor out of the ship. I think that'd be quite cool. So that's what I've been doing for Age of Sigmar. Also, you'll notice in the background, I bought Necromunda because Spike, who couldn't join us for the show, I did ask him if he wanted to join us in the Grand Narrative chat, but he was too busy with work. He's away. But he's running the Necromunda campaign. He ran the one I joined last year, which we sadly only got halfway through. But we're doing a new one. This time it's a similar kind of gaming group. It's a lot of Spike's friends. Richie's involved. He's going to be co-arbiter alongside Spike. Dan's actually joining, not the podcast, sadly, but he's joining in with the Necromunda campaign as well. He's doing Cawdor. I think Richie's doing Escher again. Spike is doing Chaos Corrupted, and I am doing Chaos Helots. So I bought the Outcast book because that's where the Chaos Helots are, and then I bought the box set because it's the most value for money in terms of getting the rule book and the cards, and some of the scenery pieces I'm super excited about, even though you don't get a lot of scenery in there. But I thought that would just be easier to do than try and buy everything separately, which ends up being a bit more expensive. So I got the box. I've yet to look through the rules, but I'll be doing that over the next few weeks. If people want some sort of general videos on Necromunda, yeah, let me know. So I'm looking forward to that. So there'll be some hobby focus on that. I've got my Helots from last year, which I mostly painted up, but still need to do a bit more work on them. I've got sort of the base colors down. The familiars got completely painted because they were nice and easy and a joy to do my little Nurglings. But the rest of the models basically need some washes and highlights and some extra detailing on them. And then a couple of things maybe need a bit more work. But for the most part, they're kind of ready to go. And that's why I've sort of stuck with them. As tempting as it is to sort of build some of the new Goliath minis or something, I just don't think I'm going to have time. Because, as I've said, doing all the recording for this podcast takes up a lot of my time. So yeah, that's sort of it in terms of hobby stuff. I've still got a stack of Age of Sigmar terrain to build and sort of convert up. I'm potentially going to get around to converting up my boarding actions terrain that I've talked about for a really long time, and sticking that down onto actual tiles, maybe even the Zone Mortalis tiles. I might attempt that, so I can use it for both boarding actions and Necromunda, and then I can detail it with my little hobby challenge house that I created. So stuff like that I've got to do. My airbrush is currently out of commission because the compressor is damaged and it's starting to rust on the inside, which is a shame because it's relatively new. So it's currently boxed up and is going to be returned to Hyundai, who are the makers, because it's under warranty still. I'm still waiting for them to pick it up. But in the meantime, it means I can't do any airbrushing or painting. So I'm going to focus on just kind of building and creating stuff. And as the weather is slightly cooler than it has been over the last few months, maybe I can have some friends around so we can game, either play some Age of Sigmar or maybe more 40k. Fingers crossed, some of that will happen over the next few weeks. But yeah, in terms of hobby roundup, that is pretty much it. I've sort of said all I can say about the sort of production logistics stuff of the podcast. I'd love to hear your feedback. Please do let me know what your thoughts are. And yeah, overall, this has been an interesting video talking all about the Newport Open. I did actually plan to film some other stuff talking about other topics, but I think the Newport stuff's just so overrun that this will just be a Newport exclusive podcast episode. And basically my hobby finance audit will be happening in the next episode instead. So keep an eye out for that while I go through just how much I've spent on Warhammer this year so far. Spoilers, is a lot more than I thought it was going to be. So yeah, look out for that in 2 weeks' time. Thank you for listening, and I will see you all soon. Bye-bye now. Bye-bye.